vendor would never contact me again and just clocked out. Boss, I'm taking PTO.
Boss, I have to take a massive shit. I'm clocking out.
Yeah. No, I mean, ultimately it wasn't that bad. So, what it boiled down to is they had set up a VPN old yonder years ago, and now they want to use it to work from home, but they've never tested it before, and we don't have any processes for making it work, and we have no idea what the fuck it is. But it's an IPsec VPN, and it turns out it's set up through fucking Global Sonic VPN, which is absolute ass program.
Oh, I hate Sonic VPN.
Ew.
Yeah, it's so fucking bad. And so it was a shit show.
I've ever heard a kind word said about Sonic VPN in my life.
You will never hear a kind word.
You shouldn't.
Well, here's the thing, I've never had to work with it, so I don't actually know how bad it is from first-hand experience. I only hear how bad it is from everyone else.
Probably you never have to. But yeah, so then we're trying to get her on the VPN finally, and turns out that's not working, and we're like, okay, fuck it. So we need a domain join her computer. The reason why we need her on the VPN is because her computer doesn't have Ethernet ports. And we're like, wait, okay, hold on, why are we trying to get her on the VPN? We're on the Wi-Fi. Oh, turns out the Wi-Fi is plugged directly into the router and not the fucking firewall, so it's on a separate VLAN.
Oh no.
My God.
And we're just like, okay, great. And the worst part about it is obviously you can't use a VPN to VPN into the network you're already on.
No. Well, no, hang on.
Nope.
You theoretically could.
You cannot.
You theoretically could.
Not with the Sonic
It
Wall.
would require some... Not with Sonic Wall?
Nope. Sonic Wall and FortiGate do not allow you to VPN from the external IP address that the external IP address VPN's hosted on.
Okay, because I've had VPNs where I have literally had to do that before, but it wasn't.
Yeah,
Sonic
Watchdog
Wall.
and OpenVPN can do it.
OpenVPN, I think that was it.
Yeah. But yeah, so the VPN service they used doesn't work that way. They have an improperly set up VLAN. Their network's not properly set up as well. Their network's not behind a firewall.
So they're just all 7 kinds of fucked.
This company has been an absolute nightmare to onboard.
Ah, yes. I wonder why.
They're just letting it all hang out, are they?
I think you're figuring out why they hired you.
Yes.
Yep.
The previous IT
it is a very
himself.
it's a very frequent occurrence where I go, why did they go with us this time around? Because I'm always told by manager, oh, you know, they're moving off of their old IT service. I'm like, well, why are they doing that? And then in the process of servicing them, I'm going, oh,
this is why.
That's why they're moving to us. Because we said yes when their IT service said no.
Them, please unfuck our shit. You. This is a lot of shit to unfuck.
Yeah.
Well, you agreed to the contract.
Yeah. I mean, the important thing is that they can unfuck it. That's the important part of this.
Yeah.
If you can.
We can, with lots of money and time. But
yeah, but don't you know they want it done now, done for cheap?
They want it done quick, fast, and cheap with quality.
Yep, with high quality.
Sir or madam, that is not how that functions.
Pick 1, not 3. They
pick 2, not 3.
Yeah, pick 2, not 3. I'm sorry. Well,
but
in some businesses, it's pick 1.
Yeah, some instances it is pick 1. But yeah, no, so it was a total shit show. I spent like a whole hour on it, and it fucking pissed me off too. And the reason why it pissed me off is because at like 3 o'clock, I had pushed this to the tier 2 guys. And then my manager comes back and says, You didn't troubleshoot it properly. It needs to be troubleshooted before you can push it to tier 2. Okay, fine. Let me just run through all the troubleshooting that's gonna take me 2 fucking hours to do, so I can, at the end of the day, push it to tier 2 like it should have been at the fucking start.
Well, yeah, but he wants you to go through the entire process, Sneaky. He wants you to waste your time. And
well, hey, if he wants me to waste my time, hey, oh, I was fine with it. The second he said go do it, I said yes, sir, and I put myself on Do Not Disturb and didn't answer a single call for the rest of the day.
Yep.
Yep.
You have activated my trap card.
Go do literal mindless work and not have to do my job, and then no one can blame me for it because the manager told me to do it? Alright.
Gladly. Of course,
But,
that work in like, what, 10, 20 minutes?
What do you mean?
I mean, it shouldn't take 2 hours to run half that shit, right?
He wanted it troubleshooted.
No.
He wanted the proof.
If he wants him doing proper troubleshooting, 2 hours would be the minimum I would expect.
I have to change all the passwords, I have to clear all the ports, flush DNS, restart the computer, reset the passwords again. I have to, you know, fucking toggle through everything, trace route, SFC, DISM. I have to do all the fucking little things. Because
I would say, make sure you run ipconfig at least 17 times.
Go ahead and do a check this /F.
Yeah. I was like, okay, I'm gonna use my ability as a fucking IT guy to look at a problem and tell you what the solution is. If you're gonna kick it back in my face and say I can't see the work for it, I'll show you the fucking work.
Oh, so it was I want you to show your work, not I understand what you've done, and I think you're being lazy.
Yeah,
no,
for
no.
2 hours, Sneaky was back in high school mathematics.
True. No. He wasn't thinking I was being lazy. He was thinking that he wants me to show the work because I'm the one that escalated the task. Because I need to prove that it requires the attention of the tier 2s.
Look, you hired me to do a job.
Please tell me one of the tier 2s was actually
expertise.
working on a solution in the meantime while your boss was being pants on head retarded.
Of course not.
Nope.
Well, no, his manager probably told the tier 2, don't touch this until I get back to you or until
Yeah,
Sneaky
exactly.
Yeah.
submits it.
Yep, that's exactly what he told him.
Oh, and that was 2 hours you could have spent doing this instead of wasting time doing tests that
Yep.
you already knew the answer to.
Yeah, well, you know, that's how it goes. You know, if you're gonna fucking sit there, spit in my face, and say smile, well, you know, I'm gonna be the most maliciously compliant employee you got.
Yeah, I've had bosses pull that shit before.
As is your right by Sigmar's Crown.
But, yeah, so, yeah, that's what happened. You know, I fucking sat there with the UDC girl, the tier 2 guy, and we're fucking sitting there being like, yep, so the only solution here, because we tested literally everything. Literally everything we could possibly test, we tested it. And we're like, okay, well, the network's fucked up, so we can't do anything about that. The VPN's fucked up because the network's fucked up. And for some reason, hotspots are blocked because of some security setting we can't figure out in this sonic wall that's from the 1999s.
Ooh.
So, the solutions were, A, get someone out there to fucking plug the network in properly, or B, they take the computer home with them, which is the original reason why we needed to do domain join it and get it on the VPN, is because they were taking the computer home with them. So if they just put it on their home network from the start, we could have domain joined them with the VPN from the start.
Yeah.
Which could have been found 2 hours sooner if your manager hadn't been
Fuck
dropped on
around.
their head throughout their entire life.
Apparently, yeah. No!
You know, it's really worrying.
He's not a
when-
nerd, by the way. He's not into that nerd stuff. He's never seen Star Wars,
so-
Star Trek, or Spaceballs.
So he's
I mean,
not
that
actually a
doesn't
techie.
matter.
Lord of the
Okay.
Rings.
No,
Never seen it.
That kind of matters.
He
So
doesn't
he's
play
No.
not
computer
actually-
games. He
Let
doesn't
me
play
finish.
console games.
Oh, you hired a manager, not somebody who is a tech manager.
He goes and watches sports ball, and the most console game he ever plays is Madden insert year.
Oh,
Yeah.
you hired a manager.
I kind of figured that. I was gonna
hired a
say
technician.
that doesn't necessarily preclude him from being able to manage people, but
It precludes him from managing
managing
IT
tech.
people. I'm sorry, the tech industry is one of those things where the manager needs to understand
Yeah.
technology just as well,
Yes.
if not
This is going to
better
be wild
than
what
the
I'm about to
people they're
say.
over.
He got promoted from a tier 2 position into manager.
Are you
What?
What?
sure? Okay, no,
Promoted to the level of his incompetence.
Yep.
he is someone's relative
must
or
have
best
sucked
friend,
so many dicks.
and they don't want to
Does
fire
he,
him.
does
so
he
it's in the
check
company he can't
certain
fuck up.
boxes?
Yes.
Nikki? That's why.
Yeah. We had another box checker that just got fired recently. After 3 months of not answering phone calls or doing any tasks.
They managed to fire somebody for doing that?
That's a hell of a grift.
Damn, the fact they lasted 3 months is amazing.
Well, you know, that's what
Not
happens when
really.
you're a box checker.
Collect
You-
3 months' pay, then you're fired.
Then move
Collect
on to
So
unemployment
depending on the
pay.
state, you might even be able to go for unemployment.
Yeah.
Then move on to the next company and repeat the grift. And just do that ad infinitum. And the companies you worked for are not allowed to give a negative review when somebody hits them up for
Well, no, I mean that
a
depends.
reference.
If they're fired, if you fire them with cause, you're certainly allowed. It depends on if the company was smart enough to do a paper trail.
Well, no, depending on the
Most are
state,
not
they cannot do that. Now, if you ask them, you can give that information. But to my knowledge,
Yes,
you
I'm sorry.
cannot
Yeah, let
give
me
it
rephrase that.
unprompted.
Yeah.
Like that technically would count as defamation, regardless of the truth of the statement.
Which is unfortunate.
True.
Because that's just telling exactly what you did, or in this case, did not do.
Alright. Well, let's spin the wheel, gentlemen. It's time to step out of reality and into some author's goon fetish.
Hmm.
'Cause it's crossover time, baby!
Oh no. Here we go.
Oh,
At
I
least
thought
it
we were
isn't
going to the. I
Ruby.
thought we were going to the Elden Ring section.
It's gonna be Ruby as part of the crossover.
Alright, let's
Now.
spin the wheel!
I hope
What are
it's
we
Ruby
crossing over
cross
today?
Ruby. I hope it's Ruby cross
It's-
Ruby. That'll be great.
Ooh, Star Wars!
Oh,
And...
no. I is right
I
on that line for Star Wars and Worm.
I swear, if we go to Tanya, Sneaky, you know what we got to do.
Oh god, Mass Effect.
Oh
Oh,
no.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Oh, that one never works.
No. It could, but most people who want to write it just aren't
It
capable of
should
doing
work.
it.
Are you guys ready for the biggest sci-fi gooning session ever?
The only one that I've encountered was the Revan one. That one's working mildly well, partially because the author skipped a bunch of Mass Effect 1. They're not
Yeah.
having Revan be joined at the hip to Shepard.
Fair.
That's it, yeah.
That'd
I
do it.
feel like both those characters are too important to join at the hip.
Yeah,
Unless
obviously.
it's female Revan, in which case they're just gonna fuck. This is how that's
No,
gonna go.
nope. It's a female Revan, and none of that's happened.
Amazing.
Yes.
Huh.
Finally something new. Alright, well, you know, it is what it is.
It's hang on. Where's the
That
let me pull
hilly
this up real
thing.
quick.
Great.
In the top right. The top right by the mini-map.
Oh, the fucking mountain!
Yes, I wasn't going to call it a mountain because that ain't a fucking mountain.
What, it is on screen? I'm like, you're like the hill. I'm like looking around for the tree peeking over the hill. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And you're like, no, the mountain next to you. Oh!
Mass Effect Night
I
of
was
the Old
about to
Republic.
say, Gray, you gotta draw like a red line or something for me.
But yeah, so it's Mass Effect Night of the Old Republic.
Oh, well,
Okay,
you know, we never know. We might even click on it. Who knows? Let's see what we got here. We got In a Galaxy Far Away by Emmett Brown. A
no.
Star Wars Mass Effect crossover. After his death in the battle against the Emperor and saying his last goodbyes to his son, Luke, Darth Vader, now Anakin Skywalker once more, he thought he would go back to the Force. Bro didn't even capitalize Force. But instead, he finds himself in a whole new galaxy, tangled with a crew of unknowns and a new threat. This is his second chance, and he is not going to throw it away.
Okay, sounds pretty generic so far, but not that bad.
So it's about 4K words per chapter. We got 45 favorites and 60 follows. Update rate is also fairly quick, all things considered, so let's go ahead and see what the reviews say.
What's the catch?
Please continue. Very good. Good chapter. More collectors. More chapter. More chapter. Bot review. Bot review. Bot review. Sorry to
How are you
sound like a
IDing them as bot
nerd.
reviews, out of curiosity?
Huh?
How are you
That's probably
IDing
It's
generic
copy and
offer.
paste.
I'm sure it's the generic offer of like, I want to make your story into a comic.
I'm a
Contact me at-
webcomic artist,
Shit,
and I'm
yes.
going to, yeah. All
Oh, I go
Batarians
for
are gonna
those
die.
again.
True.
You know,
He's gonna
I
roundhouse kick Batarians.
I miss those days when that was actually a really rare review to see on a story, and it wasn't like, here's my contact, and it's like, hey, can I make your story into a webcomic? And that was it. It's
Yep.
just a question of the author. That's it. And they would just reply, and PM's like, oh yeah, sure, go ahead. Maybe in the next chapter they leave an author note saying, yeah, this person has my permission, don't harass them. About
Also, go check it
stealing or
out.
whatever.
Yeah, no, I saw that meme going around. It's really fucking funny.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, you know, they didn't really think that whole thing through, right? You know, like the hanging the black guy in the tree. I mean, that's kind of
Oh,
like,
yeah,
you know, yeah.
Well,
that was one of the things
also,
I
now
specifically-
Harry's just, yeah.
You
It-
must be talking
Not
about
just
the new
that.
Snape.
Remember, it
Yeah.
completely and utterly recontextualizes Snape
Yeah.
chasing after. Like,
Chasing after Lily.
before, it was just a creepy stalker. Now, it's a stereotype.
Yeah.
Well, it also
Yeah.
recontextualizes the bullying that he went through and the fact
Yep.
that Harry owns sight. I do remember this. Harry owns sight, distrusts Snape in the first book right away.
Yep. On
He
site.
looks at
Yep.
Snape and goes,
He looks at
something
Snape and
about
goes,
this
"No,
dude is shifty and untrustworthy.
he's not trustworthy.
Woo! All right.
I can't see his hands."
Just the whole thing is just, oh my god.
Unintended consequences. They did
And
not
they
expect
can't
that.
forget the
Yeah.
time that they set him on fire.
Jesus.
Yeah, honestly, you know what they should have done? Because I'm sure that this guy that they cast is probably actually a really good actor.
He is. Yeah.
They should have just made this American Hogwarts and have him be the school's headmaster. And part of his shtick is he's constantly shit talking Dumbledore and all the screw ups Dumbledore's had that has caused problems for them.
Yeah. No, I mean, no. It's no. I mean, no. They should just expand the Harry Potter world. It's time to step away from Hogwarts. Can
Oh,
we
God,
get
yeah.
some actual fucking like holy shit? Like, come on. There is a magical girl academy, according to J.K. Rowling. Like, come on! Are you really
You mean the
telling me?
Japanese one?
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
keep in mind,
Well,
this
they,
is
they
also
make
another.
Nikos.
Don't forget, this was another thing where the person they brought on to do the project that's in
No, it's
charge of it
literally
all
called Magical Girl Academy.
was
Yeah,
boasting about
Maho
how
Shoujo.
they were boasting about how they've never read the books, and it's like, why
Yeah.
do you keep putting people in charge of an adaptation who
Yeah.
doesn't look at the source material and somehow thinks that's a point of pride?
Why do you think they do it?
Money.
It's
I,
intentional.
I don't know what you want me to answer, son, because no matter what I answer, you're gonna make it stupid.
Sneaky said it. It's for fucking money.
See, the thing is, right? You
I can't
hire a
I can't believe
director.
it's money. I can't believe it's money though, because
No.
who
See,
you
to a bean
who
counter. No,
No,
it's
if
actually
it
really easy to explain, right?
fails, they make more money. That's the bean counter logic. If it fails, we get to write it off. We get to take the money, throw up our hands, go, "Oh no, we did horribly," and then they get to do it all over again.
Yeah. See, it's multifaceted, right? So they do it. So they hire a bad director because he's A, cheaper. C, he probably sucks someone's dick for it. D, I mean, that's just generally how you
Cocksucker.
get positions in Hollywood anyway. Like, you know. But D, so you put the bad director in who doesn't care about the property. So therefore, you can then tell the director to do a whole bunch of wild shit to the property that any director worth their salt who enjoyed the property would say, no, fuck you. Henry Cavill, for example.
Yes.
And so you pick this bad director who wants to turn it into his own art piece and say, go for it, buddy. Here's some money. All you have to do is make sure there's at least one black person, one Asian person, one gay person, and one disabled person in your series, and they all have to be main characters.
Yep.
And they go, okay, yeah, sure. And they take all the money, they graft half of it, and then they spend the other half on bargain bin Walmart cosplay. And then they produce a dog shit show, and then from there, the company can be like, look, we tried to include you guys, but everyone's just so racist and sexist.
They shit all over it because they're
You should
mean.
support our properties even more. Go buy more of our merch. That'll show those
great.
racist sexists. It has nothing to do with the fact that they actually support the policies. It's just because they think that they are being told by the people they're paying to tell them these things, who are ideologically captured, that the new rising ascendancy of the market is this group of people. And so they're like, okay, pander to that group of people. If you're saying that they're going to give us the most money, pander to that group of people.
Except they never do.
Except they never do. And then, on the final stage of it all, if it flops, it's a tax write-off.
Yep. Which was my big point. It's a big fucking tax write-off. The
So,
entire thing's a grift.
The worst part is you don't even have to wait for it to fail. You can
Yeah.
just
Nope.
decide, you can just run your analysis and go, it would fail, and write it off. You don't even have to like put it out as a flop and go, well, we're pretty sure that if we actually put it out, we would actually lose even more money than running the surveys.
Damage the brand's value. Like that is their big argument there. It would damage the brand's value, so we shouldn't put it out.
Yeah. I hate it.
Like
I hate it.
they'll
There's an
pre-screen
entire
it.
Batwoman movie that may or may not be good, and we will never know.
Oh, it was gonna be garbage. It was gonna be dog shit based on everything I've heard about it, from who they picked to do it to the plot they were using, was utter
But
dog
it's
shit.
done. Like,
But
that's
it's
just
done,
it.
yes.
I want the option
They-
to just look for myself at this point. Like,
They pre-screened it to a small test audience, and the test audience hated it.
yeah, I know the test audience didn't like it.
And like,
Gray.
this is a test audience of people
Yes.
that would normally just eat that slop up. So yeah, it's bad.
Okay,
what if?
test audiences are also responsible for dark, gritty sci-fi movies having happy endings.
Yes.
My point being that I don't give a shit what the test audience thinks in any capacity.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
Ever.
agree.
Okay. So, Greg, this is completely irrelevant to you guys. You guys get a fucking snapshot of how we work on Undying Scarab sometimes. Oh, where Greg
Yeah.
sends me pictures and I go, wait a second, hold up. Great idea.
Yes.
The best idea.
This is why I keep this account.
True, fair.
Hmm.
So, what if, because we've already established that these trees basically have a shield where her billowy death shit can't fucking progress
Until she herself gets to it.
until we destroy the tree. Yep. What if they are all on the stairs? They see the billowy death cloud. Billowy death cloud.
Billowy death.
I'm not drunk entirely yet.
How? Okay.
So the cloud approaches, hits the arcane wall, and you can fucking put in some purple prosy shit about like arcane sparks or some shit as the death tries to eat at it or whatever, right? And this is what the trolls are seeing. And then the army marches through the barrier with Taylor either at the head or, the army marches through, separate, Taylor walks through in a very, cool fashion. They have the whole surrender now moment. And then she starts ripping the arcane magic from the tree next to her to channel the spell as well. And as the tree collapses, the moon expands, and the death cloud rushes forward with the troops rushing forward as well.
So, the first thing is we have noted and that we have much bigger distances than what is in the game, obviously.
Oh yeah, sure. That's why I'm saying we can put the tree next to her instead of next to the stairs.
Yes. So I've already written up to the third tree getting eaten.
Oh, okay.
And it was basically just this is where the stairs are in relation to it, so it's relatively close.
Right.
So
Okay.
Noman essentially is right after this.
Yeah.
And then immediately after is the trolls. There's barely any downtime. Aim for that.
Makes sense. All right. Continue on, Gray.
Yes.
Anyway.
Eventually.
So, eventually we will get there, yes. Sorry to sound like a nerd, but how does Anakin deflect Mass Effect rounds? Wouldn't the round turn into molten metal and still hit Anakin? No, you fucking
Mass Effect
dipshit.
rounds are the size of sand.
I would say a lightsaber's this is actually one of the few times a lightsaber would be ideal against a solid round, because these solid rounds, as you just pointed out, are the size of a grain of sand. Just get the lightsaber in there. Hell, the lightsaber. I mean, because I believe they're just
okay, so he does bring up a good point.
Right?
Okay, so he did specify deflect the round. And he says, wouldn't the round turn into molten metal and still hit Anakin, or evaporate considering it's only the grain of a sand?
Oh.
Okay, so what's going on apparently
Deflect,
is he's
not
deflecting them like a blaster bolt. Which, okay, to be fair, technically speaking, the lightsaber shouldn't be able to deflect blaster bolts either, because blaster bolts are actually superheated packets of plasma held together by a magnetic field.
Magnetic field, which is what it's bouncing off of between the magnetic field holding the plasma blade.
Yes,
and the lightsaber
but the
together.
lightsaber wouldn't bounce it. It would destabilize the magnetic field and it would burst.
Well, they fucking bounce it, so I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, they use the force to bounce it, probably.
You'd be causing a tiny explosion.
Yeah, I know, Phoenix. So we posted that a little bit earlier.
All right, so they're the guns from Mass Effect are rail guns, basically, right?
Yes.
They're Mass Effect rail guns.
Effectively.
All right. So doesn't the grain of sand have a Mass Effect field around it when it is being
Yes.
fired. Like as it in flight, not
Yes.
not
No,
just in the barrel.
no.
No.
It is made weightless and then accelerated to an nth of the speed of light and leaves the barrel. As
But it
far
does
as I
not
know,
have-
they do not have tiny Mass Effect generators in there because that would make
no,
each
not,
bullet ungodly expensive.
not a generator. No,
No,
I'm
no,
just
he's not saying.
saying
He's saying field.
No,
Like,
but
it may carry part of
there
the field
wouldn't
with
be
it.
a way for it.
Like
no,
alright,
Atin is
you know how
right.
you
No, in Mass Effect, the Mass Effect field isn't a magnetic field sort of thing. It's like an aura.
okay, so it wouldn't magnetize it
Yeah, no.
effectively.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, all right, moving at that speed, could it
I would say-
generate its own magnetic field?
No. Not enough
Theoretically.
mass.
In fact, to the contrary, we know that's not because the warp ammo effect. Not that you know this sign, but the warp ammo effect that certain, for want of a better
yep.
term, psychers can produce is in lore the thing that is allowing them. Right, they're generating a Mass Effect field around their bullets.
Yep, that's true. Yep.
Or they are, for want of a better term, enchanting their bullets with weird magic goop.
Yes.
Space magic. Gotcha.
Yeah, no, that is true. That is true. So yeah, that's fair. So yeah, no, it would probably just evaporate. Also, while I get that Anakin doesn't want armor, I feel like he should have at least a kinetic barrier. He doesn't have a kinetic barrier?
Why the
not?
hell would...
No,
What
think about
is
it.
this
It's a light piece of equipment you could carry.
What is
Put all
this
your stuff in
stupidity
it.
about Anakin not wearing armor? Anakin explicitly wore armor in the Clone Wars because not wearing armor would
Yeah.
be stupid.
Well, generally when Anakin's shown, he's shown wearing robes, not armor. The robes
Yeah.
are
Not in the
armored and
Clone
there's
Wars.
armor under them.
No, in the Clone
the-
Wars,
No.
In the Clone Wars, he had armor.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
So
Most
Just
every
like-
Jedi had.
the sane Jedi wore armor. The ones without armor were either arrogant as shit,
Or
too
really
arrogant for good, or actually like Mace Windu. I'm pretty sure didn't wear armor because
No,
He did not.
good
No,
enough
he
to
didn't.
back it up. Yeah.
Well,
no, the times when he went into... He didn't wear it regularly, but if he knew for a distinct fact he was heading into combat, he did put some on.
Oh,
I'm
well,
pretty
okay.
sure he wore it in the Tarkovsky animation.
I don't remember that one.
I don't remember that at all.
him having it on there.
Hang on.
Like I know Obi-Wan did. Anakin
Yeah.
definitely did.
Great chapter.
Obi-Wan did.
I'm really I really like
had-
how Jane Shepard is concerned about Anakin's safety. Oh, and Anakin's really showing off. I bet he's gonna try and show off for everyone. The Force can rival biotics. Anakin versus Asari Commandos. Not even fucking
no.
Okay.
Not even
slightly.
close. I'm sorry, that Asari gets put down.
I think this would be a really great matchup. Five coughing babies versus nuclear bomb.
Serious question. Is this an Anakin who's had his body completely restored?
Yes.
Yeah,
it-
we can only assume so.
Oh,
Because
he's
if this
only.
is Anakin fully organic,
Mm-hmm.
y'all
Organican,
just
might even say.
y'all just unleashed the strongest Force user in the known Star Wars history. Like it's
Yep.
explicitly stated several times, and has been backed up in the EU several times by several authors. If Anakin didn't have the robo limbs, he would be the strongest Force user to date and going forward. Because he's just built different.
Even
His
with the
son-
robo limbs,
His son, who is the most powerful, is a
Oh yeah, that's right. He did have
distant
gauntlets. That's
second.
fair.
His
That's
son,
the only thing he had.
who is
You know why he wore
considered the
those
strongest Force
gauntlets?
user, is a
For
distant
throwing
second.
fists.
Also, now I know why I thought Windu wore armor, because he's got a weird design on his robe that looks like it's gonna
That's
sound dumb.
fair. That's fair.
It
No,
looks
no,
like
I see what you're
armor.
talking about. Yeah.
No, it looks like it could be like carapace armor under that robe.
Well, I would say specifically if you look at the Tarkovsky animation, like it looks like he's got at least some kind of chest protection and
Yeah, that
pauldron.
does look like armor.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, and that's
Like,
fair.
even the thumbnail.
We could nail that down to the Tarkovsky art style for this
Mhm.
specific show.
Yeah.
I fucking love this goddamn giant thumper. It just
Oh, the
What
thumper's so stupid. The thumper
what
is
is
so
its
stupid.
job? It thumps. What does it thump? Whatever's unlucky enough to be under it.
The-
it's
the-
just
the
like, what's
CIS
the
was like-
weapon? It thumps.
The
so
CIS was
fucking
like, "Hey,
dumb.
yo, make me an earthquake generator." What? What? Make
Also,
me
I love how
an
Mace
earthquake
Windu's just like
generator.
running through all these droids and they're just standing there.
Yeah,
Mhm.
because
Speed all of it.
that's them trying to be like, he too fast, they no target.
Yeah.
High speed.
I also appreciate Mace Windu is basically a monk. I mean, yes, I
Yes.
get Jedi are monks, but I mean, he's going around and punching them with the Force.
Yeah, Shatterpoint,
Yep.
baby.
That's not even Shatterpoint. That's just telekinesis.
No,
No,
it
that's
is.
literally Shatterpoint.
It's quite specifically Shatterpoint. He is the Force is showing him this is where the thing is weak, and then you just poke it, and you put a teeny weeny amount of force into it, and
Eh,
pop goes the fucking weasel.
It's not just that, because it's also specifically, it's not like anyone can do it, even though they couldn't see Shatterpoints. It's specifically one of those like lines of death sort of things, where because he can see the line, he's able to cut the line, and because he's able to cut the line, the thing occurs. So like a
Yeah.
normal person, even with the most accurate accuracy ever, being told by actually, if Mace told them, maybe it would work still because he's telling them. But again, it's one of those things that like a normal person 100 times out of 100 will never hit a shatter point on a target because they literally can't see them and can't interact with them.
Yeah.
Honestly, that was something that always disappointed me about the Legacy of the Force books. Was we suddenly get a cutaway to Jaina training the Shatterpoint, and then I don't remember it ever being brought up again because it doesn't get used past that point.
It's too
No.
strong.
Like, oh look, she figured out how to do it, and she was able to shatter this steel plate with the butt of her lightsaber. It's like, oh cool, I can't wait for that to come up in the final fight between brother and sister. And then it never
Nope.
comes up
I
because they
can't
don't.
wait for her to shatter her brother's jaw like it's glass.
I mean, actually, it's funny because this is actually a thing in Ranma where they literally had a whole moment where in Ranma Breaking Point was introduced. It was a crazy, ridiculous thing. And then everyone was like, wait, why is Breaking Point not working anymore on stuff? And it's like, well, it technically does work on a lot of stuff, like, you know, this cement wall and that, boulder over there. But, like, a lot of these higher tier powered objects and higher tier powered martial artists, they don't have breaking points. So it's like, oh. Okay. No, it just straight up, just like, once you hit a certain tier of martial artist in the Ranma world, Breaking Point doesn't work against you.
You don't have openings, or your spirit is too strong, or
That's not a bad way to neuter that.
yeah.
Because what it is, Breaking Point is special in the same way that Shatterpoint is, in that with Breaking Point, you basically intrinsically train into your body where to hit an object that causes it to shatter in one touch by injecting your ki into that point. But obviously, a bunch of higher tier martial artists have their own ki unlocked, so you can't inject ki into them anymore as easily. And, higher tier artifacts as well are the same way, in that they have their own energy to them, so you can't inject into them, which means you can't break them as easily, which means you basically have to be stronger than the person at that point to use Breaking Point on them, which kind of defeats the purpose of having Breaking Point, because if you're already stronger than them, then you don't need to use Breaking Point on them.
There's an
Using breaking
entire
point on
culture in Ranma where you don't use breaking point on people weaker than you because it's a sign of utmost disrespect.
Mm-hmm.
Also, LeMay says Star Wars is Western Wuxia. Totally, and we
Oh,
need
yes.
more of it. I'm sorry. I totally love the idea of religious monks who, through their religion and rigorous adherence to a set of principles, are capable of attuning themselves to the flow of life, and therefore, yeah, they can just do that.
Yeah,
You
we
can
need
fly? No,
we
jump
need
cut.
more of the old Star Wars, but that's not going to happen.
Nope.
Nope.
Yeah.
Well, no, hang on. They got rid of Kathleen Kennedy, didn't they?
No.
Sort of.
No, they did.
No,
Like,
Kathleen
no,
Kennedy is
no,
taking
they-
a step
they-
back.
They didn't get rid of her. She is not retiring until she finds a suitable replacement. And even then, she's just going to step back and still consult.
Yes, that
They're
is
not getting
exactly
rid
what
of
I
her.
just.
Same
Yes,
shit.
that's literally what I just said, Max.
Yeah, well, she's not taking a step back yet. That was the
Well,
problem.
yeah,
She's going to
that's what I'm
stay at the
saying.
helm
She's not retiring.
until
She's
there's a
taking a
replacement.
step back. But yes,
That woman has done so much damage to Star
there's
Wars.
so much
Mhm.
damage.
Her and who's the guy in charge? I forget his name. The guy who approved her and hired her.
I have no idea.
Bob Iger.
Yeah, Bob
There
Iger.
we
Yeah.
I think.
But no, it's really sad. But I mean, honestly, it's why everyone went fucking nuts over the knight that was introduced in the Elder Scrolls Online newest expansion, where it's the knight fighting the three main characters from Elder Scrolls Online.
First time I saw that scene, legitimately, I
yes.
thought the knight was the main character. I thought he was
So
the
did
hero.
I.
Yeah.
It's like, wait,
No,
why is the-
he's
why is
actually
good guy
the
losing?
strongest villain ever.
I'm sitting there, wait, why is the good guy losing? What the fuck is this?
You know, he's actually the strongest villain ever, and I think that's great.
Mm-hmm.
Human, male, fighter. Let's fucking go.
Someday, love will find you.
Human fighter, done with
I-
your shit.
It's great because on first viewing it, it's like, oh, this is the hero. But when you get the context, you're like, wait, hang on a second. So they made a villain that's actually a problem? Oh, thank God. I can get behind this idea.
And even when he got defeated, all he did was walk off and say, "Don't worry, I have more time. I'll be back."
Mwah.
Yeah, well,
Like-
even when they beat him here, we still get a final stinger scene of his hand twitching, and it's like, oh damn, no, this dude actually is built different. Oh God.
It
Yeah.
makes it even better if you know Elder Scrolls lore because he is a Breton.
Yeah, well, and the next time you see him, is in some sort of council chamber, and he's just sitting at the head seat after having killed said council. It's
Yeah.
like, oh,
Oh.
But yeah, to
I guess y'all
people
didn't
who
beat him
don't
enough.
know Elder Scrolls lore, Bretons are the only species in Elder Scrolls that can say magic isn't real, idiot.
Yeah.
Ah.
while using magic to dispel magic.
Yes, while using magic.
Honestly,
Magic isn't real, nerd.
having gotten the context of that, it makes that one those like 4 frames, that gif right there, thank
Yeah.
you, Aura, in which the elf is like, I'm gonna magic him up, and he's like, nah, get that shit out of here.
Magic isn't real, nerd.
That entire trailer was so like the choreography was good.
I mean, it's the animation on this is actually insane because if you pay attention to the last seconds, you actually see her eyes minutely turn towards her hand being redirected and her face minusculely change.
her eyes widen like,
Oh,
wait a
shit.
second, wait, or
Oh,
like
no.
the fucking barbarian. He loses his sword at some point, has to fist fight the barbarian, then goes to deal with the thief, and the barbarian grabs him by the shoulders like, hey, you dropped something. Stabs him with a sword. So he knocks the barbarian out. It's like, thanks, I was looking for that, and pulls it out of his fucking lung.
Yeah, dude,
Jesus,
Bretons
dude.
are just built different.
Built
This
different.
dude's built even more different.
Bretons are built different. I'm built even differenter.
I'm gonna be honest. I
Even
think once
different.
every 2 weeks, I just go find the level find you edits and just watch it like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
But like
Yeah.
the reason why everyone went fucking nuts over this guy is specifically because that is what we've been searching for so long in this modern day and age. A character that's just like, nope, I'm just gonna fist fight you in the face, eat shit, I'm gonna get stabbed, fuck you.
Yes.
Well, because he is the protagonist that we've always wanted. Here's the thing. Even though they have completely different personalities, it's the same kind of joy we get from watching Dante kick ass. Dante
Yes.
gets kicked back into a giant stone sword. Oh, that was unpleasant.
That
Anyway,
sucks.
now I'm going to throw the
Yeah.
sword at you.
Yeah.
Honestly, the Breton actually makes it even funnier because that trailer encompasses what late game Dragonborn should be doing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like if you don't have the game set to easy or normal, that's what the game should feel like as a mid to late game Dragonborn who's spec'd into melee with some magic on the side.
It's so good.
The ESO community doesn't deserve this villain.
It's
They
so
don't.
sad that ESO was so bad.
Yeah,
Man,
we
I remember
tried.
getting into the beta. I was so excited to get into that beta, and it was so disappointing.
Yeah.
And like, well, it wasn't.
I think my observation held up, which is they didn't make an Elder Scrolls that was multiplayer, and they didn't make an MMO that was set in Elder Scrolls. They tried to do a mix of both, and it ended.
Yeah, like Max and I remember were playing it together over VC, and like, it was okay. Like, it was fun, but it wasn't fun. It was all right,
The
but it
only
wasn't
fun
good.
we the only fun we had was by sitting in voice chat together. And I
Yeah.
tried. Me and my friend Salt Mines did go at it for a month or two.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, like I was like, okay, me and this other person will be the guild blacksmiths, and we split the trees for like this person will do the armor, this person will do the weapons, and all that stuff. And then we found the Akaviri set. I'm like, oh shit, we need to work to get that.
Yeah.
But they locked the Akaviri set behind PvP, and not just behind PvP, behind 3 to 6 months total of grinding the
Yep.
PvP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
For
it
a
was,
set that it wasn't a stat set either. It was purely cosmetic.
and not only that, it's like you had to level up thieving and a whole bunch of other skills by doing it, and it's like, okay, so what do I do? And it's like all you do is you run around town and you find the thief spots, and you just sat there and camped them, and you got a whole bunch of trash equipment, and then you like, if you were also leveling smithing at the time, you would like
You tear
steal
it
an
apart.
entire armories of equipment, and then you would
Oh, yeah.
smelt it all down into 3 iron bars, and then
Oh, yeah.
you would
You knew who was at the smithy to grind their smithing because they were crouching in the corner waiting for inventory to be popped.
Yeah.
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 And it's
I was
it's
one of
like
those
if
people.
that's how you're supposed to level it, what's the fucking point?
Why would I not just go play Skyrim or Oblivion or Morrowind then if I'm
Right?
Yeah.
Like
still
like
playing
that's
that?
that's why World of Warcraft made it so to level smithing you have to go get ore. How do you get ore? You level mining or you buy it. It's like, okay, makes sense. And in this game, yeah, technically you could go mine ore, but it was like 300, 500% more efficient to sit in the same spot for 8 hours a day for an entire week, stealing the same 5 swords over and over again as they respawned, and then
Yep.
scrapping those swords down into iron to remake into an iron sword that you can then sell. And it's just
Yep.
like, it was so mind-numbingly boring.
Just a complete and utter waste of your time. I don't
Also,
wanna be
very
here.
un-MMO. Like, if you wanted to make it so like, oh, you could smelt down the equipment you get from the dungeons, and so that way you have to play with people to get equipment to smelt down, that would be something. That would actually be a little bit interesting. That
Yeah.
would make me play the MMO. But no, it's just they everything you have to pay money to get into the Thieves Guild. It's like,
What's especially
Excuse you?
funny to me is they
oh yeah,
tried
you can
to
only
go to a
complete
middle.
quests one at a time. That too.
Yeah, that too. They
What?
tried to make a middle ground, and that
Yeah.
middle ground was awful.
Yeah. Like it wasn't even like there is middle grounds that could have been nice, but how they went about implementing it, where there was no factions except the factions you make, and it's like, okay, so what can we do with these factions we make? Nothing.
They're free
Okay.
companies from Final Fantasy, whatever.
Yeah, and then they were finally like, oh, we're adding a PvP mode where the factions can fight for territory spots on the PvP map. It's like, oh, what do these territory spots do? Nothing.
Nothing.
Okay. Great. And then they finally added stuff. And then you could only do the stuff if you won those territory spots. But actually, those territory spots didn't just give you generic quests that could be completed at any other territory spot. No, each territory spot generated quests that were specific to that territory spot sometimes, and some of those territory spots had key grinding locations where only those specific territory spots spawned those specific quests for that specific grind.
Oh,
Yeah.
so they
That's
went to war
fun.
over those spots.
Yes.
That's what Perfect World did. Yep.
Also, they relentlessly sold everything. Oh my god, for real money. There was so much real money transaction going on. It was ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
Both legal and illegal real money transaction going on. It was ridiculous. Wasn't there also like some sort of stamina system, Max?
In
You know-
ESO?
Yeah, like there was some sort of
There
energy
was a
system that you had to wait to refill to do stuff.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was for though.
I
I just remember when we discovered it, all three of us had a similar reaction of what the fuck is this?
Yeah, because it was basically the same sort of energy system from Eastern MMOs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And it's just like,
it was a
what?
thing of like, this doesn't make sense to be here because at the time ESO was still a paid subscription.
Yeah.
It's like if I'm paying you money, you don't get to tell me how much my time I'm wasting.
Yeah, you don't get to tell me I'm only allowed to play X hours per day.
If I ask you how long I've been playing, you get to tell me that number. You don't get to tell me what I'm limited to.
Yeah.
Wait, it limited it?
Yes.
Yeah, there was a thing
Yeah.
that limited a certain aspect of the game, and
You
I-
you
I
had to
only
like
do so much
Was it
per
the
day.
crafting stuff?
yes, it was
No,
crafting.
Oh, that was to keep you from
Oh,
Yeah,
God,
yeah. Because you needed
yeah.
energy to break stuff down, and you needed energy to make stuff, and I was like, nah, fuck this and fuck you. I will go play 14 because while 14 might have more of a grind,
Oh,
I can just grind
God.
that.
I just read what Albor said about the quest instance. I forgot
Yep,
about that.
I remember that
too.
as well. Yeah, I said that earlier. Yeah, you could only like
Yeah,
only one of
I'm-
us could get credit at a time.
I'm-
It was
I'm
insane.
sorry. I was rewatching Someday Love Will Find You. Night
That's fair.
Edition. I watched it twice just to be safe. But God,
But yeah, like that's
that
what the
launch
Western
was
media is missing these
so-
days.
that launch was so messy.
It was so bad. And what's funny is when they made Fallout 76, they stayed much closer to the actual Fallout gameplay, which was a massive detriment to the game.
Yeah, 76 was garbage.
I will be right back. Hold on.
Oh well, now we have to vamp, boys.
You know what? I'll take a moment to lampoon Fallout 70 shit.
Yeah.
First of all,
Uh-oh.
I remember when I got it. There were a couple games back when I worked at ye old video store, and yes, I worked at a video store.
Who didn't?
And it was not in like 2000. No, this was in like
Was that like 2014 or
2018,
oh.
2017.
Man, I
Well,
keep forgetting you haven't been working where you have for all that long.
Yeah, no, I've only been where I was for I've only been there for like 5
Yeah,
years.
this must have been
man.
somebody
Oh,
somewhere.
and you know what should be like a red flag that you should let future employees know about, by the way, if you're on your way out the door of a company? When you've been working somewhere less than 4 years, and on your way out, an owner says, "Man, you've been here for quite some time." It's like, "Wait a
Yeah,
second.
yeah.
It's been less than 4 ye what? What do you
Pardon me?
mean
Oh, you
sometime?"
didn't even hit the 5-year mark. Oh, oh,
Oh, no, no,
okay,
no, no.
And
He's
sometime.
referencing my current job. I've been there almost 5 years. The video store I did 2 years, I want to say.
yeah.
And then I
No,
found a real job and told them to go fuck themselves.
I'm
Yeah,
referencing my previous employment where the one of the owners did in fact say, "You've been here for some time," and I just realized, wait, 3.5 years is not some time. 3.5 years is a short time. What the fuck do you mean I've been here for so
their
how
turnover
bad
rate was
how
high.
high was the turnover rate at this company I had legitimately enjoyed working at?
I
Which,
don't think you want to know.
well, no, part of it is that like a lot of people did use that company as a stepping stone between jobs. Like,
Ah,
we had one guy that was there for 6 months, and he was there for 6 months because he'd applied for a position at a nuclear power plant at the same time, and they had to finish running a bunch of background and security checks, but they're like, "No, you got the job as long as you pass all of our checks," which he did. So he left after those 6 months were done.
that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, who's going to turn down a plant at a job at a nuclear plant?
Yeah,
Especially
Buku
because
money,
that's what he went to school for.
right?
Like, bro's one of those people that absolutely had his student loans paid off within the first year and a half of leaving.
yeah.
Damn. Oh, he's making the big money. Gotcha.
Well, not even that, man. I'm pretty sure the position that was I'd heard thrown around, I don't even know what it was, but it's like, no, this is one of those positions that starts at 60K a year, and that's on the really low end for that position.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
anyway, so I'd been uh I'd been at that job for a bit. Um my manager, who I liked, had gone to a different place, a different store within that same company. We got a different manager. He was also pretty chill. But so I'd been there the second longest of any of the employees. There was a fairly nice older gentleman who I genuinely think he was just looking for a job where he could interact with people. And this was a pretty slow one. So, good fit.
I mean, that's fair.
And
Like, I worked
He's
with a
old and
military.
lonely.
I worked with a military vet who did GameStop because it was something to do and he enjoyed. This was when it was still fun to work at GameStop mostly, even with corporate stupid decisions they constantly made, because the employees knew what was going on and could talk shop with the customers.
yeah.
I'm so glad I never worked at
Um,
GameStop.
but anyway, so,
I mean, if you got a good crew, it's great. If you got a bad manager, it kind of sucks.
but yeah. So that particular thing, that job was a thing. But anyway, I distinctly remember that uh Assassin's Creed Odyssey came out, and normally we weren't allowed to take new games out with like the employee discount until it had been, I don't remember. I think it was like
I'm going to assume it was the same
3
as
weeks.
GameStop. Oh, y'all had to wait 3 weeks? Damn, we only had to wait like 3 days.
Yeah,
Damn.
yeah. Management was not the cleverest. They were like,
Yeah.
"Oh, surely someone will come in the first 3 weeks, and then you can take it out on the employee discount."
No, see, it was
Um,
3 days at
No.
GameStop because people had 2 days to pick up their pre-orders, and we gave them it was an extra 24 hours just to be safe. Because honestly, most of your launch day sales back then did happen in the first 3 to 5 days.
Yeah, that sounds right.
So
Yeah.
Because everybody wants it on release or as close as they can get it.
Well,
yeah,
that's because back
fucking.
then release day wasn't quite the tainted.
Oh God,
It
yeah.
was starting, but it
Yeah.
wasn't tainted yet.
Yeah, I
So
was saying it
like
wasn't
Yes.
quite the poison
COD,
chalice.
sports games, like those big game release days, yeah, we'd be lucky to have stock by the end of day 2 sometimes.
Yeah, but anyway, so right, that game, Assassin's Creed Odyssey, nobody touched it, and I was kind of curious about it, so I took it home, came to the conclusion, all right, RPG, absolutely not what I want from Assassin's Creed, so whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But I also remember Fallout 76 came up and around, and everybody was, I see all this hype for it online. Day one goes
Can I
by,
make a
nobody's
small
touched it.
interjection about
Yeah, go.
Odyssey?
Oh my
Sorry about that.
What's
Can I
your
make a small?
interjection?
Yeah, go.
Odyssey had some really beautiful, really cool, really well done
Oh, yeah,
lore
totally.
stuff,
Sure.
but the flip side of it is that they also included enough things that were significantly contrary to what we do know about the setting, that the people who would have given them the most kudos turned around and bit their head off too. One side quest I
True.
remember ends with your male protagonist continuing the bloodline of a specific Spartan family.
Yep.
But here's the thing is, the way it's depicted is like, oh, everyone knows you're doing this, and everyone knows this is happening, and da 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 da. And the thing is adultery, if I remember correctly, is punished by stoning to death publicly in ancient Sparta. And so they just sort
Pretty
of
sure they killed the
depicted it.
woman too.
Yeah, no, both of them were
Wait,
stoned to death.
were they nobles?
You are.
Yeah.
It does.
I know for sure you are. I'm pretty sure the Spartan family was as well.
Okay,
you're
then yeah, different
you're
set of rules for nobles.
you're a runaway, as far as I remember, in terms of nobility.
Well, the thing is they also depict like Athenian women is not quite free love, but there's a specific Athenian woman,
yeah.
and I wish I could remember her name. She was a very famous prostitute, and the thing is, the only reason she was able to act the way she did and do what she did in real life was because she was like ungodly wealthy. We are talking like the equivalent of a multi-millionaire, if not billionaire prostitute.
Yeah, because didn't she like gain a lot of her wealth from like the men she serviced dying and then willing some of their stuff to her?
Yeah, and she, if I
I think
remember
so.
correctly, actually bought the city of Athens warships at one point. That's
Yeah.
how rich she was.
Well, I mean, if you get her buying you warships, you are not going to tell her not to do business.
I mean, pretty much. She knew which side of her bread was getting buttered. To
Yes.
use a metaphor 4 ways there, but I'm
Well,
I mean,
sure. Yeah.
right,
we
on
can
the flip
say
side,
that. Yeah.
if you've got someone who can buy you warships, you're gonna let them do whatever they want.
Well, see,
Whatever
here's the
keeps
other
buying
thing is
warships.
the Greek admiral, who at the time had been exiled from the city, who we do know had an interest in men, is depicted as a sort of campy, soft, Western modern day sort.
Yeah.
When in reality, the dude violently acquainted himself with a defeated enemy's backside in front of both assembled armies
Yeah.
to prove a point.
Ah, one of those.
He was not. He's more of a don't drop the soap in front of him sort of guy,
I
less
was
of
about to
a
say,
Yeah.
thrill in camp sort of guy.
Yeah.
he'd
And
fit in prison really well.
yeah, so and part of it is that was a thing that was done back then. Sometimes there was a Roman general that much later on did something very similar to a German warlord. but these were not. They depict the Athenians as very modern in certain ways when it comes to certain politics, and so it was very jarring, and it was very in your face because the game is very horny, and it's a little.
Yeah, it was.
It was.
Well, the
It
main
was horny
issue
as a
with
modern
Odyssey
way.
wasn't even all of the jank, modern jank they shoved into it. The issue with
Mhm.
Odyssey was that despite its really great sights and interesting places to traverse and people to kill and things to fight, it got very boring very quickly because they made a formula and then they copied and pasted 80 more hours of it on. And it just
Sounds
got
about
to a
right.
point
I can
where
see that.
I stopped playing because I was just like, why is this fun? Like, it was fun 20 hours ago. Why am I still doing it?
Yeah.
So sorry about that, Atin. Thank you for letting me sort of take
Anyway,
things
yeah,
over there for a minute.
76. Yep.
And the problem with 76 was it was too much like Fallout.
Yep.
While they had to make obvious sacrifices to make an MMO work, like no NPCs and
Well, they could have done
vendors and
NPCs. The problem, so the real reason why 76 was the way it was is because unlike ESO, which did not use the creation engine,
yeah, I know they used the
Fallout
creation
76
engine
did. And
oh, boy.
Fallout and the creation engine, to those who are not aware how the creation engine works, the creation engine works by loading what is called cells. And they have mostly gotten rid of this idea of cells in most open world games at this point. Instead, they, to anyone that's played, well, a lot of open world games, that circle around your character of stuff loading in,
Yep.
that's the cell replacement. That you are the cell. The you moving around is what's moving around, what's loading in. But Creation Engine operates on the idea of cell loading, which means whenever you enter a cell, it loads everything in the cell at the same time. Which is why when you move too fast in later on games in Skyrim, Fallout 4, Starfield, you see the issues. You see shit starts to get really laggy and janky, and you start moving backwards, and things don't load right. Creatures are upside down or dead.
In a single player game.
Yeah, in a single player game. And that's because the cell loads everything at once whenever you enter a cell. And if you move through the cell too quickly, the game isn't ready to load the next cell. And
also, why things like castles or instances as their own cells.
yeah, that's why whenever you enter that's why each city was its own cell, and that's why you could never affect anything.
Well,
Assassin's Creed Mafia would have been great.
Change that.
Yeah.
Assassin's Creed Mafia would have been hilariously great.
1940s
United States. Yeah.
Yeah, Prohibition era, booze running.
Just
yeah.
after the war, they're still recovering.
It would have been so good, but so the reason why we're never going to get a modern Assassin's Creed is because the people making the game hate guns. This is not like a conjecture thing. They actually said this in a review that not in a review, in a interview. They actually said this, that the reason why we're never going to get a modern Assassin's Creed is because they hate guns and they'll never put modern guns into their game.
Yeah, except they're also the same people who made The Division and
No, they're not.
Watch Dogs.
No, they're not.
Oh, that's not.
Same company, different teams.
I thought all three of those were Ubisoft Montreal.
They are
So what I'm
different
hearing
teams.
is we should use
Different teams.
different teams.
Yeah.
Okay.
Completely different teams.
It's why despite the engine changes, you have radically different game design between The Division and the later iterations of Assassin's Creed. because they're all using the same engine. So you got the health bars, you got the mantling, you have the interactables. So that's all engine based. But the Division has a very different approach towards the game mechanics than Assassin's Creed Valhalla does, for example. Like the gunfighting is way, way, way fucking tighter in Division than the bow fighting. Using a bow is ass in the Assassin's Creed games, which
Oh,
it
it's so
shouldn't
bad.
be. It shouldn't be,
No,
but
it
it
absolutely
is.
should not be.
Yeah, you would think with bows being slower to fire and the arrows being slower, you could, spend more time to make the aiming system better.
Nope.
But no, fuck that. God forbid we have hitboxes that aren't the size of a fucking boulder.
Impossible challenge.
Yeah, apparently.
Fuck you. The hitboxes will be like Dark Souls.
So
You
very
get touched
precise.
once, you get knocked. No, Dark Souls 2 hitboxes.
Oh, fair.
Then you should
Ugh.
say Dark Souls 2.
Why? I mean,
Yeah, you
Dark
should
Souls 2
specify.
hitboxes were still absurdly good, though.
Counterpoint Punisher.
Yeah.
Hitboxes
not-
were fine.
What?
He had that one stab move that would hit you when you were behind him.
Yeah, he did.
That got patched.
I
Like,
don't remember that at all.
Okay, well then I will just amend
Day
my
one.
statement with day 1 Dark Souls 2 hitboxes.
But anyway,
I still don't
enough
remember
about
that,
Noses
'cause I remember
schizophrenia.
motherfucking
Let's
day
move
one,
on to
okay.
real schizophrenia. But yeah, the Fallout 76 gunplay was dog shit because the creation engine is not set up for guns. It just isn't set up for guns.
well, it's not just that it's not set up for guns. It sure as hell isn't set up for netcode either.
Oh yeah, no, it absolutely isn't. And then on top of all of that, you have cell-based loading with players. And that's why the servers were crashing early on so much, and why they didn't let you host your own server, because unless you had Gigafuck Rig 9000, you weren't going to be able to host your own game off of your own system. Because
Yeah.
basically their solution to having players running around was to have all of the cells preloaded on the server.
Yep.
And that crashed everything constantly because the game is not set up to work like that. And it's crazy how they fucked up all of that so hard. The engine is so old. It's so fucking archaic, and no one knows how to use it.
Many such cases.
Like, Fallout 3 creation engine. Yeah, I will absolutely ram this. There was a section in Fallout 3 where you are on a train. Trains don't exist in the creation engine. Vehicles
Oh, yes, this.
don't exist in the creation engine. In Fallout 3, to make the train work, they gave a hat that was a train model to an NPC and then had the NPC walk really slowly off screen.
How the fuck
And
does
that's
that Cars
how-
mod work?
Because the
Or-
people who mod the game are better at the engine than the fucking developers.
Yeah,
I thought you were going
no,
to say they were
they-
more off
they
this
made it-
than the developers, which would also
Getting
No.
into the train made your character model really, really teeny weeny tiny. Okay?
Yeah.
No, I understand this part.
And
No, the
then-
train was normal sized.
Oh no, I thought they shrunk it because you had to wear it as a hat. Like they had to equip it as a hat.
No, they equipped it to a random NPC, not you.
No, I know. I'm saying
was a
I
nor-
thought
it
they
was-
shrunk you because they equipped it to an NPC.
No,
and
it was
when
a
you
normal
load
sized
it
train.
in-
No, so what they did is they added hitboxing to the train. And then they put it... The problem wasn't the train. The problem was making the train move. Because the developers were dog shit and they didn't know how to do that.
Yeah.
And so their solution was to put it on an NPC which already had movement nav meshing in the game. And make the NPC walk around like a train underground.
I thought it was they made it run really, really fast to make you think that you were going quick.
Well, yes, but I mean, yes. I mean, it slowed down at 1.2. I just remember the slow part.
Yeah, listen, the whole it was
The whole thing was a fucking clusterfuck. But no,
unbelievably
point being is that in Fallout 4, actually, because of the insults hurled towards the creation engine, someone decided to go out and redeem the creation engine, and they remade the entirety of Fallout 4 in the creation engine. But, correctly. And it ran like 3 times better. And didn't crash ever.
Of course.
It's just
Because
Bethesda
the
is
devs are-
using really archaic. So, like, they're bolting new shit onto the creation engine, and it works, but all of the old shit still also works, and the Bethesda devs, in their effort to be the laziest fuckers in existence, didn't
Mhm.
learn the new shit, so they just keep using the old shit that doesn't work.
Or that barely works. Or that works sometimes.
Well, I mean, it was like it's fucking like they're called dragon shouts even in Fallout 4. Like,
They
uh,
reuse some code.
yeah, they just wholesale reused code for a bunch of pieces, and it's like that's kind of fine, except for the part where it breaks stuff because you're using it in a way it wasn't meant to be used in.
yeah.
And because you didn't
I agree
understand
with
the
that.
code in the first place, now you don't know how to fix it, so your solution is even more jank. It's just a fucking mess. It's just a fucking mess. But we've deviated significantly. Let's get back to Star Wars, Mass Effect, and hot Anakin getting it on with Shepard
Femshep.
in FemShep, yeah. AC Mob, you're a soldier who just got back from World War II. I'm not reading that part. At the end of the war, you came across female assassin who worked for the side and hit it off. You sat out the rest of the war as you kept her from rejoining her side, and she did the same. I mean, you don't even have to do that. I mean, like the whole thing is the assassins are typically the good guys.
For
But
a
they're
nominal value of good.
well, the
Yeah,
assassins
let's say-
are no. So the assassins are the good guys in the story, but they're usually part of the bad guys faction.
Yeah.
And the Templars are usually the good guys in the faction-wise, but they are the bad guys in the story.
Yes.
That's typically how it's portrayed, because the Templars typically are the government, the big business hiring everyone, the entertainment business, the whatever the fuck they're on now as. Like they're always typically portrayed as the good guys. But they are the real bad guys. So I'm not even gonna get how you're gonna get that into World War II, but we're just gonna skip over that little part. And I'm like, you don't have to have them sit out of the war. I mean, you can just like it would be way cooler if you, as a war vet, came back, and the VA was dog shit to you or something, or you couldn't find good work, or you couldn't let go of the war or something, because that was something that happened to a lot of vets, is you couldn't let go of the war.
Yeah.
And you ended up falling in with the mob, and that's how you meet the assassins, because the mob are actually part of the assassins. And it's like, okay, and they're doing prohibition because freedom and stuff or whatever.
Yeah.
So that's how you meet the female lead, and you can even have her be a girl boss for the fuck of it, or she can be what the fuck are they called? What's the dame?
Dame.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, okay, so sect closed, whatever, find a bootlegging mob, Cuba. Yeah, I mean, you can. There's a whole bunch of things. There's a whole bunch of ways you can go with it, where you can have like, oh yeah, like as you know, Phoenix said, you could have this Templar be both the CIA and the SS, and actually it's an interfactional war, and that's what you find out in the end is that actually World War II was just a giant interfaction war, and then you have a sect of, and then if you want to be like, oh well, the assassins aren't any better. You can have a sect of assassins from like Cuba supporting communism because everybody gets free stuff everywhere. That's great. That's the
Yeah.
bestest. And then
They
you can have a
definitely
sect of
would.
assassins with the mob who are trying to protect capitalism because capitalism is the only way to free people, and so then they're fighting as well. Like there's so many cool and interesting plot paths you can take with the whole Assassins versus Templar Shadow War.
But Ubi
They
will
will
never
never
do it.
do any of them. They will
Yeah, none
they
of them.
they cannot even comprehend the idea of doing them because the people that make these properties now honestly they don't have the testosterone.
No.
They just don't.
Honestly, you could probably just take out all mentions of everything specific to Ubisoft and make your own universe. Assassins versus whatever group. Templars,
I mean,
obviously.
it's rough, right? So you have a recency bias with that sort of stuff. It's like the same sort of reason as to why I have to wait for Ruby to fully die off before I could ever even comprehend the idea of writing something similar to Ruby. Because
Yeah, fair.
and it's not just legally, because obviously legally if someone made a game similar to Command and Conquer, the series is basically dead right now. And if you made a game inspired by Command and Conquer,
But
you
legally
wouldn't get
speaking.
too much shit for it legally or otherwise, as long as you didn't be like, oh, Tiberium and as long as you didn't make direct name references to anything in Command and Conquer, you
Yeah.
pretty much could get away with
Legally
it, and
distinct.
people will be like, oh my god, it's just like Command and Conquer. That game was so good. I want to play that. And so you'll have positive association. But there is a period of time where like if you made a Command and Conquer game during the height of Command and Conquer fandom, which was obviously Red Alert 3, and you made a Command and Conquer similar game, you would just be called a Command and Conquer knockoff.
Yeah. That's like Soupcom getting called a, what was it, Total Annihilation knockoff for a while.
Yes. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah. And so it's one of those scenarios in where you have to wait for the public perception to kind of die down before you have a chance of entering the field with a
And for them to
similar
forget about it.
idea. Yeah. Like, and it doesn't even have to be completely dead. I mean, because obviously, Grim and Heartless are fairly similar. Grim and Hollows are pretty
Hollows.
similar. It's not like you have to wait for the series to be totally dead. But there does have to be some sort of distance. Like Ruby was a Western animation, and that put distance between it and Bleach and it and Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah.
Even though you can
I would
clearly
say
see the
less Kingdom
inspirations.
Hearts. Like Kingdom Hearts was still pretty popular here, but it
Well, no,
it
that's
still
what I'm
had
saying.
some distance.
But it's an Eastern property. It's not a
Yes.
Western game. Even though it's
Mhm.
using Western stuff in it, it's still a game made by Japan.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And so it's not it's if Japan goes and makes a Captain Japan movie,
Oh
um,
no. No, 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 no.
it's not going to go over great in America, but it would probably go over pretty great in Japan. Especially if they made it, directed obviously at Japanese audiences. And that's the sort of same thing with Ruby, in where Kingdom Hearts was never really popular in the US. It honestly wasn't. It wasn't. I never heard anyone talk about Kingdom Hearts. There was niche fan bases in the US, I'm not going to deny that. But proportionally speaking, Kingdom Hearts didn't have that much representation in the US gamer base.
Well, most people would rather say, "Yeah, bro, I'm playing Halo," and then they go home and they play Kingdom Hearts.
I knew
Yeah, I
people that
mean-
played Kingdom Hearts, but I was also in the weird nerd group, so
I was gonna say it was mostly just
Same.
limited to weird nerd groups.
I mean,
Okay.
even the
Also
weird
because it was a
nerd groups I was
combination-
in didn't play Kingdom Hearts.
Well, then I don't fucking know. Maybe it's
I'm not saying you're
That
wrong.
sounds like a you problem.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that the proportionality of representation of Kingdom Hearts in the gamer base
That's true.
is not what you think it is.
Well, it's either you have to be a Final Fantasy fan, you
Mhm.
also then have to like Disney, and then you
Mhm.
also then have to like third-person games with action
Mhm.
elements.
Yeah,
and then you
it's
also
a
have to
niche
deal
of
with
a
the
niche of
autism
a
that is
niche.
the. You also there's a lot of it.
And
Yeah.
you also had to own, what was it, Kingdom Hearts? That's
PS2.
the PS2.
PlayStation 2.
You could
You also
just
had to
own
own the
PS2 early on.
PlayStation. Yeah, so it's like there's a lot of factors into you being a Kingdom Hearts fan, and so it really cut down the amount of people that could be. Meanwhile, Ruby, all you need to do is own something that can play videos. And also
That's true.
you're a Western property. Also, they had already had a massive fan base because of Red vs. Blue, and so
Yeah.
because they
Also,
had all
the
of
weight
those,
of Montiel behind it
right?
helped a lot.
But I was talking more about the establishment of Ruby, not so much as the why people watched it, but more the reasons why people would go, oh, that's its own thing inspired by stuff instead of its blank knockoff. Because, I mean, Monty Ohm would actually be a subtraction on that because Monty Ohm was kind of famous for his knockoff stuff. So, yeah. Yeah, also Ruby kind of got infamous for its knockoff models early on as well. But because of all of the factors going into it, Rooster Teeth coming out with Ruby didn't meet the same rejection from the people who would watch it because it had distance between the East and West. It had distance in terms of a niche audience of Kingdom Hearts fans versus the wide audience of anyone who watches animation. The fact that all of the creatures it was inspired by in using were from Brothers Grimm stories, and it was referencing a bunch of characters from Brothers Grimm stories and various other Western books. In majority. Obviously, Mulan, not. But it was a Disney movie. So, kind of also Western story.
it was a distinctly Western. It was what the Western people thought of Mulan. Like, that's really the only way to put it, right? Some
Yes.
dude.
So, it had a lot going for it to create that distance, but we don't. I don't. Sign doesn't. None of us here do. If any of us came out with a story that was a world on the brink of apocalypse in which there is 4 to 10 cities or however many cities you want, but it's the apocalypse, so they're walled cities and they're fighting off this army of shadow creatures that is inspired by the Western mythological monsters. There's gonna be a portion of people that see your story and say you're just trying to knock off Ruby. Now, you can create distance through some other means of, say, writing it as a medieval fantasy instead of a sci-fi. You could write it not focusing on a team of 4 characters. You could write it with the idea of going America fuck yeah. You could write it as a space opera, or you could write it as an Epic of Gilgamesh kind of lesson, in where once you reach the end, you kind of have to reflect on everything you've done to get there to realize the true lesson of the story. But you have to do a lot of changes to make yourself distant enough to not be accused of being a knockoff, and even then you're still going to have, because Ruby had such a wide user base early on and the people left are basically distilled toxic.
Yeah.
So what you're
Unless
saying
your
is if we
story
did Ruby but just made it better, we would get yelled at.
Well, obviously, but even if you didn't even ever mention the existence of Ruby in anything you've ever said anywhere,
They would still go.
the toxic fan base would still attack you for it. And the problem is that unless you have a large enough fan base to counteract their toxicity, they will win. And they will get you taken down because again, they're toxic. So they're going to do shit like swat you. They're going to do shit like report your story to Amazon. They're going to do shit like report your Twitter account so it gets banned. And yes, you're going to be able to litigate against it slowly at the cost of a lot of money.
Yeah.
So it's a lose-lose situation. And your only real hope is to make a story distant enough from Ruby that whenever someone says, oh, they're just copying Ruby, it just sounds absurd.
Pretty much.
But, it's what it is. So anyway, Anakin.
Yeah.
Anakin. Awakening.
Oh, but yeah. Go ahead.
With his eyes closed, Anakin felt the Force, still not fucking capitalized. Dude, seriously?
He means F equals MA, man. Don't you know?
Felt the Force pulling him firmly yet gently towards the afterlife. He died with many regrets, but he could at least meet his son and be himself again, killing the last Sith and Fuffling.
Yeah, he
No,
certainly fuffled
no
about,
N.
didn't he?
Fuffling the prophecy. Luke was certainly bright light in middle of unending darkness in his life, and he was proud that he could call someone like him his son. The future was now in Luke's hands, and he had no doubt he was ready for it. Now Anakin was thinking about the Jedi he would have to face again, the ones he killed, the ones he tortured, Qui-Gon, Yoda, Windu, Obi-Wan. The pain was stinging, and the hate he felt at himself threatened to boil again, but then his son's face flashed in his mind, and he controlled his emotions. Now, I will say, I do love those Star Wars AI edits, where it has Anakin showing up at the burning of the pyre.
And it's just like,
where Yoda and Obi-Wan normally show up, and then they edited in the remaster, they edited Anakin in.
Yeah.
And then they do the AI edits where Anakin shows up, and they're like, yo, bro, buddy, really? Fuck you, get out of here.
Yeah.
Who do you think you are showing up? I think Robot Chicken did that first, honestly, actually.
I think
they
they did
did,
something
like-
along those lines of
well,
who
he
the
showed
fuck
up
do you
and then
think
he
you
got
are?
like, they were like, really, you showed up, and then he just turns younger, and he's just like, oh, come the fuck on. Why does he get it?
Anakin Padme, Ghost Anakin, maybe? That's right. That's right. Robot Chicken did Star Wars episodes, and then Family Guy, making fun of Robot Chicken doing Star Wars episodes, did their own Star Wars episodes.
Yeah, and they weren't good.
No.
of course
Listen, all the Robot Chicken ones were fantastic.
Look at me, I'm Seth MacFarlane. I'm gonna shit on this thing. I don't actually know how to shit on this thing.
But yeah, listen.
Oh, wait, is this it? No, that's just Obi-Wan singing about a certain point of view. No, I cannot find it. It might be in the best of videos that people are posting, but I mean, almost. I'm gonna be honest. A lot of the Robot Chicken skits for Star Wars were actually hilarious.
Yeah, the sauna one was really funny. Also, side note, I've just received news. The girl who hit the other girl in track with the baton has been charged with assault.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yep,
great.
saw that. Yep.
Good.
Did you Never mind. Can't say that.
Do not sign.
Yeah, don't sign whatever
Restrain
you're gonna say.
yourself.
Don't.
Tanya would not use feet and inches for measurement. Japan and Germany use metric. Sign. I'm American. I'm not going to bother making conversions. It's going to be in American. True.
Yep.
Hey, if I have to fucking sit there and watch these dipshits in English use their fucking commas instead of periods for numbers because, oh, that's how we do it in my language, then you can fucking sit there and listen to me talk about burger units.
Yup. I'll tell you what, you get back to me when you've won 2 world wars and then we'll use your units.
True. But no, I'm just, it's like, oh, you didn't use fucking metrics, eat my ass.
Fuck metric.
I will never
We use
use anything the
imperial up
French
in this
invented.
bitch. No, we use imperial up in this thing. Because, joining the empire.
Yeah, true. True. You should make that joke.
The joke is Tanya was using imperial all along.
Doesn't Brazil also use inches?
I think so.
Was it Argentina or something? I always get them confused.
It may be Argentina.
Fuffalik, Last Prophecy. Blah, blah, blah. How long he remained in this state, he wasn't sure, but he sure did a lot of reflection during it. Looking back to when he was boy and a slave, he believed in helping others like his mother taught him. When Qui-Gon came and he was brought to Jedi Council, also not capitalized. He was convinced he was meant for greatness, a thought that only got reinforced as he grew up. He believed his fate was sealed as the chosen one, also not capitalized. His arrogance made him wary of everyone, especially the council. No, he wasn't wary. Oh.
No, he just refused to listen to them because he was like, I know better. I am the chosen one.
Well, I mean, you also can get, Psychology 101 dynamics going on there, where he had to call his trainer Master, and Master was a certain rank, and he believed that if he did enough things, he too would one day be a master, and they're like, no, you can't be a master, you're too angry, and he's like, fuck you.
Also, the whole master-slave dynamic and that little thing.
Yeah, they weren't too far from that with the Jedi Council and how they treated everyone. So yeah, no, there's a lot of things you can talk about when it comes to Anakin, and you can get real armchair psychology about it, and I don't mind it. Now, technically speaking, none of that's canon, because none of that was actually canonized. As the character's opinions on any of that. So, it is what it is. But it's a canon adjacent reasonable assumption that I'll accept when people use it.
Mhm.
What I won't accept is, oh yeah, he was wary of everyone because he was so powerful.
No, literally the other way around.
What? Excuse me. Okay. Yeah, if you say so. I don't think you're right, author. But okay. Palpatine used that to seduce him towards the dark side, also not capitalized, encouraging him to follow his desires. And then Padme, the love of his life. He didn't think she was a mistake. How could she be? But his suffocating fear of losing her certainly was one. The choice of being with Padme, also not capitalized now, or Jedi, for some reason now capitalized, was too much for him, tearing him apart. Okay, yeah, so the author clearly
You're
isn't
tearing
using...
me apart!
True. Clearly the author is not using AI slop to generate his content. He is fully homemaking his slop.
Hey, you know what? I'll give credit for homemade. Listen. This is not factory slop. This is handmade. I hesitate to say artisanal, but
This is
It's
artisanal slop.
It's quality slop.
No.
Slop of a certain quality, that quality
No.
being poor.
No, that's not how. No, see, artisanal can be used because artisanal means done by hand. That's how they get away with it in Africa when it comes to cobalt mining. It's artisanal cobalt mining. It's not done with machinery that pollute the environment. And instead it's done by orphan children who scramble in the cobalt mines and then die 5 years later from cobalt poisoning.
Of course.
But it's artisanal cobalt. His intelligence is actually artificial, though. Very true. Very true.
You didn't have to hit him that hard.
He didn't, but we did anyway.
Not AI in the traditional way, but certainly still AI. Yeah, so anyway, he couldn't breathe without Padme, but then he made a machine do it for him.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
That is not what... No. No. That... Oh, no, it's because he was set on fucking fire!
No, but don't you know his heart was just so broken up about Padme he couldn't breathe. Not because it wasn't because of the fire.
Well, no, it was because he was set on fire, and so he inhaled a shit ton of smoke, which damaged his lungs permanently.
No, it's because of Padme, and he was so
Clearly,
sad.
yes. When you subtract a woman from the man, he loses his lungs.
That makes sense to me.
No, he loses a rib.
Fuck thinking you're the
No, that's what happens
protagonist,
when you add a
think you're
woman.
the antagonist. I am the antagonist of everyone's life, don't you know? I mean, I am if you listen to some of the fanfiction Reddits. So is Sign, apparently. If you listen to some of the QQ Reddits.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, hey, by the way, Sign, speaking of you being an antagonist, how's the where's the story at now?
Is the story still on Rising Stars now? Is it stayed permanently? It's no longer flickering in and
Number
out?
88, and it is no longer flickering in and out, but it is fallen off the first page because I had a few 0.5 star ratings that are just garbage ratings. Obviously, people know they are.
Yeah.
It's
Wow,
bot
wait.
ratings.
So you're telling me that you complained to the mods about someone forcefully removing you from Rising Star, and then the second that it stops, suddenly a bunch of people brigade you with 0.5 reviews?
Not a
Damn.
bunch. It did not take a bunch. It only took 3.
Yeah, I was gonna say
That's
that's not really brigading, and honestly, that I can understand because it's not like I can understand people being like this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, even though we give explanations for that. Like that
I mean,
that
they're
doesn't
wrong.
smack of algorithm manipulation to me. That seems to be a natural result of
No,
him finally.
I'm just saying it's very convenient that this only pops up right after he goes to the mods, and the mod that was possibly smacking him down gets smacked down himself. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, he gets a couple of 0.5 star reviews, bringing his rank down manually within the scope of the system.
Yep.
I'm accusing the guy of either sock puppeting or going to his friends and telling him to give 1-star reviews.
Yeah, I know what you're doing, but I'm just saying that in this particular instance, it's also possibly a natural result.
The only 3.5 star reviews all showing up right after he just got finished getting the mod in trouble for removing him from Rising Stars.
No, I had one of those before.
Oh,
Only
okay.
2 of them are new. I got a couple of 4.5s, like 2
Oh,
of
that's fair.
those.
Yeah,
And
that's fair.
the
4.5s
one,
are fair.
yeah, and the
So
1 or 2 3s, and all the rest have been 5s. Like, look at the fucking numbers.
Yeah.
It is a huge, huge difference.
What are
yeah,
the
it's a
reviews?
huge
Can you
difference.
post those?
Do what?
Can you post the
The
0.5 star reviews?
No. That's one of those. All right. So there aren't any 0.5 star reviews. I'm sorry, they're ratings.
Oh, so they
reviews.
left the review. They left the rating without
They did not
reviews.
leave a. Yes, they did not leave a review.
I
They
see.
left a rating.
So 0.5 star,
viewing
no
the
reason
ratings-
given. Cool.
Yes.
Personally, I think if you rate something outside of, if you rate something between 3.5 and 2.5, you don't have to give a reason. But if you give over a 3.5, you have to give a reason, and you give under a 2.5, you have to give a reason. That's what I think a rating system should work like. Because
Yeah.
if it's just average, it's just average. And what's your review going to say? It was alright. It was good. It was, I read it. It was nice. Like, that's not...
I read it and I didn't hate it.
Yeah. But if you are going to come in and be like, 0.5, I fucking hated it. It was the worst shit I ever read. Why? Fuck you! That's not a... No, I don't think that should be allowed.
Apparently, there's a lot of bot garbage spam. Like, if it hits the front page, you'll get a lot of bot reviews or bot ratings. And they'll
In positive
do
or negative?
0.5s or lower.
Yeah,
Negative.
okay. Makes sense, yeah.
No idea why.
Yeah, I can't imagine why someone would be running a bot farm specifically to give certain stories reaching the top sections of the site 0.5 reviews to lower them out of the top section of the site. I cannot imagine why someone who would ever do that in a website where your top stories are the ones that get paid the most. There is certainly no financial incentive at all.
No,
Nope, not at all.
can't be. Which is
Absolutely
hilarious
none.
because I was the only fanfiction on that list for over a week. On the front page, in the top 6 actually, on Rising Stars for over a week after I finally put in the thing and they stopped. They couldn't remove it from the front page, so it sat on the front page for over a week, and then they finally stopped taking it off of Rising Stars on the normal one.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
I
yeah, no,
want to review culture that's negatively impacted.
I could see those ratings, but that is one of those. You have to
Mm.
pay them money to
Well,
see that.
I mean, sure,
To know
yeah,
that
but
it's bots doing it.
yeah, but it doesn't really matter. Like I said, it's just a person leaving a 0.5 review. It doesn't matter if they're a bot or a real person. It doesn't. If you're leaving a 0.5 review and not saying why, it doesn't matter whether you're real or not. Your opinion is useless and should be disregarded.
Apparently,
It's same
there is
thing
a
for
thing-
5-star. I hate the fucking 5-star shit. Where people will be like, 5 stars. My object came on time.
Yeah, fair. But
It's just
no,
like, that's not what a 5-star review is, dipshit. 5-star review is object performed better than any other object I've ever used about this.
yes.
Oh, fucking save me from midwits not understanding the star system.
No, apparently you can report those reviews. I'm sorry, ratings to the mods and have them removed and have your score fixed, but only if you can see the accounts doing it and go, "Hey, this looks like a bot," which means paying
Curious.
for their feature.
Yeah.
Which means they're more likely to do things you won't anyway.
5starwish.com. True.
Right. 5-star Temu standards.
5-star Temu reviews.
It got to me. It wasn't made of lead and it wasn't radioactive.
Yeah.
5
I'll
stars.
still be able to have children after this.
5 stars. It worked for 3 months.
Shit.
Yeah, so anyway, he's meditating inside the forest and then suddenly he's alive again. He has a whole emo moment. And then he looks around and he's at a settlement and something blah blah blah. And honestly, I don't really fucking care.
Wait. Another settlement needs your help?
Oh, okay. So, then he proceeds to have a bunch of dialogue occurring all in one paragraph. Oh, this is also Mass Effect 2. So, yeah, anyway. This is dog shit story. The grammar's fucking terrible. He's misspelling words everywhere. I honestly don't know how someone could read this story. This is so fucking mashed together. I'm afraid I don't ring any bells about the Force. Is it a religion? What's the Force? Some choose to describe it as a religion, but it's more than that. No, it's literally a religion. The Jedi fight to maintain peace and justice. It doesn't make it not a religion. You know, Islam fights to maintain the justice of Allah. There's, like, the Templars did the same thing for God. It's just. Oh, retarded author takes. Okay. Being a Jedi is not just about power or about having a lightsaber or skill in the Force. It's about connection, of being something bigger. And the Force is what gives Jedi the power. It's the energy field of all things. It surrounds us and penetrates us and binds us together. And Shepard's like, all right, cool. I'll believe everything you just said. I'm a little bit skeptical, but I'll just agree that you're right. And Miranda instead was like, bullshit, that doesn't sound like biotics, you're wrong. You can control this Force, Shepard asked, which is for some reason capitalized. Anakin nodded. And, yes, I can use the Force. Would you like demonstration? And Miranda is like, ha, yeah, sure, whatever, you stupid fucking peasant. You don't know anything about biotics or the Force or whatever you're calling it. You're wrong. I'm right.
I mean, okay, that's at least Miranda.
Yeah.
No, not quite.
It's a more reasonable facsimile of Miranda than this Shepard is.
I mean, Shepard accepting everything
won't
is kind
argue,
of
but-
a canon variation of Shepard.
Yeah, that is full Paragon Shepard.
She was expecting him to use a biotic pull, but what he did next was astonishing because Anakin extended his arm towards the shuttle and then it started to float. That's a biotic pull. Why would she be surprised by that? You extend your arm.
It's a
with...
really good lift. Like,
what was Miranda's reaction to biotic God? Oh, it was probably something derogatory.
I don't remember.
I am
Isn't
the
that the guy
biotic
who-
wind.
oh,
When I
that
say
that
guy,
dude.
the Volus who got really high.
Yeah,
off
the
of,
Volus who got high and actually ended up learning how to use biotic powers if you convinced him to not go in there and die. Yeah, so the ship started floating and then it went back down to the ground. But the most shocking thing of all was that there was no blue hue. The ship just flew, and she was like, "Oh my god, how did you do that?" Miranda was totally baffled by this simple act that no one else has ever been able to do before. And it's like, no, it was like, why would you be baffled? It completely, what he just did was way more in line with someone who's like really trained hard with biotics or figured out some trick with biotics. Like there was nothing in what he did that someone already familiar with biotics wouldn't look at and go, "Oh man, he must have figured out some trick to turn his biotics like invisible or something."
Yeah.
Not, "Oh,
That's
he
some
clearly
bullshit.
has a
I
separate
wanna know how to
power
do
system."
that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
you'd need like
Bio-
force lightning, maybe.
yeah, force lightning, maybe force choke. Because I don't think you. No, I mean you could do that with
No,
biotics.
I mean, you
do
could
that with
just
biotics.
that could just be a super precise grab or lift or
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, so like force lightning would definitely be one. Force heal.
Yeah, force healing.
pyrokinesis.
Yeah,
Is that a thing normal
Yes.
force users can do?
Yes.
Or is that
It
one of
just
those
doesn't.
special sect things?
it's something you have to train in doing, but yeah, anyone can do it.
But the Jedi don't normally teach that.
No.
The Jedi don't because they're kind of big on not murdering people and not causing excessive suffering to people. So,
Which
you
fire
know,
tends to do.
turning
Fair.
yourself into a human napalm dispenser kind of goes against that.
Yeah.
That being said, Sign, I expect you to write in Hans, the Jedi who was kicked out of the Order for liking his Flammenwerfer powers. You burn one terrorist alive and suddenly you're
You're
a
the bad
Sith.
guy.
Hans, get the Flammenwerfer. Yeah?
Hans is the Flammenwerfer.
Hans,
Oh, that's very
you
nice.
burned the whole village with him.
But
Was
I
that not the
stopped the
point?
terrorist.
It was an accident. You can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs, yeah?
You didn't just make an omelet. You fucking scrambled this shit. I didn't ask for scrambled eggs.
He didn't scramble them. He made them over easy.
Damn. I was being
Hans, I would
generous.
like to go one mission without smelling bacon.
Well, then how do we get paid?
Oh, god damn it. A mercenary. Mercenary former Jedi who uses flamethrower powers. Okay. Yep. I can do that. It could be a pirate Tanya comes across in the next arc.
Wouldn't be
You
the
can name
weirdest
him
thing
Hans
that's happened.
Werfer.
Hans Werfer.
Yeah.
We're all going to hell.
Yes.
At least
That
it
was
didn't
never in
destroy,
question.
huh?
It is good, no?
Obviously. How did you do that? I used the Force. You just use the Force and lift a shuttle? Well, yes.
Yeah. That's how that works.
Well, yes.
Well, I mean, given that I just did, yeah.
I mean, I don't really see the problem here. Like, to me, it seems like we solved the problem, but you seem to be very...
I'm really confused by this scene right here. So he gives Anakin an Omni tool, and he's like, "All right, so I'm gonna assume you already know how to use this, but I'm also gonna tell you how to use it, just in case you don't know how to use it for whatever reason in this day and age." So basically, what an Omni tool is you put it on like this, and then it'll automatically activate, and you don't need to do anything else.
That's fucking dumb.
Yeah. Thank you for this. Is there any place where I can meditate?
He's
He's
gonna
gonna
take
go-
Samara's spot.
Yep.
No joy.
So
They
yeah,
can
dialogue
meditate
is just
together.
ass. How did you know it was me? Haha. Who knows? What? This is ass. I just wanted to check in with you. I'm better. I think I've been better than a while. I wanted to ask if you're interested in joining the Normandy. Joining? Isn't that Southern? Yeah, but he wants to invite you. Honestly, I want to invite you too. Okay, I'll accept your offer. I'm looking forward to working with you. Why did the elusive man want me on your crew, though? He probably saw the report that Miranda filed. She's really fast at those. She said everything about how you lifted that shuttle without biotic powers. Because you're using the Force. And he wants you on our team.
I imagine he'd want more than that, just a little bit.
Also,
Human that can use
he
non-biotic
hacked a
powers.
droid, and that's apparently really impressive because he did it so fast, but, he doesn't know the language of programming.
Yeah,
in Mass
that is
Effect?
a force power. That doesn't matter. That is a force power. That's Mekuderu.
Yes, but he didn't use the Force to do it.
It's understood that when you're doing that, you're using the force subconsciously. Unless
Okay,
you're
fair enough.
intentionally using the force to do it.
Sorry,
But-
what's it about subconscious use of the Force?
So
Mekuderu.
they're saying that's really impressive how quickly Anakin hacked a mech. And my complication is that I'm saying, well, he doesn't know the language of the mech.
And I'm saying it's Mekuderu. It has to be. It's the author knows just enough to quote some of the
No,
more
the author
obscure
doesn't know
lore.
anything about it. He's just going, Anakin is good with droids. That means he can hack mech.
Or it could be that. Yes.
No, it is literally that. I'm telling you, that is what the author basically did.
That is unfortunate.
The
obviously.
author could have a reasonable explanation for this. However, the author is an idiot.
Unfortunately,
That
the
is
author was
most
retarded.
unfortunate. Author knows nothing.
Oh.
Oh, there's no point in doing bingo sign.
Yeah, you got me on a 2-hour rant. There's no fucking bingo tonight. Dumb bitch.
Bingo is dead.
Great, then I can close this tab.
Oh, God. Anyway,
Implying that you would
do
open
you guys
it.
want to hear about a trailer that someone is writing for a fic they're going to write in the future?
Huh?
No.
Oh no.
A
In
trailer
Darkness
I
for-
thought this
Together,
trend
a
died.
trailer. A trailer
Sneaky,
for my future fic.
Sneaky, I thought this trend died 7 years ago.
Yeah, it's
Why
been
is
a
it
while
back?
since we saw this. Yeah.
Why is it back?
I guess
Because
Story
life
does
moves
not
in
have
cycles
chapters.
of guilt.
What do you mean Wait, was it updated so quickly? Wait, why are you posting a second chapter to your trailer?
What kind of fucking
Wait.
trailer needs 2 chapters? This isn't
Wait,
Kingdom
it's-
Hearts.
Wait a second. Wait,
Why did you
chapter-
have 507 stories?
Ooh.
Because fuck you, that's why.
Oh,
How many of them
Yeah.
are trailers?
I did not
Oh,
like
there's
hearing
a whole lot of
that.
nothing.
Oh, he's one of these guys who's like, oh, my story has a TV tropes page.
Oh,
Oh,
what the
God.
fucking do?
So do we.
Brother, that just
Not
means
that
you're
in-
bad.
I'm banned from TV tropes.
Are you really?
Okay, wait.
Like, they
You're
ex-
banned from TV tropes, or your content is?
My content, my name, everything to do with me is banned from TV tropes. They will not allow you to post anything about me on TV tropes.
What'd you
Because
do?
of my content. Because of
What
my
didn't he
content.
do? Come on, this is Side we're talking about.
It was,
Hey,
it was
He has a swamp
predatory.
thing.
The
was
the
predatory.
fact that it is entirely possible he broke into one of their homes and pissed in their Cheerios, literally, is not off the table.
Do not tempt me.
I
Royal Road's already on the list for the Cheerio treatment.
man, I love how often that story comes back to bite you in the ass in some way.
Right?
Wait, is it
story?
signal to noise or
I'm glad
predatory?
I will
Predatory.
never
Oh,
I will
yeah.
never experience it, and for that I am thankful based on the shit I've heard just in this podcast.
I'm sorry, what the absolute fuck? Champion of Universes is a massive multiplayer crossover? What the f... Oh, okay.
Multiplayer?
So it's a Smash
Oh,
Bros-like story, okay.
Trying to
Somebody
get
is
other
huffing their own
authors-
supply.
They're trying to get other authors to write in their universe and do a
No.
crossover bit.
A massive multiplayer crossover fanfic is like Smash Bros.
Huh?
It's where tons and tons of properties are smashed together into a new universe, where in this universe, all of the properties exist simultaneously.
So, a mega fusion.
Yes. The fandoms that show up in this crossover are Marvel Cinematic Universe, Arrowverse, Buffyverse, Supernatural,
You leave
Charmed?
Buffy the fuck out of this.
You leave Supernatural out of this.
Supernatural back down.
No, unfortunately,
X-Men
Tumblr
film
has already gotten to
series.
Supernatural.
Teen Wolf, Continuum, the Spider-Man trilogy, and the Amazing
Spidey-Man.
Spider-Man series?
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
But that's 3 Spider-Mans!
Yes, Spider-Verse. Get fucked.
Yeah, that's true, yeah, no, I'll give that to you, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Is
Yeah.
that resignation I hear?
I hate comic book stuff.
It got into the video games. It got into the movie. It's official.
And
it
get
is
your
in the
comic book
MCU.
slop out of my video games.
It's not my comic slop. I'll direct you to my chemically stable sibling.
Ah, fair. The basic premise of this story is that while trying to stop the spell in Spider-Man No Way Home, Doctor Strange accidentally breaks the barrier between all known realities. So now not only do those who know Peter Parker as Spider-Man end up coming to the MCU world, but many characters from other fandoms as well. Okay, but
Okay, so-
Supernatural?
Strange didn't. Yes, Supernatural, because. Have you watched
Are we
those?
talking about this? Is this the CDW verse?
Yes, the CW verse, because CW Supernatural, there is a
Charmed,
multiverse
Arrow,
that God
Buffy.
created.
No,
Where-
Supernatural's not part of
Yes.
a multiverse.
Yes, it
Um,
is. It is canonically part of the multiverse,
Um,
because God created it. That's what the telescope does. It was a
yeah,
bullshit ass pull.
yeah, but it's
And
not
God
like
was destroying all of those.
right, but
It doesn't go to DC or MCU. Or
Yeah.
anything. It's just theoretically within the universe. It's God made a bunch of other attempts before he made this one, and that's what those are.
Yeah.
But I could see where they would go, okay, but also it connects to the others, so get fucked.
Well, no,
That's
it
really all
can
the
connect
excuse
to
you need.
Marvel technically because the one above all does exist in Marvel, which you can link to God, obviously.
Yeah,
So I mean, I don't like it, but
but it works.
man, I
Unfortunately.
really liked the Supernatural Scooby-Doo crossover.
That was great.
That was so
Because it was
classic.
funny.
What was that line? Yeah. Sam goes to pulling out guns. Dean, that's a Scooby don't.
Yeah. Oh, that was actually pretty good.
I'll give him this. That one was funny.
I mean, I liked a lot of it's like the Supernatural. Like, okay, the Leviathan seasons were really weak, but every episode in the Leviathan seasons that didn't deal with the Leviathans was actually pretty good.
Yes. Now, I will say the whole demon arc was kind of weak. Very iffy.
It was very iffy, but I did appreciate how they came around and in later seasons actually made that a relevant thing again.
Yeah.
Like specifically because Dean got the Mark of Cain back, in the previous seasons, that's actually a relevant plot point in the later seasons. And like
Yeah.
Yes.
as much as you can complain about supernatural stuff sometimes, pretty much the only time that previous seasons weren't relevant to what's going on right now is the Leviathans. And everyone wanted to move on from the Leviathans.
I actually liked the Leviathan thing. That was not bad. It was better than the demons. Let me put it that way.
I didn't think it was terrible, but it kind of felt like it was overstaying its welcome too much
Yes.
because they were just
Yes.
like generically evil.
Yeah.
I did not like the Amara thing. at all.
Yeah.
Personally, I think some of the best stuff
That was
in
a
the
little weird.
series was after the whole Men of Letters thing came about, and it's like, okay, they've made progress. They've
Yeah.
gone from being just hunters to, okay, they're Men of Letters. They've got a base. They're about to set up to start kicking ass, and oh wait, no, there's Chuck and alternate dimensions and a whole bunch of shit that doesn't
Yeah.
fucking matter.
I will say I did like the Dryad episode. That was kind of funny.
Yeah, that
The
was
what?
good.
So, in one of the later seasons, they had an episode where I think the power fails, and they're trying to like reboot the power for the entire complex.
Oh,
But what they do is they
yeah.
turn it from emergency power to full power, which
full
brings
power.
the Dryad who was powering the
Okay.
systems out. And then they're like, "Wait, what do you mean the table tells us where all the monsters are?"
Yeah.
Right, yeah, and then she starts making them lunch and shit, but she finally turns on Sam or something because of the demon blood.
No, she didn't like Sam in the end because of the demon blood. But
She
she
felt
only
he'd always be a
turned on
danger.
them because they were keeping Jack around, and
Oh,
Jack
right,
is
yeah.
distinctly non-human, and she didn't like that.
Which, I mean, if Jack wasn't there, yeah, she was basically perfect for the entire role.
Yeah. I mean, I thought it would have been a little bit nice for it to have happened earlier.
Yes.
Have a couple episodes where she's there.
Yeah.
Get why they didn't do it,
My biggest complaint is I wish they hadn't killed Bobby. Or after they did kill Bobby, they should have found a way to wish him back.
No,
They've
no,
resurrected people before.
no. I think Bobby's death was
but
fine.
Bringing Bobby back, except, oh, it's alternate dimension Bobby, was a fucking cop-out and some bullshit.
Yeah.
Like, either
Yeah.
bring him back in full, or don't bring him back at all. Take your pick.
Yeah.
Didn't alternate
But
dimension
don't
Bobby
half-ass
stay
it.
in alternate dimension?
No. No, he stayed with them.
You sure? 'Cause I
Yeah.
don't remember him ever showing up again.
Because that dimension, no, he shows up a lot in a lot of episodes. It's just, oh, well, Bobby is out hunting with Mom, who is also not here.
Right. Yes. Right. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Yep. I am remembering the little nods they give occasionally about those two. Yep. But yeah. So anyway, this story is absolute hilarious garbage.
Many such cases.
Oh, this is rough. Like, goddamn. Okay, so so this guy is boasting about having a TV tropes page, except his TV tropes page is hilariously short. And I don't mean the tropes part. I mean the summary part. Typically, people get really, like, good stories that get TV tropes pages actually get a fairly lengthy summary and explanation of the story. His got, this is a story in which all of these properties show up. That was his summary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, so, not known for anything good. About me, I'm a 31-year-old Greek from Prague.
I'm
Shut
so
up.
sorry.
Fuck did you end up there?
Sometimes there's really good wine.
Fair. I am laid back and calm and short-tempered and very angry. I've been reading fanfiction since 2015 and start right in 2016. I don't consider myself a great writer. Not in comparison to others. No, you're just not a great writer, period. But I see myself as good and experienced enough. Okay, so if
No,
you've
you're
been writing
not.
for 9 years, you've been writing for 9 years, and you still can't manage to capitalize letters in English that are proper nouns? 9 years of writing in English, and you still can't figure out how to capitalize a proper noun? 9 years of writing in English, and you still don't know to separate dialogue from the paragraph if multiple people are talking?
Well, maybe he just doesn't know force is supposed to be capitalized.
But he capitalizes it at other spots. He just doesn't. He doesn't spell check. That's what it is.
Yeah. To be fair, I will find myself. I'm talking about the force, not force as in F equals MA. And occasionally I skip the cap and had to go back over it, and oh, I missed that. My bad.
Yeah, but you at least correct it before posting.
Yeah, I correct it. Now, I don't capitalize dark side and light side. That is not.
That's more of like a per author thing, really, honestly, in my opinion.
It's closer to a personal choice versus.
The only people that do that are either people who've
force.
played too much Destiny or people who've played too much Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
No in
played
between.
The force is a proper noun.
But still, like, even if we ignore the proper noun bit, he's putting dialogue from multiple characters into a single paragraph.
Yeah, that's just shit.
And he's been writing,
writing.
like, English second language, English third language, English fifth language, all you want. If you have been writing English for 9 years, and you still are writing multiple people talking in the same paragraph, you do not have the right to call yourself experienced or good.
Well,
I don't
Mark,
care about your comparison to other writers.
To be fair, Nicky, he is Greek when 5 people are written all at the same time every day.
Kaz, are you underwater?
Okay, did
No.
Kaz, like, get sucked up by a tornado for anyone else?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's still going for it?
Listen,
No, you're
listen.
good now.
The Chinese are cutting the
Yeah.
undersea cable again.
True.
Actually,
Actually,
that's it.
I was gonna say he's Greek, where there's always at least 5 people talking over each other all at the same time, all the time. So that could just be him being Greek.
But
No,
see, I
fair.
don't care. If you're writing in English, you need to write English.
Just
Say-
because the
But don't
Greeks
you
don't
understand he's
understand how to get a
French?
sentence out without
True.
verbally fucking each other.
Is that why you're friends with
Yeah.
those?
Oh, you're friends with me too, dipshit. Shit goes both ways, cunt.
I mean, that's really gay.
Yeah, that's kind of. Damn,
I'm
man.
gonna be
I
real.
mean,
I just got back and I have no idea what the fuck he said. I just know he was insulting me and he said, "Oh wow, that's why you're friends with Nose." So I'm like, "Oh, I better fire back."
Hey,
what
we
is
could have been
I-
talking
context?
about we could have been
Mistake.
talking
I-
about how loyal and dependable Hughes is.
No,
yeah,
you-
exactly, right?
Don't know.
Not
I
in
mean,
this
we
game.
wasn't.
No,
but we
what
could've
I
been.
said
was this
the-
something around Greek?
Yes.
Atin
Oh, of
said
course.
Greeks fuck each other, and I asked him if that's why he was
I
friends
said
with you.
verbally
Oh.
fuck each other.
And then you said
I
you
didn't
wanted
hear
to fuck
verbally.
me. I mean, I appreciate you coming out the closet. It really adds to our diversity check marks, but kind of an
I don't know.
awkward
You
way to
seem
do
to
it.
fill every single
I
fucking
mean,
one of them
shit.
because you can't fucking read.
Oh, bro, that's kind of racist.
I'm sorry. I just have to go off. You know,
Wow.
You know
I'm
what?
just, I'm just
Look at the
going
bro-
off experience since you never seem to read patch notes at all.
Max.
Because you don't seem to understand how anything works.
Who reads the patch notes?
And Sneaky doesn't.
Hey, look at the bright side. Enough diversity points, they might undo the shadow ban.
Damn.
True.
No.
Do I have to chant in a circle and say 9 times Hassan is my Lord and Savior?
No,
No.
we're gonna need you to
Yes.
start wearing a dress.
Sorry, what was that?
Where's the
What
clip
the
up?
We
Where's the
gotta
clip?
keep pumping those points up.
What did you say? I'm sorry. I fucking didn't hear you.
Probably for the best.
Probably for the best. Oh, God. Anyway, however, it might happen that over time I will delete my stories if I consider them not compelling enough.
Well, we need to convince him this story is not compelling enough. Sneaky, it's your job to write a review.
Sometimes
expressly
I
telling
will
him it's not
delete my
compelling.
stories if I consider them not compelling enough, says the author with 507 stories.
What if he has been deleting them?
You know what? That's a fair point.
Ooh.
Maybe he has. Maybe this is the cream of the crop. Oh,
That's
God.
certainly possible.
That's
It's
horrifying.
possible and also depressing.
The cream of the curdled milk.
Yeah, the
rises to
cream
the
of the
top.
curdled milk, indeed. Oh, God. Yeah, I'm skimming off the top. We're getting the best shit out of this. That's just bacteria froth. Rotting bacteria froth.
Ugh. So beer.
Delicious. Yeah. The milk is so curdled it counts as a beer now.
Ah, you
Okay.
fermented milk and made.
I thought you were gonna say it's so fermented it's
Monstrosity.
made in France.
Milk can ferment.
Merc.
Bilk?
Milk.
Yes, horse milk beer was a thing that the Mongols had. Yes. I'm
Bilk is
aware.
binted.
Huh?
Bilko's Bingo?
Bilkos bingo.
Bilbo Baggins?
You leave Bilbo the hell out of this, boy.
Anyway, so enough about Bilk being binted. Let's see here. I also suffer from insomnia. So I try to kill time by going on the internet and reading fan fiction. That's a great coping method. I am a massive fan of video games, TV, film, and comic books.
I'm a
But I
fan of all
mostly
popular
just
things.
go to DC and Marvel.
So he's got
Also,
insomnia, but he
some of
spends all
the
his time
best
looking at
books
screens.
ever are Hunger Games.
Ew.
Ugh.
You can tell when someone says my hobbies are X They're either A, trying to hide what they actually like, or B, don't actually like it.
Or
Harry
C,
Potter,
they have no
Inheritance
personality.
Cycle, Percy Jackson, and Lord of the Rings, and more.
Okay. He's just
I-
naming popular things now.
I heavily,
Yeah.
I heavily question all of those choices, but go off, King. I especially love Marvel's Cinematic Universe. Oh, I'm sure you do, buddy. I'm sure you
Yep.
also can't even rotate an apple. In this universe, blah blah blah, TV series, Endgame, everything after Endgame has been a disappointment.
Everything before Endgame was
No
a disappointment
shit.
as well.
I mean, you're not
shut your
wrong, but
Fine, I will present to you the existence of Iron Man 2.
There were some flops, yes, absolutely, but not everything was bad. There were some very good ones.
I would say yeah. I mean, Captain
'Cause, I
America:
mean-
The First Avenger is one of my favorite MCU's films. I'll say that.
And then
Captain
you get
America was good.
fucking-
Yeah.
The first of every Marvel movie was solid. Thor
Mhm.
1,
Yes.
Iron Man 1,
Well,
Captain America. Like
Yep.
Not all
those
of
were
them.
solid.
We
Sign-
do
You're
not
forgetting
talk about the
one.
Dark Age. in
Don't
this
don't
house.
talk about fucking
you're
Hulk,
forgetting
okay?
one.
Which one
Not
wasn't?
Hulk.
no.
Which one are you?
The one with what's her
Thor:
name?
The Dark Age. The
No,
one with
no,
with the Dark Elves or whatever.
No, that was
no.
that was
No,
one
are you
too.
talking
I
about-
said the
are you talking about
first
Thor?
movies of
Yes.
each one.
No.
Ant-Man?
You're talking
Ant-Man
about
was
Thor
good.
2. I'm
Yeah,
talking
I
about
know. That's
Thor
what I was
1.
saying. Someone
Yeah.
else was bringing up that Thor.
Sign,
The
Sign, they've
Thor
said
1 was
all the
bad.
fucking Avengers now. What are you even talking about?
What do you? I was gonna say,
The one
like,
with
bro.
the dumb bitch with the wooden face.
what?
The one
What?
nobody wanted.
Oh,
you
Brie
Captain
Larson.
Sue.
Marvel or
Yes.
whatever.
Captain Marvel. Yeah, no,
Captain
to be
Marvel.
fair, he
Oh,
is, yeah, he is right,
was it?
technically speaking.
No,
That
wait,
did
I
come
don't
out
consider
before
that early
Endgame.
MCU. That's
Wait,
not early
I thought-
MCU.
That is
I thought
part
I
of the MCU.
No,
No,
it's,
it's
yeah,
not
no,
early.
it's
I said,
not.
like,
No, it's not early
the-
MCU, but it did come
Yeah.
out before
first-
Endgame.
the
But it
first
is the
movies
first
of
of
the
one of-
Marvel, the first movies of Marvel were solid. I listed all the ones that came out in like the 4 to 5 year period after the MCU started. Captain
Yeah.
Marvel was
Okay.
right before Endgame.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the introductory movie for each
No.
character.
No. I'm sorry. I meant the first
The first,
like
the few that came
6
out.
movies total.
Yeah.
Like
Yes,
the first
yes,
6 movies
okay.
they dropped. Those
No,
were all
I will say
solid.
the
Okay, those were all
original
good, yeah.
Avengers was absolutely great because it did have
I
that
think
whole
it was
thing
carried
of
a little bit. It was carried a little bit by just like, oh, it's the first of its kind.
well,
Yeah.
it was yes,
Yeah,
it is carried a
but-
little bit by that, but I think it made a great narrative end to all of these other superhero stories all converging into a single movie, and you're like, oh shit, they're all here.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, to Endgame, it was good, and it did what it did fairly well. That is, wrap up all of the plot that had been building up. That's where it should have stopped. Maybe have a few more movies for each character to show where they're going after this, and then stop.
Nah. I
Nah.
stopped paying attention after Endgame, like completely. The only exception has been the Tom Holland Spider-Man movies, because those have
Those are pretty
been
good.
mostly
Yeah,
solid. They've been fun.
those okay.
Those are solid.
I was disappointed that we
I
didn't get a
s- I was
Spider-Man
s-
meets Venom.
I was so happy
No.
to see how they used Mysterio, because Mysterio's not
One
ironically
second.
probably my favorite Spider-Man villain,
I
because he's
thought
just a normal
Mysterio
dude who was
such a
good at his job.
Fucking waste.
I
That movie was
honestly, I will
wasted on
say the
Mysterio.
arcs for both Iron Man and Captain America were pretty much the peak of the MCU. Like
Yes.
Tony Stark starting off as this drunk playboy and ending up as this, actual real hero who sacrifices himself to save everyone in the end.
Yes.
It is
Captain
indeed
America.
what the kids are saying. Peak.
Yeah.
Yes.
What, bro? Also, peak was
The-
us. Peak was decades ago.
The
kids are not
fucking
saying peak.
climax of their
I
character
mean,
arcs
that's
being
true.
Civil War was
really
retarded.
solid.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, no, it had its problems,
Yes.
but I
Civil War
liked
was more
the
of a Captain America movie, I think, and I think it was supposed to be like,
F-
oh,
yeah.
Captain America was
Yeah.
wrong. It's a deconstruction of like
Well,
the
But he
Paragon
wasn't
hero.
wrong.
well, no,
He
but he
wasn't
wasn't.
wrong.
The movie didn't make him out to be wrong. The movie actually did a job of, like, these sides have their points,
Yes.
but they're taking it to the extremes that won't help anyone.
Yeah.
And the movie did a
Which
good job
was
of
kind of the
showcasing that without
point.
beating either message over your head.
Yeah.
Also, watching Iron Man get rocked by two dudes just fisticuffing was pretty funny.
Yes. Also, yeah.
That was a pretty good scene.
Absolutely. But no, yeah, like I said, Captain America and Iron Man arcs were both just fantastic. Because, you know, the Captain America arc is like, oh, but what kind of arc does he have? Well, his arc was literally, he was a guy who wanted to be a hero, ended up being
Yeah.
turned into a hero without his own personal effort into it. And then he's in his first section of his arc is him chasing the shadow of being a hero. And then
becoming one.
And then eventually, yeah, he actually, and then he's like, then he gets turned into this, he becomes successful, and then he gets turned into this cosplay where the U.S. does this thing where they take their heroes home and are like, oh, wait, go sell war bonds, you're too effective, we don't want you to die, so, you know, we can't have you show up in the news, blank, you know, triple ace, god tier fighter pilot dead, so you have to come back and sell war bonds because it'll be
Congratulations.
terrible if you
you're
die.
up.
Yeah, like I was saying, like
Yeah.
Civil War was like the climax of their character arcs
Mm.
because, as Phoenix is now saying, like they inverse their positions.
Yes, it
Yeah.
inverts their positions, yeah. And
it
then
was a great
Endgame
climax
actually
for
had the closure of their arcs where Captain America finally was a real hero, no longer chasing a shadow, and Iron Man turned into a self-sacrificial hero, the kind of person he said he would never be.
It literally goes
And-
back to that first line with Cap. telling
There is
Tony
actually a
he'd never be the
fantastic
kind of
fucking
guy-
edit for that.
Yeah, there is.
Never be
Yeah.
the kind of guy who would jump on a hand grenade. Tony goes, "Well, why can't we throw the hand grenade away? Why couldn't I think of a way to fix it?" And then here we go. Shit, it's got to be me. I'm the one who has to do it.
Well,
Fuck it, I'll do it.
and then Doctor Strange was like, "Oh, hey, he didn't actually have to do that. There was another way to do it. It was just the way that Stephen wanted it,
The
which
fuck
was
you say?
stupid. Yeah, Multiverse of Madness
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah, like I said, everything after Endgame was lame and gay.
Just
I
to
will
think,
give-
everything about Endgame could have been avoided if Thor could have just directed his murder boner to actually killing the person of his
Yes.
ire.
Aiming for the head, yes.
Yeah.
Well, then he wouldn't have had the whole gamer arc where he becomes a gamer, and then we get to write funny lines for him
Yeah.
later.
That Thor was so
Alternatively,
fucking
he
stupid.
could have aimed to literally disarm Thanos,
Mm.
because
Yes.
you saw how
went for
deep
chest.
that axe went. He could
Yeah.
have chopped
Yeah.
through his arm.
Yep.
Could have disarmed him. Yep.
I'll admit, I also
Was it
like
this?
the character growth of Captain America being someone so obsessed with duty that he put above all else, and then I actually enjoy old Steve Rogers because he actually chose to do something for himself rather than.
Send off.
I'm thinking, about, did Thor do anything? Like, genuinely, what did Thor do as a character arc? What was his character arc? Besides the first movie saying, "I need to be humble."
His character arc was his father and accepting his family.
His character arc was constantly being humble.
No, yeah,
and
here's a good one.
realizing
Yeah, that
my arrogance has cost me
Mm.
the people I love in my home.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
end of his character arc was Infinity War.
The end of his character arc is giving Mjolnir to the woman he loves and her somehow her gaining his powers.
And then
Being worthy.
then yeah.
Even though
I will say
I'm
another amazing
sure-
little moment they included with Tony Stark's first faked out, I guess first faked out death, where he passes out in the ship. Oh, did he pass
Yeah.
out or die in the ship, or did? I
He
forget.
passed out because he ran out of oxygen.
Right, yeah, so he's passing out, but everyone thinks he's gonna die. And the last thing he does before he thinks he's gonna die is try and call Pepper. And I was like, oh, damn.
Well, he leaves a message
Yeah.
for Pepper.
He leaves a
No,
message,
he doesn't.
He's like, I'm not gonna get
Oh,
you.
he leaves
he
an
does.
audio log. No, he leaves an
He leaves a
audio log.
recording
But he
on
doesn't
his
leave
helmet.
a message to her because the call disconnected before he died.
Yeah.
Let's see, can we find that? Do we have a good moment of that? Fuck. How to search
Yeah,
this? How to search this?
Something the MCU really does do well is like just even a single line, whether it's dramatic or throwaway, and then having it come up later on in like another movie or later on in the movie, like really dramatically. Like for instance, Tony telling fuck, I can't remember her name, the woman he loves, that he can't rest until she's safe, and then when he's dying, her holding his head saying, "You can rest now."
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
And no, they did great fucking send-offs. Let's see, maybe like a prayer edit, acquire version edit. I mean, people have been going crazy with the like a prayer edits, by the way.
Yeah.
That's another thing that people have been going
Yeah.
crazy with.
Yes.
That and the
Um,
Bloody Mary edits, both the male cover and the female.
The Bloody Mary edits. You'll have to link one of those.
That you literally link that. It's what's being used. It's Lady Gaga Bloody Mary cover by someone.
Oh, okay, okay, yeah.
Yeah, not as iconic as the Like a Prayer.
Yeah, no, but I've been seeing the Bloody Mary one everywhere.
Damn, is this the flash through one? No, this is the Revenant where he takes on the bear and dies. But you know, like there's a lot of these where it's just guy in movie looks at or calls to or remembers loved one and then proceeds to go off and die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, is any of these? Are they all just the single clips? No, they are just all single clips. Maybe if I add MCU to it, because like this is narrative crafting. This is the amazing narrative crafting that. And this is the only reason why I'm fucking focusing so much on it, because I love this shit so fucking much. Not for the, well, whatever normie crap that people like it, but I love it because it's just like literally crafting a narrative.
Mm.
I mean, that's a good one. I like that.
I'm going to go.
That's right.
Ye-
Run, coward. Run from the slop.
Who's running now?
I'm
No.
going by.
Coward.
Mm.
Damn, I mean, that's crazy. I was only able to fucking find the Tony Stark calling Pepper before he dies clip. Now I'm not able to find it at fucking all. This is crazy. Damn, that's insane. Oh, Iron Man. This is we get no. This is the I'm inevitable. What's up, Ray?
Me and Aura are doing Monster Hunter.
Yeah,
And the
this
monster's
one does.
and the monster's running into a wall endlessly.
Yeah, this one does.
I'm
That's
That
happened a
sounds
couple
normal.
times.
I'm going
that
to
sounds
stream
normal
what's
to me.
going on my end.
What do you mean? What's going on your end?
Iron Man.
Oh.
Yeah.
That looks normal. That looks normal to me. What do you think, Sneaky?
Oh, let me
That's
I
that's
see
that's
no
Right.
issue here.
that's average game
Open-
behavior.
Oh,
let's see.
there he went.
Well,
Oh, yep.
Oh.
Hmm.
nope. Now you.
Yep.
Yeah,
You're gonna shove that right up his
Boys.
butthole.
He figured out he was being observed. He's like, oh shit.
Huh. Yeah, he is, Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, no, he just fell over. Jeez, were you guys bullying a fucking, like, Alzheimer's
So-
version of Jinda?
That's not the wall he was stuck in initially,
Yeah,
but it is
no,
where he's
yeah.
stuck in now.
Yeah. He's helpful. He's in the walls.
Great, why can't you do this good when we're playing?
Well, it's because you're there.
That's fair.
Man who is the problem asks, what's the problem?
No. Yeah, anyway. It's a narrative genius. Anyway, I guess we'll never find it. It'll be forever lost to history. Anyway, so this guy's author's profile is just a constant,
Schizophrenia.
outtakes. Yeah, schizophrenic outtakes. I don't have a high opinion of MCU's Spider-Man, but Tom Holland is a
Bruh.
good actor. It's just lame how they turned Iron Man into, turned comic book characters into an Iron Man fanboy to prop up Tony.
What?
But, like, if you're living in a world where actually Iron Man is out there doing hero shit before you are,
Hmm.
teenage boys would be fanboying
Up-
over Tony and Hulk
Also,
and
MCU director admitted that the kid in the Iron Man mask who Tony saved was the Tom Holland Spider-Man as a kid.
sure, yeah, I mean, fine. It's just
So
like,
literally Iron Man saved his life when he was younger.
Yeah.
yeah, but anyway, it's just okay. I don't like the fact that my characters live in a world with other characters. I really didn't like that they did the whole "great power comes great responsibility" fandom bait.
Fandom bait. That's been the
Excuse
reason
you?
Spider-Man's existed since the beginning.
Yeah, it's fan
What?
bait. Yeah, it's that quote. That's
Excuse
just
you.
fan bait. First published in the Amazing Spider-Man movie.
So
Uh,
fucking take control of your fellow boomer.
Fucking
I
dying.
can't.
He's 31 years old. He's not a boomer.
I thought it was 35.
No, 31.
I'm 41.
We're not talking about you. We're talking about this guy.
Sign. We're
Oh.
not talking about the age of. I'm not gonna say it. Never mind.
You thought better of saying it on a stream.
I was gonna say something like your most recent ball hair, but yeah. Blah 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 blah. Peter finally got some compelling character arcs, not following Tony or any of the other stories. Blah blah blah. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, in spite of minor issues, was great.
I would say it was pretty good, in spite of some medium issues.
I mean, like, come on. Everything after Volume 1 was. Look, I'm gonna put it this way. I can't even separate the events of 2 and 3. I can't remember which
Fair.
ones are which.
Fair.
For which one now?
Guardians of the Galaxy. 2 and 3 blend together for me. I can't even remember which events took place in which.
I didn't watch 3.
Isn't 3 the one where Iron Man and
I-
Spider-Man show up and they have him under a laser? Is that something else?
I
That
have not the
was
slightest idea.
Endgame. No, that was Infinity War. I'm pretty
Infinity
sure.
War?
Yeah.
2
I
was the
remember
one where
bits
Cole's
of
dad
Yeah,
existed.
I remember parts of 2 because it was his dad in the scene of, so I killed your mother with cancer. You what? Look, I know. And he just starts blasting. So that's a good scene.
Deadpool
Yeah.
and Wolverine is my exit from the MCU. I am now forever done with it. I mean,
Even though
okay,
he said it's great. Even though he said it
That's-
was great.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll be
yeah.
back later.
I'm a fan of X-Men. Also, except for X-Men Origins Wolverine. I'm also a fan of X-Men Apocalypse, Dark Phoenix, The New Mutants, and Deadpool films. The first Deadpool was
You got
good.
some trash in that list.
I also think the DC Extended Universe is mishandled and a mixed bag. No shit.
No.
No
really?
comment
God.
on Wonder Woman 1984.
The
Trash.
only DC universe that he liked was the Wonder Woman movie. Was Wonder Woman. And Aquaman.
Yeah. And Aquaman and
Aquaman
Wonder
was
Woman.
trash.
It was good watching the Snyder Cut Justice League, and the Peacemaker TV series was a delight. The Man of Steel was okay, but a complete misinterpretation of Superman.
I'm sorry, but I
It's
don't
an-
think this
I
guy
mean,
can say
look,
anything about interpreting when he said great power equals great responsibility is just slop for an
fan
audience.
bait. Yeah, it's like I'm sorry, dude.
I don't think he can say anything.
I mean,
on
it's
that.
the thing with Superman is that this time he's been rebooted so many times. I don't think you can really say like, "Oh, that's not the origin of Superman." It's like basically his origins, whatever the fuck the author currently says it is. Like
Yeah.
Pretty
he's
much.
been rebooted so many times.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could certainly say it's unfortunate. I mean, Superman I see as a idol of modern times, whatever the modern times are. And whether that idol exists to be cut down, as in modern, current day times, or it previously was the Superman, the height of what all men should go to achieve, previous eras. You know, that's up to what the author determines, but you know, it always I
Usually
always
it's to be
see.
torn down.
Yeah, well, like I said, I see Superman as a character who exists solely as a if you'll forgive the pun, steelman of an argument that is going to be used as a mirror to reflect society's current values onto. Like I said again,
Yes.
whether to tear down or to hold up. And
Unfortunately, our values are to
so
tear
I
down.
don't really think you can say you can say a lot about Man of Steel, but I don't think you can criticize how Snyder interpreted Superman there.
I think Snyder did a pretty decent job.
I'm kind of I don't really care too much. I've never been a huge Superman fan, but that's also because I'm only 30 years old, and I pretty much my entire existence with Superman is either the comic book Superman, which was still harkening back to the Silver and Gold Age Superman in terms of attitude and idolization, or modern day Superman, which is just all about how men are terrible and we should kill them. So I've never been really invested in Superman.
Yeah, that's fair. And unfortunate.
Yeah. Let's see what else we got here. I liked Batman versus Superman: Dawn of Justice because the actors were great, but the plot didn't make sense.
Yeah, No shit. The plot was. Oh god, the plot was garbage. Your mom's named Martha. My mom's named Martha too. Oh my god, you have a mom just like me.
We both drink water.
I guess we're fighting over nothing now.
My favorite, honestly, was the robot chicken of Superman and Batman, where Superman shows up and Batman's like, "Oh, sorry, I'm out of fucks to give." Wait, hold on. There's a vending machine over there. Let me go check it. Wait. Look, there's one last fuck in here. Oh, but I'm out of money. Wait, hold on. I have $1 here. I can buy the last fuck.
That's amazing.
Oh, have you guys not seen that?
I
No,
don't
it's
remember
good.
it.
I remember it.
I don't watch Robot Chicken.
Oh my god, that was actually hilarious. Yeah, sure. Look at this. Fucking age restricted.
Of course
I mean, it kind of is, but it does curse a lot. Yeah. It's actually a pretty good 1-minute skit.
Once more into the breach. Hopefully it doesn't fucking break again.
So you can expect my stories to happen in DC and Marvel a bunch. Yes, I can imagine that, yes. I'm also a fan of Fast and Furious, Mission Impossible, Star Wars, Supernatural, Charmed, and Buffy. As a hobby, I also sing, play on the guitar, play the piano, play video games, do math homework.
What the fuck?
Okay.
A hobby?
Also, sometimes I add my own versions of endings in case I don't like how the story goes, where I insert my OCs. Guys, sometimes he writes fanfiction.
No.
Damn, that's crazy.
Really?
Yeah, that's crazy.
That is insane.
Sometimes he writes fanfiction. Or he adds other characters to the story to give them a better spin rather than how it went down in canon. Oh, very bold.
Oh, he writes crossovers, guys.
Yeah, he writes crossovers too sometimes. And if you think that my inserted versions of the characters are different from their comic book selves, well, you're wrong because this is fan fiction and anything can happen.
Ugh.
I know I just went on a giant diatribe about how all these authors did all of these characters wrong, but if you think I did my characters wrong, well, I'm the author of the story, and therefore you're wrong. No, I don't see the contradiction in this at all.
Hypocrisy in my fanfiction community? No.
Right? Yeah, that doesn't happen here. And even then, a lot of showrunners and other fanfiction writers like me use their own spin on characters from comic books. So think about it before you accuse me of being OOC. Right. So the people that get paid to reboot a series are writing reboots of characters with their own universes and own lore. So that's why I am allowed to do it, because those people are paid to. Brilliant argument.
Soy boy take.
That is the most brilliant argument I have ever.
I decided to
Average
fucking do
Redditor
it.
take.
Like it or don't.
You see, in this picture, I have drawn myself as the Chad.
God damn it! I knew exactly.
God damn
it! And you,
look at this photograph.
Look at this graph.
You see in this graph, I have depicted fanfic authors and real authors, and you can clearly see the amount of liberal takes of how the character is interpreted is the same. Therefore, I'm right. Oh, okay. Sure, buddy. I'm the exact same as a professional because I do it for free. I mean, that's like the opposite of professional, literally, but, you know, you do you. I am also a very empathetic and caring and understanding person.
Mm,
In fact, he's so empathetic, he has to tell you he's empathetic.
press X to doubt.
Yeah. I like to think that I am able to get inside the heads of characters when I write them and can understand them better than any other person. Their opinions are wrong because I imagined myself as right. So I was making the joke earlier of I've drawn myself as the Chad, but that's literally what he said.
Oh God.
Well, you see, you're wrong because I imagine myself as more right than you.
Woo lad.
Okay.
Okay, author.
Okay.
I mean, hey, that's a hell of a take. That's a great one to keep in your back pocket, okay? Like, I think that is a solid, just fuck you answer to throw at someone. Sign, you need to do it. It's the next person that
Sorry, I was
says you're
distracted. What?
wrong about Tanya. Just say, no, I'm not wrong, as I've imagined myself more right than you.
Okay. I'll do it.
Because that's what the author just said here, is that other people have opinions, but my opinion's correct because I imagined myself as being more correct.
Okay. Fair.
If they disagree with me and give me a compelling and reasonable argument, I might change my mind. But I'm not going to tolerate any insults, swearing, or insults, or insults, or insults, or insults.
Everything he perceives as a criticism is an insult.
Yes.
Or rather, reverse that. Everything he perceives as a
Nah,
criticism
he's
is
still
actually an
wrong,
insult.
though. True.
Yes, he's still wrong.
But yeah, he literally just goes on to say insults, swearing, vulgarisms, profanity, and dirty words. Because apparently those are all different things.
Yep.
I'm not sure what a vulgarism is that a swear isn't, or what a profanity is that a vulgarism isn't, but
Well, you can
Well,
be
well, fuck
may
vulgar
me,
not-
without
he
being
must have
profane.
imagined new definitions for them.
It's
no,
because
no.
he made it the fuck up.
Yeah, true.
No. You can be vulgar without swearing or being profane. Usually that's when you bring in sex. Or sex
Okay, fair. Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah.
Like, you have a small penis, okay? You didn't swear, you weren't profane, but it was vulgar.
Okay, but that's an insult.
It's an insult. Yes.
Right, but he already
it
said
is
insult.
Neither... It may not be an insult. He's just
But
pointing
he-
out that your dick's small.
That's an insult.
That is still an insult sign.
Okay,
Is this the sign L?
But it's neither
Yes.
profane, nor is it whatever the fucking other one was. A swear.
I also have an AO3 account. This is the least
Of course.
shocked I've ever been in my life.
Explains things.
My update schedule is I do it. Cool.
Yep.
If there's a gap between a story update, I am probably not going to update it. Please be patient. Okay, I'll take requests, but I might not write it. Oh. Okay, here we have another pithy argument from the author. My writing stand. I take writing very seriously, says the author, who after 9 years still writes dialogue in the same paragraph. I mean, I'm interested to see what part of writing you take seriously, because I can't see it, but... Sure. Sometimes with humor. I will also occasionally write comedy crack one-shots of humor, as opposed to comedy crack one-shots of depression. So it may happen sometime down the line I decide to rewrite things I've already finished, so don't be surprised if I rewrite them. I also since I am very perfectionist and have OCD.
So what he's saying is he doesn't want to come up with new plots, so he rewrites his already finished stories.
Yeah. He's creatively bankrupt, so he just keeps recycling the same idea over and over again and blames it on his OCD that he totally has. That's why he still can't write English correctly, is because he's a perfectionist.
Out of ideas and
Of
writing the
course.
same slop over and over again under a different name. Isn't that weird? It reminds me of someone, Harside.
Now, hold on. I have never
I don't know what
seen
you're talking about.
Sign write the same thing over and over again under a different name.
These sex scenes.
Not true.
I mean, to be fair, my statement still stands. I've never seen...
Wrong, because literal sin exists.
Rewrite the same
name of the-
scenes over and over.
Name of the game exists, and if you read the sex scenes from that and from his recent stories, they're the same thing.
No, it's not. You shut
Not
up.
even slightly. There's no incest.
Yes there is. Seiyuu Tensei. Seiyuu Tensei just updated.
Oh, yeah. See, I don't read that one.
Well, no, there
Neither
was
do I.
no incest in that yet.
Yeah.
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 JK.
I have some parts of the
Doesn't count.
stories I have written and do a rewrite later. I also write one-shots which serve as a filler or are meant to call someone out on their bullshit when they annoy me. Yes, my favorite one-shots from authors is when they are just writing them purely to make fun of someone else. I mean, okay.
Well, I guess it beats an entire story made for spite.
Ow.
Yeah, it definitely would beat an entire story written out of spite for the audience reading it. It would definitely be terrible if that's what he got known for the rest of the time. That would just be awful.
Right.
If I decide
I
to
am
delete
calling
a
myself out
story, there's something about it I don't like, and I don't want to change it, so I will delete it. I've tried writing stories in the first person of the main characters, but rereading my stories after finishing them, I did not like them. So my stories are going to be written from the narrator viewpoint. Okay, so I can understand why you would not like a first-person story of your main characters. It's because you're dog shit at writing, and you're realizing that when you are writing in first person, because you're realizing how much that you actually have to add about detail to a story when you write in first person, but also how much detail you have to leave out. And because you're the sort of person that gets so used to using the omnipresent ability of a third-person narrator to point out details you can't somehow fit into a story because you're too incompetent to do so, it gets you angry and you don't like it. And it feels weird because you're not able to just tell everyone details. That's why you don't like writing in first person. I'm able to say this as a just pure conjecture about this individual, not because I've read anything that they've ever written, but rather because we read something that they wrote, and the fact of the matter is that it was incredibly dry and boring. The characters were flat, and the dialogue was mashed into single giant lumpy paragraphs because the author still can't fathom how to write English after 9 years of doing it. And so that's why I think that the author's deleting his stories whenever he writes in first person, is because he's a dog shit fucking author who hides behind the shield of being a perfectionist with OCD as the reason as to why he deletes his stories, and not because the stories he deletes makes him realize he's bad, and instead of improving them, he deletes them.
Yep.
I try to be introspective, empathetic, and understanding, and get into the minds of characters when writing to make them feel realistic. Honestly, in some cases, I have doubts about succeeding.
No shit.
Yeah, can't imagine why you might have doubts about succeeding. Can't imagine why you might have doubts. You know. Let's see, what else we got here. I try to keep romance, action, and relationship drama balanced in my stories to make them likable enough. My preferred writing are stories with balanced romance. What the fuck does that mean? Drama and action, where there are lots of emotions that need plot for them, and they are expressed as appropriate. With
What?
occasional comedy and humor. I especially enjoy writing emotional scenes. I try to make my stories plot-driven with a balanced level of romance, emotions, and sex, and comedy, and humor, and drama, and action. Yes, a balanced level of 9 different genres.
Also, he's never gonna be writing anything as emotional as Infant was able to with fucking Zhao the Magnificent.
True. That was good. I will say the whole inspect cloak and the fucking flavor text for the cloak is hold this for me, Con.
Yeah.
It's like,
The
oh,
last words he said to him. Oh, that shit was amazing.
so take my energy. Everyone, give him your energy.
No.
That was good shit.
Jesus.
Did you not read it?
No.
Oh.
I don't read anything of Infant.
You're talking about the rape story, right?
No. What
No.
Oh, I'm talking about the Avatar
Jesus
story.
Christ, Sai.
Oh, that one.
Hell,
I stepped away for
Amazing.
you just
2
heard
minutes.
Infant. Literally, all you heard was Infant, and you went on fucking sex.
No, I went on his latest
What
story
the
that
hell
caused
did
an
I come back
uproar on
to? I mean, obviously I came back to a sign L, but
QQ shit bricks over this story. Didn't you see the reaction?
No, I didn't.
No.
No,
You'll
it
have
was
to link
one
it.
guy. It was one guy who shit bricks after fucking posting a copy pasted review.
I fucking knew it! I fucking knew it! You are here, you little bitch!
What?
huh?
Oh,
He's
Infant.
here.
He's listening.
He's always lurking.
Oh.
But yeah, no, that one motherfucker got so salty he had to post his scathing review on both QQ and then turn around and cross-post it to fanfiction.net.
We were talking
So-
about fucking the Avatar story with the flavor text for the cloak, for the cape.
Yeah, so which was obvious. Totally not ripping off Gurren Lagann, by the way. Absolutely, definitely
Yeah,
not
no.
ripping off Gurren
No.
Lagann at all.
Also, Infant, while you're here, is the Kyoshi Warriors actually fucking dead, or is it just in the spirit realm, or is only Suki gonna survive? Because everyone's fucking arguing about that in the thread.
They're alive. 100%. They are alive.
No, they got lost.
They're alive,
Yeah.
though.
But then they wouldn't have been lost. That's the thing.
They will come back from the spirit realm. I guarantee it.
They're lost in the warp.
No,
Damn
I have literally read the end of the story. They're coming back.
I know.
Re. Yeah. Was it? Did you rip off the cloak moment from Gurren Lagann?
Of course they did.
I just want to make sure, you can have parallel thought processes, Sometimes it doesn't have to be directly inspired.
No, sure.
Sometimes it can be just epic moment.
Yep.
Yeah.
Also, and you're coming back to this author we're still shitting on, because now he's claiming...
Same guy, eh?
Yeah, he's now claiming that he's a perfectionist with OCD.
Who
That's not true at all, buddy.
Who rewrites his own stories, and if he finds something he doesn't like about one of these stories, he'll just delete them rather than go and fix it.
Yeah.
Well, boy, howdy, boy. If that ain't just the stupidest fucking shit I heard in a minute.
Also, he's very empathetic, introspective, and understanding, and is better at understanding anyone's characters than they are because he's the best at understanding them.
And he writes one-shots to make fun of authors he doesn't like.
Yeah. Because he's so empathetic.
Bro, I don't need to make a one-shot to make fun of authors I don't like. It's called, haha, you smell funny.
Also, he's a very balanced writer who writes very balanced things with balanced levels of balance in them.
Is he a chemically balanced writer?
He's a very
No.
chemically balanced writer.
He is a chemically balanced writer.
As for relationships, I write stories with pairings I approve of, as listed below in my pairings list.
Okay.
Great.
That was fair.
I will not
Yeah.
write a pairing I disapprove of. Unless they're going to be a breakup pairing. Or showing why it would not work because I do not approve of it. Or if it
I don't
needs to be
approve of it,
called out.
therefore it's bad.
Yes.
I'm gonna be honest, this guy sounded like the fucking Bleach fans who got obsessed with Ichigo and Rukia getting together.
True.
Oh, I didn't know Sam was here.
No, I was actually thinking of Prow Aura.
Oh, him. Oh, forever coping.
Who?
And then there's me.
Someone
He's
on
in
another
a fucking.
server.
Yeah. And then here's me, who holds a torch for Ichigo and Senna, knowing that'll never happen, but his memory was
Who?
wiped and he loved her
Who?
anyway. From the first movie.
Movie Girl. Memories of Nobody. Or no.
Oh,
Wait,
yeah.
wait, wasn't that the collective essences of children?
Yeah,
No.
no. It
No.
was a collective essence of everyone who died in that place between worlds and ended up in the Valley of Screams, basically.
Right, yep,
Also
okay.
children.
Wait, I don't think it was
And-
Memories of Nobody. That was the other movie that Rukia got.
I gotta say,
That was where
Ichigo Ichigo's lost his memory so much, I think he might be Sora.
No, he's lost
fuck
more
up.
memories than Sora has.
Well, okay, you know what? That's fair, since Sora did get a bunch of them back.
Wait, hold up. Sora wields a weird
But Sora-
sword.
Sora's never
Loses
forgotten
memories,
somebody so hard they
fights
stopped
for his
existing.
friends, is a protector,
Oh, there's no gifts.
gets
this time.
power-ups
Damn.
through the power of friendship. Holy shit, is Sora just a Ichigo ripoff?
Yes.
No,
He's even
you
got spiky
dumbass.
orange...
He's spiky brown hair, but he has also got ultimate forms and other alternate forms since Kingdom Hearts 2.
True.
He has a
Shit, he
hollow
really
mode.
does. Yeah, he does have.
He does have an all mode. He has an
Wait.
all mode where he's all
Oh
fucking
god, he's even got a
colorblind.
hollow mode.
Yeah, baby. He even
Is Kingdom
he
Hearts
even
2 just a Bleach
specifically-
fanfic?
He
Yep.
even specifically in KH3 gets more control of his darkness mode.
All right, I'm adding nose. Add
Wait,
nose hair.
is Sora the descendant
Sora
or son
is
of really
just
special
a
fucking person?
fanfic OC of Ichigo from Bleach.
Wait, when was Bleach first
No, look,
published?
Bleach was first published in
1999, 2000 something.
Shut the
No
fuck up!
way.
I'm literally reading the wiki. 2001 to 2016 on Bleach. Kingdom Hearts was first released in 2002. However, you do realize the development cycle on those games is about 10 years.
Yeah.
So it started long before.
I don't.
No.
Just happened to come out.
No, hold up. No, this
the-
is
the
2002. That dev cycle was a year and a half at the most.
Yeah, the PS2 came out in 2000. They would have started development for a PS2
it's on the
game.
PS2,
then it
brother.
probably started at 2000, 2001. About the same time.
Bleach started in 2001.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said that.
Yep.
And then Kingdom
Alright.
Hearts 2 was 2005, which I think was after we.
Yes,
we
it was
see
after the
Hollow
Hollow.
Yeah.
It was when
Yeah.
Hollow came out. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I mean, in all honesty, it is just like a common trope around that
Yeah.
time for that. If you look.
Oh,
around
well,
enough.
I mean, obviously, but it's
This
funny
is
if I can
funnier
get
to-
Kingdom Hearts characters to get angry about it.
Oh,
Yeah, I was
is
gonna say this is
funny.
funnier to do to nose.
Yeah.
Well, it's hilarious to do to Sign because he's the one having a freak out on stream about
Yeah,
it right
you know,
now.
Bleach was 24 years ago. Yeah, yeah.
One Piece was
those gears
26
turning, old
years
man.
ago. When was One Piece? 25, 26 years ago and still
Well,
going?
you know, just remember,
One Piece
it's
was
not as bad as
mid-90s.
Ranma, which
Yeah.
came out in 1988.
Oh.
Oh. Ow. What
Let's
year is it?
see.
Oh god, what,
Yeah,
where
there
am
it
I?
is.
What day is it?
First chapter was like 97 for One Piece.
Damn, that's crazy.
I'm sorry.
Almost 20
Did you
years.
say when?
No, it's been
97.
it's been almost 30 years. 1990.
1990.
One Piece is Oh, sorry, my bad. I'm so sorry, Sign. Ranma 1/2 wasn't 1988. It was 1987.
Oh, so it's 30.
He's having like a mental
Sign,
breakdown.
sign. I have
Yeah.
bad. I don't know how to tell you this.
38
Ranma
years?
is older than most of the people.
No,
in
yeah,
this
Ranma's
podcast.
38 years
Oh,
old. Yeah, Ranma's
38
older
years
than
old.
everyone in this podcast except for you.
Except me.
You are the only
Oh,
one
oh.
Ranma isn't older than.
Oh god.
Yeah, Ron was your little sibling.
Side
Oh,
is, Side is having a breakdown. This is amazing.
Stop. It
Hurt
hurts.
him.
Keep going.
Keep hurting him.
When did Inuyasha come out? I mean, it's
that was-
probably
I don't know if I
late,
want to know
probably
this
90s.
information.
I
Wasn't
would say that was
late
90s, early
that's got to be
2000s.
early 90s, right?
I thought it was 90.
Yeah, that's got to be early 90s.
94, 95, 96. I think, something
96.
around then. I was right.
Yeah.
Oh, shut the fuck up. No,
Mid-90s
it
then.
didn't.
Noise.
I thought
Yes,
so.
I did sign.
Yeah, 1996
God.
to 2008.
It
Dang,
was.
that ran for 12 years.
Damn,
already.
you know.
Okay. The
I didn't
anime
realize
was
it ran for that
2000.
long.
That's why.
I can practically hear Sign aging.
Yeah, I
in real
mean,
time.
you know,
That's
it's
pretty-
only like 19 years ago.
20.
Ranma 1/2 was before my time. Yeah, LeMay, Ranma
No
1/2 is
shit,
before
LeMay.
all of our times.
Except sign.
That's-
That being said, you should go check it out.
I'm pretty sure most of what we just discussed in the last 8 minutes is probably before LeMay's time.
Sign.
Yeah.
How does it
Is
feel
it-
to be
is it
before
LeMay Young,
Ranma
like-
1/2 time?
19 or 20?
Yeah, I think LeMay's
I
like
think someone
20-ish,
else.
right?
LeMay, we don't need the exact one, but just give us a range, you know? Like 18
Are
to
you
21.
are you a
It-
Z, a Zillennial, or a Millennial?
Millennial. They said that up above more.
Oh,
I'm
did
pretty
they?
sure,
No,
yeah.
no, I think they were saying millennial to us when the
you're gonna
guy
make
was
them
like,
cry.
"Oh,
accusing us
yeah."
of being millennials, which most of
No,
us
they were
are.
accusing the author of being a millennial because he said that the line "with great power comes great responsibility" comes from the Amazing Spider-Man movie.
No one asked you, Insane.
Damn, I feel bad for you,
But I'll
Insane. You're a
again.
Zillennial.
Shut
You're
up.
the
No, he's
worst of
not.
the millennial and the worst of Gen Z.
The original Mobile Suit Gundam was 1979.
Yeah, it was.
But I'm
Hey,
guessing.
Sign, congratulations! You found
The
something
anime
older
was
than you.
1981.
The animation did not age well, but the storytelling
No.
that aged pretty well.
Story's great.
Yeah, story's great.
I think
Oh man,
Insane Silence. Were you born
I
97
wanted-
like I was?
I had a friend who refused to watch the OG
Or you
Gundams. The
98?
animation, I'm just like, if you don't shut your fucking mouth and watch
The
one of
OG
the better
Gundams
written
animation
mecha
is
stories.
Oh. Is
Yeah, it's
Inuyasha
just
still
fun.
good in modern terms? What the fuck does that mean?
What do you mean
Yes.
modern terms?
What do you
I am a
mean modern?
new
it is.
Redditor, and I'm still learning how to use Reddit. So, like any good anime fan, I went around Reddit for anime recommendations, and people said Inuyasha, which isn't my absolute favorite, but still good. I was surprised when people began responding and telling me about how Inuyasha is cringy, inappropriate, offensive, and unhealthy.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
Lineage.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
yeah,
sorry,
I
that's-
mean, like,
Yeah.
Moroku
Zoomers.
acting a 13-year-old child to bear his child. That's not
Mm.
great.
No.
The caveat there was hilarious. Although he may have enjoyed it. No, he wasn't.
He
He wasn't
wasn't.
joking about that.
Moroku!
Yeah.
Dirty old man.
So what they meant was from a modern Western
Perspective.
political
Yes.
lens, which
Yeah,
is a stupid way to look at most
what
things.
the author is asking of this post is he's asking if it's okay for him to say that Inuyasha's good still.
Yes, it is.
Ah,
But Yashahime
Is he going
is
to get
not.
canceled for selling it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
is he gonna get canceled if he says Inuyasha's good?
I mean,
And yes, you will get canceled.
Probably not.
Everyone
Probably
in the
not,
anime
there's
Reddit
no-
is now just tourisms. They're relentlessly
Yes.
bad takes. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, anything
mean,
on Reddit is in
It's
general.
fucking Reddit.
The
Yeah.
thing is,
Yeah.
you won't get cancelled for Inuyasha because there's still enough Inuyasha fans alive who watched it in early 2000s, mid 2010s that
Yeah,
will still all defend it till their dying breath, basically.
but
True,
those
that's fair
Inuyasha
enough.
fans generally are not hanging out on
But you're not going to
Reddit.
Yeah,
get
they're
modern
generally
audience
not on
without
Reddit anymore. They're kind of at their 9 to 5.
Those two recommended posts on the right, the absolute
Mm.
fucking, they're the same post, but 9
Why
years
isn't
apart.
Inuyasha as popular today as other Toonami classics?
And then a
Dude,
post from 9
mm.
years ago.
Why
Why
having
has
been
it
so
been
popular?
forgotten despite having been popular? Those are just the same posts worded
Well,
different
no,
ways.
so 9 years ago
No,
we didn't have
Inuyasha. No, the first one is saying that Inuyasha is a Toonami classic, which I would not consider that a Toonami classic.
It ran on
it was an Adult
Toonami.
Swim.
I'm
No,
aware
it
it
was
ran.
Toonami or Adult Swim?
No, it ran on
No,
Adult Swim.
it ran Adult Swim when Adult Swim
It
started out as like,
specifically, it goes Inuyasha, Robot Chicken, and then Cowboy Bebop.
Mm.
yeah,
and
because
Bleach was
Adult
before.
Swim was basically just adult Toonami for a while.
Yes.
Yeah.
With Robot Chicken thrown in, and then someone was put in charge of Cartoon Network who didn't like cartoons and started doing a bunch of live action shows, some of which were
Which is
well received, and
unfortunate.
others which were awful.
Yep.
Mm.
Now I will say the reason why I know the schedule of Adult Swim is because I had one of those tiny CRT TVs. Like I'm talking like maybe like 10-inch CRT TV in my room when I was a child.
Yeah.
And I would put the Cartoon Network on to go to sleep to. And I would always know what time midnight was because that's when Robot Chicken came on.
Mm-hmm.
And then you weren't going to go to sleep because you're not going to miss an episode of Robot Chicken. Why would you
Exactly.
do
Yeah.
that? And now you're all hyped up from laughing so much so you can relax with an episode of Cowboy Bebop.
Exactly.
Oh, wait, this is not one of the relaxing episodes. Guess you're staying awake for another half hour, kid.
Exactly.
And then they
Gee, I
stopped
wonder what
showing that
happened to
up.
your sleep schedule.
And then they stopped showing that up on Cartoon Network, and then on cable they
Uh,
made a Comedy Central channel that where Robot Chicken
Yeah.
watches.
Also, to be
Yeah.
fair, a kid's sleep schedule can be as short as like 5 hours. Especially at the age Sneaky was doing this. Like,
Yeah.
through middle school, I regularly ran on 4 hours of sleep.
Yeah, I
school.
ran. I had so little sleep when I was a fucking child. Oh my god.
My body would
No.
get up at 2:30 a.m. every day, no matter what time I fell asleep at, and then I just went on with my day. I don't know why, but I did.
I was so tired
now-
in my fucking high school years, though. I was just dead.
Oh,
I
yeah.
never had that issue. I didn't start having that issue. I didn't start having that kind of issue until college, when it's like, oh, I'm now 19 years old. I got 3 hours of sleep last night. I should be fine. And halfway through, I'm like, fuck.
Yep.
I need at least
No,
2
I
more.
powered through college like a
happened?
goddamn champion. Like, holy shit. I was just like, oh, what's that? 3 days without sleep?
I know, Mr. 72 hours during finals.
Yeah! Man, but
was
no,
Sneaky
you
making
couldn't.
bad life choices again?
No, you couldn't blame me for it because they were giving me absolute bullshit final times. Where I was like, one of my finals was at 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. And then my next
Yeah.
final for the next day was at
So-
6 a.m. And it's like, I'm
so
sorry, fucking what?
Sneaky's final schedule was so fucked that he didn't sleep for 3 days. And from what I remember, you passed all but one of those finals too, with like
I passed
B at
all
the
of them.
worst. Oh yeah, no, he passed all of them then.
Yeah.
Which, considering by the time he got to the 4th exam period, it had already been 36 hours since his last sleep. Kind of impressive.
I was so fucking dead on my feet, man. It's like 3 a.m. and Max is like, Sneaky, you should go to sleep. I'm like, no.
3 a.m.
Cracks
3
can of
a.m..
Monster open. I gotta stay awake. 6 a.m. I gotta go to home fucking reading.
I think parting words that night were, okay, well, just don't die, Sneaky.
I
I'll
was
fuck with
like,
you
no,
later.
you don't understand. I was vibrating on Monster at that point.
Ah,
I did 3 days all-nighter once, never again. True. No, that was fucking brutal on me. That destroyed me. No, there was, in high school, there was 1 week that I wanted to see how long I could go without sleep. So for the entire week, I did nothing but drink Coca-Cola.
oh
Jesus
God.
Christ.
Are you insane?
When I was hungry, I drank a Coca-Cola. When I was thirsty, I drank a Coca-Cola. And I just...
Sneaky, were you a 1950s housewife?
It's no wonder your kidneys survived.
Yeah, it's crazy. But no.
Honestly, that's... I don't know why it just randomly reminded me of a former coworker. He loved cherry Coke,
Ew.
right? Like, he would literally fist fight anyone who touched his Cokes in the fridge at work.
Well, he would
Hey,
never
also-
worry
now,
about
the
that.
work
He
fridge is
also-
sacred.
He also had kidney stones monthly.
Yeah,
I
no
found out
shit.
why. About a year into working with him, I found out why. It wasn't because of all the cherry Coke, Sneaky. It was because his kidney filter was flipped. So it was working in conjunction with the Coke.
Oh?
Yeah.
The part of your kidney that actually handles the filtering, yeah, for him, it was flipped for some reason. It's just a
He
genetic
had an
defect. that can occur.
inverted kidney. Damn, I hope he didn't reproduce.
And he's really he had his firstborn while we were still working together, and like a month later he just comes in. It's like, I really fucking hope my kid doesn't inherit that from me. And I just look at him like, I hope so too.
Yeah, that would suck.
I cannot think of anything worse thing to do as a parent than to pass down something like that to your kid, yeah.
Like, listen.
That's rough.
Yeah,
buddy.
he was insanely happy to be a father, and then once the first month of having his wore off, he had a moment of like, there's a lot of problems in my family history that this kid could inherit. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
The last gaming session I had, extreme gaming session, that was probably going to be my first year of college when XCOM Enemy Unknown just came out. And I played for 40 of the 48 hours, with the 8 hours that I didn't play was because I had to go to class.
Damn.
Yeah.
And I distinctly remember, I think it was Max who messaged me like, Sneaky, have you gone to sleep? I said, no. I have 40 hours played. Sneaky, didn't the game come out 40 hours ago? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. There have been a few times in my friendship with Sneaker, I'm like, oh, I'm glad he's enjoying that game. 60 hours. It's just released 3 days ago.
Or the times where it's, oh, Sneaky's playing that game, goes to sleep, wakes up, does morning ritual, goes to do something that day, comes back at like noon. Sneaky is still playing that game. Sneaky, have you gone to sleep? No. I have not. I am going to pass out now. Max was the witness to many of my fuckingings of the sleep schedule.
Max
One
was
of my
the witness.
classmates said he couldn't feel his legs while working on a project. Ooh.
That. Did he sit in the same position for 12 hours straight
Cut off the blood flow. Yeah,
without moving?
I've done that.
I've done that.
Never had it cut off blood flow because you're supposed to shift in your chair to prevent that.
Well, no, it's not even that. By the time you start noticing blood flow cut off, you're starting to feel spikes because of the way the blood is not flowing,
Yes.
and you can
Another
physically feel
classmate
that in
broke
most
the
extremities.
capsule of her Adderall and just
No.
took it
No.
straight.
No,
Another guy
no.
showed up and saw the capsule and asked if everything was okay. Yeah, that's a real millennial moment. I'm gonna be honest. That's a real millennial moment.
That is not what you do.
The only way to make that worse as someone who has ADHD is for you to tell me that she took it using alcohol. That is the only way you can make this work.
Snorted it.
Yeah.
She snorted
Your uppers and your
Snorted it
downers,
and
kids.
drank.
it. Well,
What
she
happened to
snorted
Win-
it.
I have a
What happened
foolproof
to-
way for making me go to sleep. What's that? Snorts Adderall, drinks beer, thud.
See, we don't want you to take the permanent sleep.
You're not. Golly, no, that stuff is time release for a fucking reason.
Yeah, it's
Cut
coke,
down
it's
just a
meth.
little bit.
It's literally early Adderall.
I
Oh, yeah, Adderall.
know.
No, Adderall is just meth. Yeah.
It's sneaky. That hasn't changed. It's still just meth. That's
No,
federally regular.
I was getting my brain mixed up between Adderall and the branch of medicine that is used for ADHD because they did end up eventually making non-meth
Oh no,
versions
I
of
know.
ADHD meds.
Non-stimulants. Vyvanse, Strattera, and a third one. I was actually a test study for Strattera. No. I was a
Yeah, I
test study
took
for one of them.
Concerta and it made me want to kill people. That never went away.
Concerta's the one that worked for me because it was the only solid pill stimulant that was actually time release, and you only needed to take it twice a day at half the dosage of Adderall, which you would take once a day.
Oh, I only took that once a
Ah.
day, and it was just a really big pill.
No, that was probably for the best that you only took it once a day if it was making you see red, you
They're
Yeah.
psychopath.
giving him horse pills.
I want to. Listen. I don't think
Yeah, no,
the
Concerta-
pill
Look,
was
every time I
responsible for
visited the
seeing you
doctor-
red.
No, it was.
Oh,
It
no,
only
no,
happened
okay,
after I started
so-
taking the meds.
So the problem is that stimulants don't affect people who actually have ADHD the way it does a normal person. So there's a good chance Sneaky was misdiagnosed. But the other problem is that he might have had ADHD, but his brain was wired just right for the stimulants to not work.
Not work correctly, because, I mean, there was a reason why they made Adderall and Concerta and Ritalin, and, like, there was a reason why there was, like, 26 different flavors of this fucking medicine. It's because people reacted
Because-
differently to them all.
Yeah.
So in general, this one will work for 8 out of 10 cases.
Also,
then this one will work for 1 out of 10, and this other one will cover all the other 1 out of 10s.
it was a known
theoretically.
side effect of Concerta, of seeing grayscale and red. And murder.
Very,
That's
very-
that's
it
another
was very
side
that was a
effect.
very rare side effect, but
Yeah.
it was listed as heightened aggression. Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't have that issue. It actually did give me the ability to properly focus.
Oh, I was
But,
focused as fuck. I also was one step away from
yeah,
punching people in the
I
face constantly.
I didn't suffer from the other negative side effects. I didn't suffer from the heightened other stuff. It was just the focus.
Don't
It doesn't
worry, I
sound
was
like
on
Sneaky
meth.
was suffering from it.
Any sane person would argue that was suffering. Sneaky just doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, I would argue being
Exactly.
chemically induced to
Listen,
rage is suffering,
Stein,
you moron.
just because someone is of the mind that it is what it is does not mean they aren't suffering. It just means they've accepted it.
True. Very
Yes, but
Doesn't
isn't
mean
the
it's
end
not
of
there.
suffering acceptance?
They're just dealing with it.
No, it's the tolerance of suffering. That's the end of suffering.
Yeah. So unfortunately, Sneaky's brain is probably, if he has ADHD, it's wired just right to fuck him out of every ADHD med that would normally help.
My favorite is when it's basically a coin flip for me when it comes to like stimulants in general. I'm not even talking about like a wide range of stimulants. I'm talking about stimulants period. Like sometimes I'll be like, I'm gonna drink this can of Monster. Oh boy, I feel energetic now. And sometimes I'll be like, I'm gonna drink this can of Monster. Thud. I'm just like, cool, great, thanks. That was the opposite of what I wanted to happen. And then sometimes I'll drink like 6 cans of Monster and I'll be like, why is my body vibrating and I'm still sleepy?
Oh, because you took 6 cans of goddamn Monster.
Yes, because I'm trying to be awake because I am driving a car at 80 miles an hour. And it is very important I remain awake for that.
So, Sneaky, I'd like to posit a theory. It may have been the caffeine fighting with the sugar crash out.
That's why I kept drinking the sugar.
No.
But you'd already had too much sugar.
No, I can just have more.
They needed more.
The caffeine is what was pushing.
I can stave off the sugar crash out if I just keep taking shots.
I don't think that's how that works normally.
That's exactly how it works.
It's a roller coaster. You go up and down on it.
My heart's a fucking jackhammer, but I can't see. Yeah, there's a reason why I don't drive.
I thought it's because you're lazy.
No, it's because it's really, really hard for me to drive because I can't see anything.
He's
Yeah, 'cause
legally
he's
blind in
blind.
his left eye.
And my right eye for a different reason.
Yeah.
My right eye is just damaged. My left eye has its nerve damage.
Let's put it this way. While I was driving Sneaky around Chicago when we were up there for Atin's birthday, he and I had the conversation. He told me a story of how he turned a 30-minute trip into 5 minutes. I had looked at him at a stoplight and just said, I'm driving when I visit you. You're not touching the wheel of a car.
Yep. Sign. I don't drive for similar reasons.
Gas, gotta step on the gas.
Tonight we ride, yeah.
See, I have, and if you make a joke about this, you will be banned from the server because you're not not because I'm offended, because you're not original.
Brain damage.
Right? I have actual literal brain damage that prevents me from having depth perception.
Oof. Ow.
But hey, the U.S. government says I'm still allowed to drive a car.
I got permission from my doctor. Well, you see.
Oh no, I didn't even. No. Sneaky had to get a note. You had to get like a note from your doctor. I didn't even need that.
I was told I had to get a note from my doctor, but instead I decided to bamboozle the DMV person with bullshit and said if I just called my doctor right now and he said it's okay, is that fine? And the guy's like, I guess, yeah. So that's what I did. But as far as the guy knew, I just called some random ass person. Because he's like, are you Sneaky's doctor? And he's like, yeah, I'm Sneaky's doctor. He can drive. And then he hung up. And the guy's like, oh, well, I guess your doctor said you can drive.
I guess you're good to go, sir.
And he was like, I'll just mark you as blind on your paper. But then that got lost because I guess Vermont, either when I transferred to Florida, and then I transferred to Vermont, and somewhere along the line, legally blind on my driver's license got removed, and either they missed it or they like, I don't know, didn't have that as a thing in that state. So when I came back to New Jersey, I don't have legally blind on my.
I'll be honest.
now they
It
don't
know
sounds
you're
like
legally blind.
It sounds like something Florida would do. It's like, oh, we don't care. You came in here, you passed the
Yeah,
test,
you know
whatever.
what? It does sound like something
Yeah,
Florida
but
would do because you
Florida-
know what my fucking insurance was in Florida when I was down in Florida? It was $400 fucking a month
Wow.
for
What is it
insurance.
now?
63.
Jesus.
Yeah, Florida's insurance is just
mean-
insane.
I'm gonna be honest. We can nail that squarely on the fact that a massive portion of Florida is metropolitan. which
It's
means lots of
metropolitan
on the
old
road.
people and young children, and none of them know how to drive.
True.
Yeah.
It literally every
Also,
single
yes,
morning
crackheads.
when I was staying with my mother down in Florida, every single morning I would wake up, she'd be watching the news, and I'd be like, how many people got into a crash this morning so far? And she'd be like 32, 24,
Jesus.
7. I was like, oh, 7. And then as she says 7, the news changes. Breaking news, highway shut down, 32 car pileup. And we're just like, of course.
We just stare at each other like, there it is.
39.
Morning rush traffic. Yeah, that's Florida.
It's
For-
really bad when you're watching the traffic and the person letting you know the traffic says, and in the usual spot, and you're like,
Yeah.
No,
Well, I mean,
no.
that's honestly baffling because for a state that it rains every day in, somehow no one knows how to drive in the rain.
Oh yeah,
No, that
they're all
sounds right.
idiots.
yeah. See, used to be before 2020, the rain would scare all the stupid drivers to stay off the road.
Nope.
Something snapped after 2020 and they all decided, nah, we're being brave.
Yet no one, honestly, I blame COVID. No one knows how to drive anymore.
That was a required question when I got my license.
You
They're like when you're studying for the test, they're like, by the way, this question will always be on the test, and it was about hydroplaning. What is the minimum speed that you can hydroplane at? And by the way, you can actually hydroplane as slow as 15 miles an hour.
Yes, I know.
And that was the lowest they gave you on the multiple choice. And it was 15, 25, 35, and 70. The amount of people that answered 70 was terrifying.
Ooh.
Because the question was, what's the slowest speed? Not what speed. If it was what speed, I would have done all of the above. But it was the slowest speed.
That is
Because for those who don't know, which I'd assume most of us here know, hydroplaning is literally you slam your brake, now there's no friction.
Not even that. Nope, you don't have to hit the brake. It's you hit a patch of water. Now there's no friction, and your car starts going somewhere you didn't tell it to.
All right, no, honestly, that's fair. It's just friction goes away for whether it's you braking or
Yep.
going through a deep enough patch of water, and
They don't have
then
to be deep.
yeah, it doesn't have to be that deep.
Hope you're never in that. Well, I said deep enough.
Yeah, well, I mean,
it's gotta be more than just slick if you're not braking.
I mean, I've hydroplaned in half an inch.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, but then that's deep enough.
Apparently.
Yeah.
You're not disproving me.
No, I'm aware, but the phrasing "deep enough" typically does imply a deepness.
A few inches at
Implies
least.
to people who did not pat. That explains so fucking much.
Yeah.
It also doesn't help that people have legitimately answered. This is in like 2022 or something. Someone was interviewing people coming out of a DMV. It's like, so you didn't pass? No. well, where'd you learn to drive? Oh, I learned from the Fast and Furious movies, and that was roughly 50 to 60% of people answering that question. It's like,
Oh,
No
God.
way.
why are you learning from an action movie?
Oh my
Why are you learning
god.
from a movie? Period.
If you have to learn how to drive from a movie, at least let it be Rain Man.
That's sneaky.
That movie's too old for the people coming out that DMV, Sneaky.
That's fair.
God damn it. I was gonna say Ricky Bobby.
What? I'll have you know he's a very good driver.
He did survive several crashes, so I suppose by that metric.
They were giving temp licenses to people who did not pass the driving portion during COVID.
Yeah, the thing I just read from LeMay, that explains
Oh.
a fucking lot.
God, that does
Because I'm
explain
sure
a
what's
lot.
happening is, so a lot of those people didn't go to get their permanent license. They're still running off a temp license that would have expired.
Or, no, even
2022.
worse, they probably did go get their permanent license, but the DMV was like, damn, that's a lot of people with temp licenses. That's going to be a lot of effort to retest them all.
Yep.
So we're just going to
Yeah.
reissue
Just
them an
pass.
actual license.
And it's
Yeah.
even worse because the DMV is state by state, and that's probably what happened at every single one.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
see, Max, that's because the DMV is universal.
Unfortunately.
If you've been to one state DMV, you've been to every state DMV.
Yeah, well, I mean, I will say the Vermont DMV was a lot more bribable than the Florida DMV.
I'm sorry, bribable?
Well, Sneaky, that's
Yes.
because you weren't bringing the right bribe in.
That's fair. That's probably fair.
They don't want green paper. Come on now. It's Florida.
Yeah, in Vermont, when I was getting my
Florida, they want
license,
meth.
I had title issues with my car because my mom didn't, in accordance to the proper way of giving a car over to someone, she didn't give me the car the proper way. And so, technically
Oh.
speaking, she still owned the car, but she didn't own the car anymore because I still had the title and it was in my name now, but she did it wrong. And
Oh, cool.
basically, I paid a processing fee for them to fix all of the paper.
Oh my god.
Ah. Yeah, that's a bribe.
The processing fee was also in cash and didn't go into the register.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's always in cash. A lot of times, see, a lot of our DMVs here, especially in certain cities, will only take cash, and that cash does not always go on the register. Like, you'll see them just pocket it or slip it under the keyboard or something. Like, really? You're not even going to pretend at this point? Nope. Because there's no way they'll be fired, and they know it.
I mean, if the workers give me enough flack, I might just be like, hey, see that camera pointed there? I'm gonna go talk to your manager real quick.
Manager don't care. Manager's in on it. Manager takes a cut.
Yeah, manager's usually in on it, yeah.
You know what? Honestly, if that means I can make the entire DMV's day piss poor, I'm just gonna jump the manager then. I'm gonna jump over their head. Fuck that.
Nah, I'd rather just go to the good DMV. There actually is one around here.
No, there is always one, but
You gotta
it's always got the
usually out
longest
of the
lines.
way. No, not even the longest line. It's just out of the way, and it's a while to get there. Yeah,
Well,
like
but
it's
conversely,
small town DMV.
conversely, because it's so far out of the way, the line is actually going to be fairly short.
Yep.
Because no one wants to go out there because they don't know what's out there.
Time before
Or-
last I went there, it was in and out. Last time it was short wait, and then you had to wear a mask. I'm exempt. Not here, you're not. Fuck it, I'm not fighting it. Okay. Dumbass.
Well, what made you exempt from the mask out of curiosity?
Nothing. He just told them he was.
I'm
Yeah.
exempt. Period.
Yeah, you're-
That's one of those things where they're not legally allowed.
He waves his
question
hand
it.
in front of them with 3 fingers and goes, "I am exempt."
2 fingers. Yeah,
Um,
and yes, that is exactly what I do.
I mean, conversely, son, you could just ask your doc for a note, they're probably not gonna give you too much guff about it, and then you can just whip out a doctor's note and tell them to fuck off.
Well, that was
Yeah,
during
instead of,
Corona.
you
No, no,
know,
no, 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 sign. I don't
being an
care.
asshole.
You whip out a note that you spent 5
Yeah,
minutes
fuck
on
you,
college
sign. I was
talking
right.
shit.
Yeah.
Sign
And
L.
then-
Sign L.
Oh yeah,
For the
look at
third
that.
time
Yeah,
today.
you're right.
And
Okay.
sign, when they tell you no anyways, you tell them fuck off, you can take them to court now because they're denying you an essential service.
Yeah.
Fair.
For medical purposes. They are discriminating against you for a medical purpose, which is was federally protected and should still be. So you could have gotten free money and you just left them on the
True.
table.
True.
You're not spiteful enough, sign, when you need to be.
Yeah, sign.
Yeah,
you
you're
need to
right,
be
I just
more
wasn't
spiteful in the
enough.
appropriate situations. No, so here's the thing, right? Is I slapped him with this. Was it yesterday or 2 days ago? Where he was telling some fucking scenario of his where he was responding to somebody, and I just said, "Sign can't help himself for 100, please, Alex." Because he is so spiteful in situations that don't benefit him at all, but not spiteful enough in situations that would actually have benefited him. So I can't tell if he's
Yeah, it's
masochistic
unfortunate.
or, what.
I think that was in story crafting where I asked if Stein could be any more of a cliche stereotype boomer, and he said, "Yes, I can," and then a bunch of us went down.
Yeah.
Yes. Look, somebody asked a stupid fucking question.
Also-
And you gave a
Was it-
stupid
How
fucking
could I-
I
answer.
gave a stupid fucking answer.
How? Yeah, because you couldn't help
Yeah, but it
yourself.
wasn't a
It wasn't
stupid
merit.
fucking answer that made them look stupid. It was a stupid fucking answer that made you look stupid.
Okay, now I gotta know, what was this? Do you guys remember what the
hang on.
stupid question was?
We'll find it. We'll
Yeah,
Yeah, let
find
me
it.
pull it up.
I'm looking for it.
Sign
wanna
L.
see this.
Sign L.
Wait, I just gotta
Several
look up
sign
from me because that'd be easiest way to find it. Jump to that.
Oh,
it was in
yeah,
story
and then there was
crafting.
that one guy who went off on that fucking thing. Yeah, I can't wait until Infanticus gets to Wonder Woman. That's gonna be.
Yeah,
That's gonna be something.
whew. There you go.
So Infanticus, to everyone else who's not in the know,
Yeah.
Infant is he's going on and he's writing a Young Justice rape story. Because there has been a rash of QQ stories recently taking place inside Young Justice.
Evil
where,
Young Justice, evil in air quotes, where
Yeah,
they're just-
where basically the
Darker
author's
and
like, "Oh,
edgier.
my character's evil," and they use that as an excuse for just really shitty characters. And I don't mean shitty as in bad to people. I mean shitty as in poorly done.
It's
And
they're
they're
not
like,
even
"Oh."
evil. It's more like I'm pretty sure one of the complaints was like nearly every single time they team up with the Justice League for something for no real reason, and even though they're supposed to be evil, they act more heroic than the.
Yeah,
than
basically,
other-
they're evil because they're mean to people and they like might
Yeah.
manipulate someone a little bit to have sex with them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but the thing is, they still want their characters to get with the superheroines because they're hot, so they're just gonna say they're evil even though they're not.
Yeah.
Yeah, they charisma the heroines instead of doing what Infant does and says, "Fuck it, I'm just gonna have a turbo rapist."
Don't forget one of his questions he asked, "Hey, is this ending author's note misogynist enough?"
Yes. Quick, I need opinions. Help me make this more misogynistic.
That is certainly a question one can ask, I suppose.
That's
It wasn't
I'll-
just the author's note. It was for
Yeah. Also, sign. You could have just told them you didn't want to deal with yet
Yeah, no.
another fucking website on top of the 3 you're already doing this on. Like,
Yeah.
I could have.
How is it that my internet wasn't working, so I was 2 hours late with this stream also starting an hour earlier than it usually does for me from now on, and Sign has had 3 hours in 2 hours on my stream.
Sign,
It's
you
a-
know, you
it's a
see,
good night.
you know that meme where it's like my body is a blank that turns blank into blank? Signs is a body
Yes.
that turns opinions into L's.
like
Not every time though. I wait until we're not actually playing bingo to do it.
yeah.
That's
Yeah,
times
true.
of shit.
Sure.
I didn't play
Times
bingo
this
because
shit.
I didn't think I'd get a lot. since
Sure
you guys
you
brought
I'm
it up
wrong
earlier.
on command.
This
Yes.
entire yeah, no, okay. I see why you guys are giving sign shit about this interaction. This interaction is old man yells at clouds unprompted.
Yes,
Yes,
it
it
literally
is.
I think
was.
goes
Yeah.
into detail about why he hates the clouds when no one
Yeah.
actually asked. Just you could have just said, "I don't want to deal with it," or "I don't like AO3." Just let it.
I love how the guy is just like, "What are you talking about?" It's like, side goes on this
Because
way.
he went
Jesse,
purple
what the fuck are you
prose in the
talking
first
about?
one.
Yeah. These are all the responses to Sign posting that as well.
Sign can't help himself for 100. You could have said nothing. Sneaky's right.
In the dictionary to the phrase, I have opinions is fine.
I'm already on the
Oh.
mods radar. Yeah, so let's just give them handcrafted bullets that I have carved my name into just for them to use down the road.
Yeah. Alternately, you could keep your fucking mouth
You know,
shut.
it says something about Sign's success in spite of his best efforts to ruin it.
Mm.
That seems to be my entire career.
That's not
You
a
should
good
get better.
thing, old man.
Oh.
Oh man. That's
Okay, I mean, honestly, just scrolling through the comments on the Inuyasha question, it's not that bad. Like, a majority of people are like, yeah, it's fine, it's whatever, it's not that terrible.
Yeah.
When I saw the top comment saying it's a good series, it just gets repetitive. I'm like, okay, this is probably
give
a
you
pretty
that,
reasonable comment section.
I mean, yeah, it's true.
Like
Yeah.
that's the top comment, which means it wasn't downvoted to hell and oblivion. So
Yeah.
odds are the
Inuyasha had a
people-
great production for a long time. It was adapted well. It does have its issues and some bad tone changes, but there's no real issues overall with the story.
The Inuyasha
Well-
fandom is, and even the fandom of that author who's written a bunch of shit.
Rumiko.
female author. Yeah, Rumiko is probably one of the most chills in anime and manga.
The fuck they are. The fuck they are.
What?
Hang on, what?
I don't
What
know. It
was
sounds
it
like
said?
Sign doesn't have a lot of chill.
Hang
No,
on,
he
what
doesn't.
Have
was
you
this?
never heard of Rumiko's fandom? These are the people who lose their minds over a
No,
Kune and shipping
Sign is
Ranma
actually
with-
right on this one.
Yeah, actually, the
Ranma
one.
fans and Inuyasha fans and
Inuyasha fans. They're all
was
about
it-
Masashi.
yeah, Masashi. They were
Yeah.
there was some rabid fucking fans, and they were some of the first
they're the-
rabid fans I ever met.
Oh no, I remember that. I remember catching peeks of that on forums when I
It's
first
always
started
the
delving on
it's
the
always
internet.
the gender lock fans, the bestiality fans, and I mean that literally
Yep.
because of
Yeah. Dog.
Pig Boy
Yes.
and
Yeah.
Dog.
Sesshomaru. Yeah.
The homo fans for Sesshomaru and Inuyasha.
Yep.
Hoye fans.
I mean,
yeah.
I know they were bad, but I meant they don't attack someone for no reason usually.
Yes, they do.
No.
Yes,
Back
they
in the
do.
day, maybe nowadays they don't because their time is up, old man. They have aged.
Yeah,
They have
that
become
might be a thing.
the aged extremist who no longer spouts off at the top, but I'm sure there's plenty out there that would still pop off if you said, like Inuyasha's terrible and Sesshomaru's the worst character. But I mean, back in the day of the forums, back in the day of the tumblers, God,
They
it
were
was
the
bad.
worst.
No,
They
not
were the
even the
loudest.
tumblers, man. Even before Tumblr, I remember
before
GeoCities.
the few times that I recall ever seeing a shipping war in any form or fashion.
Yeah.
Almost always involved Inuyasha fans.
Yup. And then that migrated to Naruto fans.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
I thought it
there,
was.
I honestly,
I
there
thought that
wasn't really too much of a shipping war when it came to Ranma because everyone kind of either. Well, okay, there was sort of a shipping war. It
there
was
was.
everyone versus a Kane fans.
Yeah.
Yes. Literally any other girl versus a Kane fans.
And then
Like you
and I
said,
think-
Shampoo's best girl.
Yeah, and I think what's Akane's sister, the money hungry one, name starts with
No,
M?
Yeah, in the
Nabuki,
beginning.
Nabuki fans were just bullied off the internet, I'm pretty sure.
Pretty much.
Not really. Not really. No, it was Kazumi fans who were bullied off the internet. That's the oldest sister.
Honestly, I didn't
No.
see too many of those.
There are a few actually decent stories that have her.
Oh,
as
I know
that
there are.
girl.
I've read them all.
Yes.
I've read every single
lot of it-
Ranma story in the Ranma section.
Yes, but a lot of
Now-
Kasumi fans didn't get bullied off the internet because their opinion was, I don't like that she likes Dr. Tofu, which is
Yeah.
okay.
Fair.
But Nabiki fans went like, oh, they're made for each other. It's true love. She keeps making money off of him, and it's like, yes, she keeps making money off of him and abusing him and using him, and then
It's
she goes and joins
there
him
is
back.
there
Abusive
is so many
relationship.
Nabiki stories that start off with Nabiki uses Ranma as a piggy bank, and Ranma realizes this because he's smart, and then they have a fight, and then they fall in love.
And then they
Like
fall
that
in
is
love.
so many Nabiki stories.
That is
Let me
most
guess.
of them.
She continues to make money off him after this, right?
Yes.
Yes.
course.
Yes.
And then they team
Great.
up.
Usually
That-
she whores him
that-
out.
That is
And then they team up.
worrying.
No, then they team up, and he gets like a 10% cut, not even.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just say that's a red flag.
Yes. Why do you
Yes,
think
it is.
everyone bullied Nabiki fans? Like, everyone did.
Like, she's not as bad as Akane, but she is still
Akane
she's
is
still
not bad,
garbage.
though, as a character.
the
She's
fuck
terrible.
she's not.
She's the worst fucking character in existence.
Literally.
Rumiko can die.
Akane is literally Rumiko's self-insert.
Oh,
That's why she can do no
Well-
wrong.
okay. Well, if that's true, we'll consider that a red flag as well. But
I don't know.
I don't know the author, so
I don't know. I can be kind of sympathetic on Akane because you got forced into a marriage contract because your sisters pushed you into it and refused it, and then you're stuck with someone who is a girl whenever they're hit by fucking water.
Sure.
Now remember
here's the
remember
issue,
the
though.
order of operations. She
Yeah.
walked in on Ranma.
Yeah.
Yes.
Blamed
No, hang
Ranma
on.
for walking in on him.
I
Yes.
started too soon. Hang on. Ranma showed up as a girl first. Akane
Mhm.
thought Ranma was a girl.
Mhm.
And then befriended her when they sparred. She got a little butthurt about Ranma beating her, but oh well, at least she's not a boy because of her, thing with Kuno and the idiots at school.
Yes, that she's dealt with for years, which is why that puts
Yep.
her against men. Like,
Yes.
I'm gonna be honest.
Then she walks in
anyone
on
would-
Ranma.
Anyone would be against men if they had to deal with that for literally years. and
Okay, yeah,
basically as
but
soon as
where
what
I
we
draw the line is the amount of blame she constantly puts on Ranma, even when he's
everything's
that is-
not
Ranma's
even
fucking
involved.
fault.
Yeah,
Yeah.
He
that
wasn't
I will
even
give
involved. He did it.
you. That I will give you. But the fandom seems to think if she breathes, she deserves to die. Like they ignore everything
She breathes,
except for
she's a
that.
thought.
If she breathes,
No,
she
not
is a
even
thought.
that. If she breathes, she may as well be a corpse. That's all they think, and it's so fucking annoying. Like she's a bad character. I'll give you guys that.
Well,
But she
so
doesn't deserve-
the lore
that
behind
is
why
fine.
that is because the Akane fans were so rabid in their defense of Akane,
Yes.
Yeah.
is that
Yeah.
basically just extreme opposite opinion possible, which was Akane die.
Yes.
So like that's how it kind of got passed on, and like she's just a really terrible character in general. Yes, her initial situation was bad, but she blamed Ranma for her walking in on him.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
She
gonna be
blames
honest.
Ranma
Yeah.
for what his dad does.
Yeah.
She blames
Anything-
But the thing
Ranma
is,
for what
she
his
does.
She's not. Wait. She's not alone on that though. The Okonomiyaki girl or whatever her name is also. Ganma took her fucking whole car.
and I
then
don't
she
like
came
her
on.
either.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, but she gets the fuck over it and realizes, okay.
Yes, she
it's
also gets the
Genma's
fuck over it.
fault.
Mm.
She moves past it. Akane never does.
Akane
Shampoo,
never gives
on the
Ranma a
other
chance, and just
Shampoo's
like
a bad character though. Like
No.
I'm not gonna. She's
Shampoo
literally just
the-
that. Go then. Go.
Ukyo.
Sorry. Shampoo is the only one with a legitimate claim that can say, yes, Ranma's the one that fucked up here
Yes.
in some way.
Legitimate claim.
Well,
Yes.
by someone's laws, yeah.
Because, all right, by their laws, Ranma fucked up. She at the time busted in, ate the food, wrong shampoo. Shampoo goes, fuck it, okay. You've already eaten it. I've got a reclaimed face, so get up here so I can kick your ass. Rama
And then
kicks her
she-
ass.
Yeah, which is when you don't give a kiss of death. That's when you're like, wow, you're strong. I'll adopt you as a sister. That's
not how their job works. Outside
Why
of that,
not?
they get
It is.
killed.
No, it is. It is.
Shampoo's
But
the one who chose the kiss of death.
Shampoo did
Because of her
feel that the
pride.
insult was so great that she had to kill her instead. And now,
Because
to be
of her
fair though,
pride.
hold on. This is not an isolated incident. Shampoo did this in front of all of the village elders, and not a single one disagreed.
Nope. Not a one. Not even Cologne.
Yep, not even Cologne.
But that's not a good character tradition. That's just the Amazons are shit.
No,
Yes,
that
that
is
is the
a
Amazons
no,
are
but that is
shit.
a law of their people. Yes, he didn't know about the law, but that is a law of their people. So if you're gonna say the Japanese have just as much of a claim on Ranma because by their laws, his father giving his hand away in marriage to these various people, well, the Amazons then equally have the same amount of claim because by their laws, if you're gonna make an appeal to authority, you have to accept that both groups have authority.
I'm not appealing to authority. She won that food that got stolen because she was the best warrior. Someone comes in, so she's not the best warrior about young people. You don't go and kill them. You adopt them and have them learn from them.
Okay,
Yeah, that
but
would
here's
be
the
the
thing,
logical
though,
thing to do.
is that, again, Shampoo's
And the thing-
actions were sanctioned by the elders. And so,
Yeah, which is why the elders are stupid because they should have gone, hey, that's a good warrior. Let's bring her into
and
the
the
Amazon
Japanese
tribe."
have a stupid law where Genma's able to get away legally with promising Ranma's hand in marriage to everyone without Ranma's consultation,
just
and
that.
Ranma's not legally allowed to disagree. Like, okay,
Not just
the
that,
again,
Genma
both sides
transfers
have
his
stupid
debts
fucking
to
laws.
Ranma.
Yeah, also
Genma
Japanese debt
transfers his
transfer.
debts.
Yeah, so it's both sides have stupid fucking laws. Both sides are unreasonable, but that's just how it is at the end of the day. And then when Shampoo finds out that Ranma's a guy, still beats her. She goes, "Oh well, I
Yep.
mean, clearly I tried to kill her. Now it's a him, and so clearly the only result to cancel out the kiss of death is the kiss of marriage. So I'm going to kiss of marriage him." And then she devotes herself to learning to love Ranma for the rest of the series.
Yes. So she actually makes an earnest effort, and
Ernest, she ignores everything he wants or feels just so that she can get him. It doesn't matter with the kiss or marriage or anything.
in some ways,
Yes,
she does
yes.
fuck up. She does
Some-
try the underhanded
Son,
ways.
it's-
I'm not
It's
defending
not
her as
in
best
some
girl
ways.
here.
I'm
I'm
not-
just saying.
I'm not arguing with you, Sneaky. I'm arguing with Sign because he's defending her because she's fucking hot.
I'm not saying she's best girl. I'm saying she's got
You're
the most
defend-
valid claim.
No, the most valid claim is martial arts because that's all that Rama loves.
Yeah, but you can't marry martial arts and produce heirs.
You can because you can be a fucking
Uh,
100-year-old master who never went
you
to
know
fuck with
what?
a woman.
I'm pretty sure Ranma could succeed.
Yeah.
If there was one
Yeah, he'd find
character
some
that
way.
could find a series of events to occur to him that would
Or
cause the
literally
manifestation
personify.
of, like, his girl half or some shit so they could marry each other, it would
That
happen.
was a thing. It did happen.
Well,
Rama
that
did
was the
personify
mirror
his
mirror
girl half
incident.
more than once.
Listen, none of the
But he
girls
couldn't
in
marry
Ranma,
those halves, Sign.
none of the
Yeah.
girls in Ranma
Unfortunately.
have a good claim of being in a relationship.
No.
A
The-
lot
the-
of them are
Wait a
very tenuous.
The
Yes.
the
It's not
thing
even-
is that Ukyo has basically no claim
Nope.
beyond the fact that she was slighted because she was supposed to be taken with the
Yeah.
cart and she was left behind. But
Yeah,
the
and
thing here,
I mean, technically, you could say that Ukyo's cart was technically a marriage dowry to
It
Genma,
was. No
yeah, you
technical to it, it
absolutely
was.
can say it, but that would then validate the rest of
Yeah.
Genma's selling off
Yeah.
of Ranma, which I don't consider valid. And so,
The thing
really, at the end of the day, it's Ukyo, and Ukyo didn't have to chase after them. She didn't have to
No.
go to a boys' school to stalk them. She didn't have to
Mhm.
do all the things that she did.
Well,
Instead, she did, which it's like,
she
okay,
did- Sorry, go ahead.
no, it's like, okay, whatever. At the end of the day, she does grow as a character and kind of move on. So that's all well and dandy. She does still catch up herself in the chaos whenever possible because I guess it's funny or something for her. But like, she isn't an active instigator.
No, she is. She does.
No,
sometimes.
no, I'm trying to think
Not
of
as
the best way
bad
to
as
say it.
her others.
She is, but she's doing it more for
She's
the
a-
love of the game than she is for genuinely
Well-
pursuing Ranma at some point.
No, she is genuinely pursuing Ranma, but she is not as rabid about it as the other girls.
Well, that's what I'm saying. She's
or
doing
at
it more
least
for
as
the love of
Shinpei.
the game than like. I said, this is
Akane
another
is
thing.
doing it
Like,
because
if
of
Akane
force
is so against marrying Ranma, why does she constantly force herself into situations that would force Ranma to have the only relationship that he has is with her? Like, that's the other thing.
Because she's jealous.
Well, obviously, but
literally cannot
that's what
stand
I'm
to lose.
saying though is when it comes to her, because the argument that people have like, oh well, she's forced into it. I'm not saying you, Kaz. I'm just saying in general the argument. The argument people have is that oh she's forced into it. It's like okay, it's one thing to be forced into it and to make light token efforts when their parents are watching or something. It's another
Yep.
thing to actively stalk Ranma and go out of your way to ruin his other relationships with other women when you don't want to be in a relationship with him.
That's
Yeah.
because she doesn't want to be in a relationship with him, but she also doesn't trust him not to try and take advantage of women because of all of her experiences with men.
Yes.
She thinks he's the exact same.
Yeah,
In
she
this
thinks
Okay,
case,
she's
but-
big.
because she thinks he's scum.
Right,
And,
but
like,
all of
changing
her
into a woman-
efforts.
He
Right,
thinks
but-
she also thinks the changing into a woman thing is his own choice. Which
Yes,
is not,
I'm
but-
aware. I'm aware. Like I said, Kane's got a lot of issues.
Like I said, she's not a good character, but there's a lot of her bad parts that are exemplified by the fandom rather than just taking them as it is.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. The fandom definitely does flanderize her to a certain extent,
Mm.
but she also makes a very bad first impression on the audience in general.
Yeah.
Like I knew people
Yeah.
who only just started reading. I knew people who only
Mhm.
just started reading. I'm talking back in college. I knew
Yeah.
people who only just started. So
gonna
10
be
years ago, I knew people who just started.
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest. Starting to read Ranma, they all gave bad impressions, but I gave Kasumi a pass because she was fucking way older than him, an adult who's
Yeah,
going
no,
for another
Kasumi
adult.
definitely gets an easy pass because she effectively is the mother figure of the group, and so it would be kind of weird for her
But-
to be the one who goes with Ranma, and she's already kind of got a life outside of everything, so it's kind of like, okay,
gonna
I
be-
get
yeah.
that.
No,
I'm gonna be
you're
honest,
thinking
none
about
of the-
that in West.
What?
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say none of the girls really fit Ranma in a relationship sense, but the worst character is still Ranma's mother. Hey, be
Oh,
a man
obviously,
or I
yeah.
kill myself in front of you. What the fuck, dude?
No,
So-
it's not just it's not just kill myself. It's kill you, then
I'll
myself.
kill you, then myself.
Like,
I'll
what
kill you, your
fuck?
father, and then
The
myself.
only character worse than that is Ranma's own dad, Genma. What the fuck, dude?
Yeah,
Okay, so
Don't you dare start defending Genma's
But-
son just because he reminds you of you.
no,
Yeah.
no. Kazumi, right?
Yes.
That's where you're wrong, Sneaky, because in Japan, you're thinking about it from a Western perspective. In Japan,
Yes.
older girl, younger male is perfectly acceptable.
No, you see
normal-
what I'm saying
But
is
the
that
thing is, he
generally
already
the
had-
Her being the mother
audience
figure is a
of
good thing.
people from the West who are starting to read Ranma and manga in general for the first
Yeah.
time are getting a bad impression of characters like Akane and giving a pass to characters like Kasumi
Mm.
because to us, Kasumi already having a life and not, also out of high school, like she's
She's an
out of
adult.
high school. Yeah, she's an
Yeah.
adult.
She's an adult.
So-
She's an adult with feelings for someone else already.
To
Why
a
would she go for
Western
teenager?
person, her not wanting to be married to some teenager she just met because she already has a life going, that's perfectly reasonable, so everyone gives Kasumi a pass. Nabiki
yes.
taking blatant naked advantage of Ranma
Ranma.
gets her a massive negative audience and also a fair audience of people who are effectively what we call simps in this day and age, where
Yes.
they're like, oh
Yeah.
my god, I would love it if she also
But-
abused me and took advantage of my body.
But the problem with Akane is that she had as bad as an opinion created from her as Nabiki, but her fandom and their fucking rabid opinions made everyone exacerbate her bad parts even worse.
Well, it's
and
not only that, it's also how often she shows up in the story. Nabiki is a reoccurring villain, I guess you could say, but Akane
villain.
is a chapter by chapter
Just-
villain effectively to the fandom
Yes.
because
Yeah.
Every
she
day.
is always like it could be a completely normal day. Everything is going just fine. Ranma sees someone and says hi to them. Akane bursts out of nowhere, accuses him of being a pervert, and hits him with a hammer.
Mm.
Or a cheater.
Or being a cheater,
Or a
or
philanderer,
something.
Or whatever.
Or,
Yeah.
or,
And then
or you
she-
know,
And then
Oh.
and then she has one chapter of, hey, I'll work together with Ranma, make a really good team, and actually look like a good person.
yeah,
And then she goes right back to doing the same old shit.
yeah, exactly. And
the worst bit is the fucking.
And
marriage
honestly,
part
it's
where they post that
actually
thing
worse that she looked good with Ranma for the skating chapters
Yeah.
because it told the audience that it was possible for her to not be a massive bitch to him.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
Not
simply
just-
chooses
and not
not
even
to
that.
be.
Even the rhythmic gymnastics against the Kodachi daughter,
Yeah.
Kuno's
Kodachi,
sister.
yeah.
Kodachi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kuno
Kodachi.
Kodachi.
But yeah, no, exactly, and that's what I'm saying though. Is it's almost worse every single time that Rumiko tried to like show Akane in a good light. It actually made her total character worse because when you just
Yeah.
have a flat character who is just jealous, and that's why she gets involved in everything and constantly attacks Ranma and blames him for everything, she can kind of be put into this box of just annoying jealous woman, and we can all move on. Except
yeah, and the
because
thing
she
is-
constantly
yeah.
gets introduced as this character that saves the day or actually cares about
Sympathetic.
Ranma in the end, or isn't
Mm.
even slightly sympathetic, then she goes back to being a bitch. Everyone goes, "Fuck you, you whore!" Like you don't get to
biggest-
sit there, shit all over
Like
me,
the mushroom
crawl
chapter.
back, say thank you for saving me, and then slap me in the face for being a pervert. Like that's like no one will
Yeah.
take
Yep.
that. Like not even simps would take that.
And I think the biggest nail in the coffin, the final one, was the wedding before they faced the Phoenix
Exactly.
dude,
Yeah.
where she agreed to marry him. Ranma seemed to be excited about that because he showed he actually had sort of feelings for her, and she was like, "Oh no, I don't care. I'm just doing this to free you from the curse, and then we can never meet each other again." It's
Yeah.
like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Hilariously, Rumiko is really good at making unlikable characters. The
Yeah.
problem is she's trying to make them very likable. She wants them to be liked.
though
if
the
she was
problem,
just trying to
no,
make a bitch
sign.
of
The
a
problem
character-
is that the character she's really good at making unlikable.
Is
It's
herself.
always the self-insert.
I was just about
Yes,
to
it's
say,
always
weren't
the
like all the
self-insert.
characters
Every
self-insert?
single series where her character is the self-insert, it's always the most unlikable character in the
It's-
entire cast.
The
Yep.
first one from Lum, Akane from Ranma, not Kikyo, but
I thought
what's
Lum
her
was
nut?
shampoo.
What's her face? No. The series Lum is in, I forget the name of it.
Urusai,
Shampoo is an
Urusai,
extra
whatever, Yatsura,
Right,
Urusai,
yeah, yeah,
Yatsura,
yeah, yeah.
whatever it is, yeah.
Yatsura, yeah. That's it. Yeah. No. Lum is Shampoo. I forget the name of the girl who is her
Yeah.
self-insert.
I know what you're
No,
talking about. Yeah.
Shampoo is a copy of Lum, basically.
Yes.
Mm.
Then you
Shampoo's
got-
a copy of
Kagome,
Lum,
that's
but
the one.
written worse to make fun of them so people stop liking them so much.
Yes, because people loved Lum, so she wanted people
But
to hate
instead, you got a large
Shampoo.
portion of the fan base now being like, "Oh my God, Shampoo's so great. She's so earnest about everything." Because
It's-
to be fair,
She really isn't.
because
She's
it's
just
compared
compared to
Akane.
just
Yes.
compared to Akane.
compared
she's
to
like,
where the bar is being held by a cane,
It's like, all right, you look at Shampoo, and then you look at Akane, and the bar for Shampoo cleanliness is practically in hell. It's that easy to surpass.
and now to be fair to Shampoo, her character does come through at multiple points to help Ranma for no reason.
Oh yeah,
Yes,
just
because
she
she
likes him.
believes they're already married, basically. So she's got to
Yes.
support her husband.
Yes.
Yes, but
Which
typically a large portion of the "I'll help yous" always come with, "But you have to marry me," "But you have to come back to the village," "But you have to," etc., etc. There are multiple points throughout the story where Shampoo just shows up with the solution and is like, "Here, take the solution." And he's like, "Oh, well, what do I have to do for you?" And she's like, "No, I just want to help."
Yeah. I'm gonna be
Was
honest.
there also parts of the
Shampoo.
story where
I feel like
Right.
Shampoo would have been better if Cologne wasn't there.
Yes.
Because
no,
a lot of the
Cologne
shit that makes
actively made
Shampoo-
her worse. Yes.
Yeah, most of the parts that made Shampoo bad was Cologne making shit worse. Like, Cologne was the one who made Ranma unable to fucking change back. Cologne was the one who made her a cat girl that can't, like, going through the same curse as Ranma, which is really fucking shit. Like, Ranma would definitely be
Well-
sympathetic at that, but that's a really shit
so
thing
the
to
curse
do.
applied to Shampoo was
Yeah.
random. They literally just threw her in the direction of the springs.
Right.
Happened to land in Spinnertown Camp.
No, Cologne, showing up in Naruma, Cologne just threw a flask of the water at her and a glass bottle and smashed it against Shampoo.
Was that the
Really?
manga
Are
or
you
the
sure?
anime?
Because I'm pretty certain Shampoo disappears, went back to the village, got
Yeah,
tossed into
I'm
the
pretty
ocean,
sure
and then came back.
the manga, she went back to the village, got tossed into the springs.
Now, I will say, there is one thing you can blame Clone for in that, is that they know that the pools are cursed, and that the pools will always bring a curse with
Mix.
them to the user. And, the curse is always supposed to be characterized by a fault in the character. Ranma looks down on women, turns into a woman. Genma's a fat slob, lazy slob, turns into a panda. What the fuck? Ryoga is a pig. He turns into a pig.
So, from what I'm
Shampoo
reading,
is
catty.
pursuing
Shampoo-
Ranma's love without his acceptance of it, so she
so
turns into a cat.
She's very catty.
so what I seem to have found looking it up
Or
is
that, yeah.
as punishment, she got told to train at the spring, and then Cologne just knocked her in
Okay.
of her own choice.
Well, now,
also
to be
possible,
fair,
but-
training at the spring basically guarantees you're going to end up in it
Mm.
because of the curse.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
but she
I
was
seem to
still
recall
like
it
from
was
what I'm reading, she was doing fine, not gonna fall in at all, and then Cologne just knocked her in.
Was it Fanon where
It
the
was
whole?
supposed to be a punishment.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I thought that was a Fanon for some reason. Or
No,
I don't
no,
think
that's
that's canon, I
legit.
think.
Now,
Canon, it was supposed to be a punishment.
yeah, it's a punishment. Now, I will say, the other thing there though is that we do have, I don't know how much we can even blame Cologne for this, because technically speaking, the pools have shown in canon to be very
Sentient,
deliberate
almost.
with punishments.
Yes.
In that, again, Ranma's pride was what made him fall in the pool, because originally he wasn't going to until he got too prideful and took a surprise attack, knocking him into the pool. Ryoga was following Ranma, and it was his piggishness when he saw Ranma's female form that caused him to fall into the pool.
I thought it was his pig-headedness.
It was his pig-headedness that brought him to the pools, but Ranma literally knocked into him, and he was distracted by her female form.
Yeah.
And so he fell off the
Okay.
cliff into the pool.
Remind me, did Pantyhose... Wasn't he bathed in that thing as a baby?
Yes, as a baby, he was in fact...
wasn't he
Christened.
bathed in one of them, and then Haposai knocked him into another?
Yes.
No. He was bathed in it as a baby, and then he voluntarily did another to get the tentacles.
Oh, yeah, no, that's what it was. Yeah, no, he was bathed in the pool of the ox riding a pig holding a chicken, and then he jumped into the pool of the octopus.
Of drowned octopus.
And then he got called Pantyhose by Haposai, or was it Genma?
It was
named
Haposai.
Pantyhose by Haposai.
Haposai.
I do recall the Musk, their entire tribe, practice both dipping their children in the pools and going and getting an animal, like pick a fox or something, right? Throw it in the spring of drowned girl, and then rape it and make babies to produce children with animal traits. Like, that is how their entire tribe does things.
What the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
Ranma.
Yeah.
Also, for some reason, if an animal does it, they gain the animal traits still, even when they're the drowned girl. Because I remember something about a bunny girl or some shit.
Yeah,
No,
who
the
fell
bunny
into it.
girl is no. The bunny
No,
girl
sorry.
is
He went into the
musk
pool of the.
prince.
Yeah, he drowned. He went to the
He
pool of
was
drowned
splashed
bunny,
with water from it.
and then he went into the pool of drowned girl to at least gain a human form.
Yeah.
That's
yes.
what it was.
One of those was a punishment, and then he jumped in the other to go, fuck it, I'll at least get my human form back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
No,
what it was,
wait,
yeah.
no. Back the other way. Back the other way.
Other
I'm
way.
sorry. Oh, that's completely wrong.
Okay.
That's completely wrong.
Go on.
He fell in and got locked in that form because of the locking later, right?
Right.
So he comes to Japan looking for the unlocking kettle. Okay. That's where that whole conflict with Ranma and everyone else comes in. And
Right.
he shows up as the bad guy and locks Ranma in his girl form, and that's the first locked instance. That's where all the locked fix comes from.
Yep.
Right. So everybody thought he was a girl at first. Then they find the kettle. He unlocks himself. Everybody else unlocks themselves, and then he fucks off back home, and then gets splashed with like a cup of water from Drowned Rabbit, turning him into a rabbit girl, and then gets chased by all of his tribesmen who want rabbit girl booty.
Yes, that's what it was. Yeah, because it's supposed to be the ultimate irony. But yeah, so you can say Shampoo fell into the pool of cat because she's catty, but if Cologne's the one that pushed her in, you could also almost say that because she is relentlessly pursuing Ranma, the biggest punishment possible for her character would be to gain a form that, when splashed with water, is the one thing Ranma can't stand.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so thus,
Absolutely.
Cologne pushing her in could be a plot by the pool. You know, here's the thing. In Ranma, a plot by the pool is much like a Ziz plot in that it just happens and
Yeah.
works.
Yeah,
Well,
but also,
it's
didn't
also-
Cologne almost drown Shampoo to death during a like winter thing episode or something?
Yeah.
Like,
But that's just normal training.
No, you're thinking of a cane.
because I thought she fell into
Maybe.
like
During-
icy water and then she turned into a cat and was gonna die, but only survived because Ranma saved her.
That may be a filler episode because that's not in the manga.
Yeah, that's not in the manga.
And
I was
might
gonna
have
say,
been-
if you're talking about dead characters, a Kane was one who died during the Phoenix arc, which I have to say was pretty
Technically
fucking good.
didn't die.
Technically
Didn't
didn't
they
die,
wanna
create-
no.
Great.
Didn't they want to make
Was
because the
good, though.
Spring of the Drowned Girl got destroyed that they wanted to make Spring of the Drowned Akane or something like that?
No. So what happened
no.
is they used medicine to fake drown her in the pools. And this created
Yes.
the Spring of Drowned Akane, which they then had the Phoenix guy's right-hand girl use to trick Ranma into coming to the mountain or something. Because he thought
Yes.
that person was Akane, and then he realized the deception, went to go save Akane, fought Phoenix, thought Akane died because, String of Drowned Akane, and then, came
She
over
shows
and
her back up.
realized that she was fine.
Mm.
And then found out she had been dried out, and then that entire fight kicked off because he'd had to bathe her in the pure waters from the pool to fix her, and
Yep.
Phoenix Guy wasn't going to allow that.
Yeah,
he
because the
needed for
pure
his
waters was
ascension.
what was needed to, ascend him, yeah.
Mm.
Why did they need
Alright.
Ranma?
Spring of Drowned Akane. What's it do to you?
Turned you into
Turns you
Akane.
into a bitch. I mean, into a Kane.
Yeah.
As far as we're aware, when it comes to the springs, unless the name specifically says something, in the name that would indicate a personality or emotion, it's generally just a form. Like Spring of Drowned Rabbit is just a rabbit, But
Yes.
Spring
Versus
of
Virtuous
Blushing
Man.
Maiden is a maiden who is going to
And-
constantly be blushing at
Yeah.
things maidens blush at.
Virtuous Man was
Yeah.
an actual thing, and Hapasai was deathly afraid of it.
Yep. So there are springs that are just animal or person, but there are also
Mhm.
springs that are like, you know, drowned
Drowned
angry
Ashura.
Viking.
Yeah.
No, Spring of Drowned Ashura is a thing. Somebody fell into it, and then
Yep.
it turns into Ashura,
Yep.
like the female goddess, Hindu goddess. Then there's Spring of Drowned Dragon, which is what the Musk Boy
Herb.
originally has.
I'll be honest, that the Spring of Drowned Ashura seems a little overpowered.
Yeah, they
Oh,
get
it
beaten,
was.
don't they?
It was, yes, they get beaten, but no way, they get social food. She did not get outright beaten. She got
Right.
social food by Nabiki or somebody. She got
Makes sense.
She got convinced to fuck off.
I
The
think
friend
that
of-
was
the friend
filler
of
though.
Grandma,
I think that
not
was filler.
That was
Yeah,
not
I think it
filler.
was
That was in
filler.
the manga.
You
That was in the
sure?
manga. I'm sure.
I feel like that.
100% sure that
I
was
feel
in
like
the
I would have
manga.
remembered that.
Nope, she's in there. She's not in there for long. It's like one chapter. It's not even a whole volume. Like, she just shows up. She's looking for some shit. Blah, blah, blah. She fucks off again. She showed up long enough to beat Rama's ass and Musk Boy's ass. 'cause both
Rogue.
of them are there at the time.
Rogue. She does show up in
Rogue,
search
yeah.
of Pantyhose Taro,
Ah, it was Taro. Right, okay. Not Musk Boy,
where
it
she
was Taro.
beats, where she apparently beats up Ranma and Herb,
Yep.
and then gets told where Taro went towards, which makes her go away.
Ah, yeah. See? Okay, I was right. Musk Boy was there.
Sorry, I'm just I'm just going through this author's massive profile still. My writing style will have adult content and suggestive themes in them, but I'm not gonna write it in an M style. Oh, sorry, my writing style about stories with adult content or themes in them, and how I'm never gonna write them. I will never write a mature rated story with any of the following things, and 90% of the things he lists in this list of things he'll never write in a mature story are all MA. Like, they're not mature. They're all explicitly MA. Like, graphic torture and detailed explicit content. Like, that's not mature.
Oh.
That's MA.
That's things that are against the TOS, yes.
They're extremely against the TOS. Not that anyone pays attention to that.
Not that
Yeah, I was just saying, nobody pays attention to that.
It would
but-
make me very uncomfortable to write such stories because I don't want people to think that I'm disrespectful to men or women. Although, I won't lie, I have been tempted to write about boobs and vagina before.
Jesus Christ.
Didn't he
Also,
say one
I
of his
found out
dicks
about-
had sex or something?
Yes, he
Oh,
writes
probably.
sex when he said he writes sex, but so the Ashura girl thought that Taro was peeping on her, but apparently it was Haposai, but she blamed Taro, and that's the entire reason that plot happened, and she only showed up in the manga.
Amazing.
Oh,
It was all Haposai. It was all Haposai's
I do
fault
not
again.
want to come off as a pervert or give you the wrong impression, since you are not going to see me write such stories very often. And I will
This
only
is a
write a
fucking
few of
Zoomer.
these stories only if there is ever romance to fit the plot for it. Because I write balanced stories. And when I write my stories, it's not my intention to disrespect or violate characters. But, you know, if I write them
But-
wrong, you're wrong about me writing them wrong. I usually write
But-
stories available and appropriate for everyone. There will be sexual
Okay.
content in some of my stories, but I will fit it into the plot to make it balanced. I'm not even joking. He brings up balance so much time.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's like if he thinks if he keeps magically saying the word balance.
My stories are balanced.
Yeah, that'll somehow make you not think he's a
It's
pervert.
not my intention to dehumanize or humiliate a character, but it might happen in the plot. You will not see me write sex. 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 I write balanced stories, and if I am going to write
Hail
sex, it's
Marys
going to
did
be
the
balanced.
priest assign this man?
1,000, 10,000.
I will certainly
100 a
not
day.
write sex scenes with too much detail in them. I will never want my story to be considered dirty smut because I'm balanced.
Well, I guess I just write dirty smut.
I mean,
yeah, I mean, we
that
all
is
knew
mostly
that.
what you write.
Yeah, you know, it's not really surprising anyone with that one. I will never write sexual stories.
I think what the actual fuck? This man is projecting too fucking.
Bro is
Yeah.
not letting this go.
Bro, I don't
No
know
one-
what the priests did to you, but
I will never write purely sexual stories because they are not balanced, and I will never write homosexual pairings, except for everything that I've listed below with women.
Oh, so, we still on stream?
Yes, we're still on stream.
Yes, we're still.
I
on
will
Okay, I
this.
can't say
definitely
that.
never write a sex story that has incest or male slash in it. If I
Based
ever
on the
do
second
write a
one,
sexual
very
story,
unbased
it
on
will be
purpose.
balanced and fit in the plot.
I'm not gonna write a story, but if I
Dude.
do,
Balance,
what if I
balance,
does?
balance.
I will never
Balance.
write a sex
It's gonna be
story,
balanced.
but
But hypothetically, if my name was Sign,
Fuck you.
if I did write a sex story, it would be
If
balanced.
he,
bro,
Very
he talks about
balanced.
balance so damn much. What is he? Some redditor mad about games?
No, he's a Jedi,
I-
obviously.
I think
He's
this is
a
the first
Jedi.
time. I think this is the I think this is the first time I've ever met someone with a
We must
balance
balance
fetish.
the force.
Yeah, bro
You were
does
supposed
have
to
a
bring
balance
balance.
fetish.
Do you think he's got a
Zero
balance
is
ball in his house
balanced.
that he just looks at sensually?
I think he took a what was it? Obi-Wan's quote. You were supposed to bring balance to the force too
yeah.
seriously.
I took gymnastics as a kid, not for any real
Let's see,
reason, but the balance beam looked at me
Okay, it'll
weird,
be
I liked
balanced.
it.
Although I cannot promise the content will not be disrespectful, humiliating, or dehumanizing. Wait. So you're
Wait,
out here
wait,
say,
say
oh,
it, didn't
wait, if
hang on.
I will always write non-sex stories because they're balanced. And if I do write a sex story, it will be balanced. But if I do write a sex story, it will be balanced, but I might dehumanize the sexual partner.
Oh my god.
Did he make like a comment?
It's for the
something earlier?
plot.
Didn't
It's
he
for the
make
plot.
say something earlier about how like he's not gonna do a list of like torture and shit like that? It's like
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, he did.
Bro, you can't even stay consistent. You were lost in the
No.
sauce.
Yes.
If I do write a sex story, it's gonna be the most degenerate shit ever. But don't worry, it's balanced because it fits in the plot.
Damn, science got competition.
I will not write a dehumanizing sex story, but if the plot demands it, I will not disrespect the balance required to dehumanize them.
hey, listen. I'm not gonna, be this. I'm gonna be balanced, but listen. I might have someone get, raped
little
by a dog
unbalanced.
30,000 times. Harry Potter. What can I say?
I, however, as an author, can swear to you I will never read a homosexual story.
Okay.
That is such a weird statement. Like, why do we care what you read?
Why do
Why
I
do you
care
have to
what
tell
my
us
author is reading? Oh,
Why
did
do
you
you-
guys hear?
I have no
He
idea.
reads he reads slash stories. Don't read his stories. He reads slash.
Why do we
reading
have
the
to know
slash
this?
Story tainted.
So
Well,
I
because
will
you'll
never
know
read a
the slash
story
tainted
within an
his story.
ancestral pairing. I find it disrespectful.
I love how he has to
Oh.
make this our
Sneaky
problem. Like, we have
is
to care.
omitting a couple things from this, but back in the day of the Great Shipping Wars, this would be one of those purists who went too far
Yeah.
because they're specifically saying, I won't read the things Sneaky's saying if they're not canon to the original work.
Ah. Yeah, I've
And
heard
But
that
since
before.
they're never
This
canon,
this author's made that their entire personality for writing, unfortunately.
apparently.
I mean,
It's
There are
depressing.
only very rare exceptions where I might accept a lesbian pairing that's non-canon.
I
see
think
the
Okay.
list
would
below.
those happen to be when you've been
No,
a
wait.
little bit lonely there, buddy?
What
Yes.
happened to those kinds of stories disgust and offend me?
Well,
happened
you
to
know,
Not when it's
hey, you
lesbian
know,
parents,
hey, you know, it's you
Don't kink shame
know,
that man.
I'm
hey.
not kink shaming
Mm.
him. I'm wondering why he's not being consistent.
He's just saying
kink
he'll
shaming.
never read gay stories unless.
Fine.
Unless-
Where did the fanfic touch you,
Hmm.
author?
Let's see, was it the pairings in the comic book? When the characters in canon are not gay, incest, lesbian, I find these pairings I find homosexual pairings offending and disgusting, and I think anyone who writes such pairings has no respect to the comics.
Damn, he must hate My
Unless-
Hero Academia.
Unless. See the list below.
Unless I've been alone for too long, and then I'll accept just about anything.
Needs
I
and
just
must,
want
you
to
know?
make clear again, I will never write sexual incest.
Unless.
Why do you have to? I just
know-
love how he has to make like an entire display
Listen,
of this. Like, who
It's
was
I
like-
think what I
asking
hate
questions?
most about this is
listen,
Sneaky's
this
taking
is-
artistic liberties and is not
Yeah.
exaggerating what is actually being said all that much.
Listen, this gives me the
That's
same
sad.
vibes of people
The-
being against Lolly on Twitter and then being found out as
Yeah,
pedophiles.
yeah. All
guy's
his
against-
favorited
Yeah,
stories
yeah.
are all lolly stuff.
Oh,
This
good
guy-
lord.
This guy's favorites is all incest.
It's just
It's
predatory.
all,
Probably.
it's all non-canon pairings. That's it,
Yeah.
as far as I can see.
That is depressing but hilarious.
But yeah, no, like I am reading the author's page sort of alongside, and Sneaky's cutting out a lot. What Sneaky's doing is actually cutting out a lot of fluff.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
just
he's
summarizing.
He is intentionally disregarding the part where the author says it's only non-canon stuff, but otherwise he's cutting out a bunch of fluff and repeating the same thing over and over.
That
So it's
is
actually
That's what
worse.
the author.
So
That's what the author
Yes,
profile
it is
doing.
actually worse. Yeah.
so. Sneaky's
He's
actually being
saving you.
genuine.
Yes.
He's not exaggerating.
He's-
That's scary.
Sneaky
Nor
genuinely
do I
saving you
ever
from
intend to
yourself.
turn the main characters homosexual, when they in canon or not. And I have no interest in ever reading such homosexual stories. And I will never write the homosexual stories. And I will never have characters who are in homosexual relationships. Which means I will never write homosexual stories, or slash stories, or incest stories. I will never write harem stories. They are complete nonsense and insult me.
You shut the
Sneaky,
fuck
did you
up.
post? Did you
Sneaky,
post
you
this
link-
guy's?
Where did the
yeah,
where
I
did
don't-
these fanfics hurt him?
You didn't
Huh?
post this author's page.
Oh yeah, let me post the author's page.
Yeah, good, because I want to check through his fucking favorite fics because I feel like this guy's a hypocrite.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
Yeah,
I
we
just
gotta,
wanna
we
read
gotta, we
ahead.
gotta, we gotta investigate this.
No.
Meanwhile, I
He's got
just
a
want to
separate
read ahead.
account, I guarantee it.
Black Hunter. Isn't there someone on QQ called that? That's pretty like
Probably.
sort of very popular.
Yeah.
What is this profile? Why does it go on forever? What the fuck?
I just noticed this scroll bar on mine.
He
and what
really wants you to know
actual-
how much he's not gonna write
Oh.
a sexual story, unless.
How
Hang
balanced
on.
this stuff is.
I'm still scrolling. Hang
Bro.
on a sec.
No,
Okay.
no, we've moved away from the balance era. We're now in the no
Oh.
homosexual era.
2/3 of the way down is when his stories finally start. Into
Are
the
you
scroll
fucking
bar.
kidding
Oh,
me?
God.
No,
I'm
no.
not.
It's a bit
I
over
remember this
halfway,
one
like
story.
2/3 is
Bro,
a good chance.
bro heard that the
Oh.
author's page has no max character limit and took that as a challenge.
Wait, no, yes it does. No, it does.
Sneaky, he has a stance on reviews.
Oh, good.
Oh,
I'm
here
sure
we
we're gonna
go.
get to that eventually.
Okay, so wait, are we on this? Hang on, which stance are we on right now? Is this?
We're on the writing stance of stories I'm never gonna write, where he reiterates that he's never going to write gay fics, he's never gonna write incest fics, he's definitely never gonna write gay fics, he's definitely never gonna write incest fics, he's definitely never gonna write gay fics. But
his review stance comes after this
Okay.
section. Then
I consider harems to be a insult to me. This disrespects the idea of friendships, bromances, womanmances, and family bonds and platonic relationships. Platonic relationships is all of the things you just fucking said. I don't know, maybe it's where they fuck each other casually. I have no idea.
Oh, you mean a friend with benefits? A fuck buddy?
I don't know, man.
they've got a section for fandoms they're interested in writing and their criteria for writing in the fandom. Why?
What the fuck do you mean criteria?
Sneaky, if I will grace this fandom, with
This
my
fandom
literary
will be
masterpieces,
graced by my august presence, only if they meet the following standards.
Oh, I hope you get to their stance on guest reviews because it's fucking hilarious.
No, one of his
Because
favorite stories
they bring
isn't-
in a Mass Effect 2 quote.
Oh, good.
So
Just
you're never
from
gonna
the
guess.
stance.
You're never gonna guess what one of his favorite stories is.
Dark Wolf Shiro.
No, Black Widow and Female Shield Agent M-rated sex fic one shot.
Damn, I couldn't have seen that one coming. Who could have ever seen that one coming? Me don't think he protests too much.
Me don't think he protests for several hundred pages too much.
Nearly every one of his favorite fics
wait.
though is so far a T or K plus though. Like
Okay.
he's very rarely got M's.
All right, so he stayed true to his swearing that he will never write a sex
Or
fic
read.
unless.
Yeah, or read.
Unless.
Yeah.
Unless.
But
oh my god, they have breakdowns for the fandoms they have an interest in as well. What the?
Dude,
Go
what
out
M's?
here and just give us a fucking.
I've seen more M's in Buffy the
Bio,
Vampire Slayer as a
basically.
category than I have in all the others so far.
I can't imagine. Man, Buffy the Vampire Slayer has more sex stories. Damn, I can't. I wonder what the pairings in those stories are. Yeah.
They've
Buffy and
listed
Xander,
down
guaranteed.
TV series
No,
they are
Xander isn't one of
watching or
them. It
have
was
watched.
Fuck, where was it?
It's female on female, isn't it? It's all female on female Buffy fics, aren't they?
Oh my
Let
god.
me get
Sneaky.
Yeah.
Again.
They have a section of their profile talking about TV series they are currently watching or have watched, and they have it alphabetized.
Spike and Drusilla and Angela
Of course
Sandala.
they don't.
Older
Wow.
TV shows that I have
Literally
watched
who?
and might
Updated
rewatch.
March 1st. Bro keeps a fucking diary.
Jesus.
Yeah, no, this actually is a diary. Also, he considers Arcane to be an older TV show.
What?
Wasn't that 2021 or something?
Yes,
Yeah.
it was. And the recent season was last year.
That's an old TV show, he says.
The
Jesus.
Arrowverse. Oh my god, there's so much bolding. Why? They're not just treating it like
arrogance
a
of this
Sneaky.
man.
They're not treating it like it's not just a diary. This is their in-game journal where they have bolded keywords.
Bro is literally out here writing his goddamn manifesto.
Yes.
This is disturbing.
You know what? Credit where it's due. This is consistent organization, and you should probably be offering your services to writers who need help keeping track of their vast worlds, because this is absurdly detailed.
Why does he have 507 stories?
Don't ask questions.
Weren't you
We
paying
don't
attention
we
before?
don't want those answers right now.
Favorite authors 10. None of the Raptor 2216 actually might be familiar. I feel like we've had him on, found his fix on stream before.
Wait, was that a based take from Megalex? What the fuck is happening?
Wait, what?
What? Megalix.
One of the moderators that has been known to be a spaz in the past came in and said, "Hey, dipshit, stop ignoring the premise of the story to virtue signal."
So you just ignored the title on purpose.
Crazy. Like, coming from him, that's insane. Is this the Infanticus effect? He can even make mods do their job?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, now to be fair, I have had better interactions with Mega than any other mod other than Alethiophile.
Fair.
Oh,
Still crazy. You guys are still
No.
going. Yes, we are.
What
Bro,
story is
we're
that
we're
for,
we're dumping
son?
on this dude.
that's
That's
on
for Infant's
the
rapey
rape
one.
story. That one.
Yeah, the Unjustice rape story.
That word has come up like a dozen times now
Yeah,
in the last
I'm
2
not comfortable with how
hours.
often that word's been coming up this night.
Because that is the premise of the story is
For
the
selfish,
MC is
self-indulgent reasons, young justice, evil Kryptonian.
yeah.
Yep.
It's honest.
So
Yes.
I don't
the,
need
It's-
no.
the
You can
MC
shut up.
is
You can
a
stop talking. I will server mute you. You can stop talking. I don't need to hear anymore.
All right.
This is going to be one of those episodes that we're going to be fingers crossed and the YouTube bots don't listen to the last 2 hours for.
Yeah, you know, I mean, yeah, this is why we're safe. You know, we go 6 hours long. There's no way anyone's gonna get to this point. We're clear.
You know what? I think the biggest weird oopsie part of that title is that he put SI in there.
Yeah, that was. I think that's what's throwing people. is they think,
Yeah.
oh my god, Infant is a horrible monster, and this is
Yeah,
making him look like a monster.
You should have
instead of
you
going,
should have just said like reincarnated OC or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I really don't understand why he put SI.
Honestly,
because self-indulgence.
Infanticus, the council summons you.
no. No, let's not.
No, I'm just adding him.
Honestly, I probably would have either not put that in or lied and said that there's supposed to be a comma between there
Yeah.
for some reason, so it's not SI, it's C.
Pull out people who are being self-inserts.
See.
Or
I know
that,
it's to
yeah.
call out people who are doing self-inserts, but it kind of defeats the purpose.
Especially when you
now
make-
everyone thinks you're fucking an evil rapist.
Yeah, no.
Because the backstory for this character before he got reincarnated into DC was he was a serial rapist for 10 years that only got caught after getting shot in the head.
Yes.
Okay, well then, I don't know, be smarter with your messaging, maybe?
Yeah, maybe don't put the word
be
SI in
stupid.
your... I mean,
Wait,
he is Filipino, so we never know.
No. He understands English better than a lot of English speakers.
The
I
bar is
know.
not high on that one sign.
Oh yeah, it's not.
You know, case in point,
Authors.
case in point, Mr. 507 9-year story guy here, who still can't do
Yeah.
dialogue.
Yeah.
you know what's even worse? He's admitted he deletes his own stories.
Oh.
Yeah,
There's more.
Yeah.
there's more out there.
There's worse.
There's
there's worse out
V1s
there.
out there. I want you all to remember that. There is V1s out there lurking.
Wait, I just went on to his stories. Literally the sixth one down is Willow and Tara one-shot crackfic romance. Lesbians.
Use OC then.
OC,
You
if I just...
wrote yourself.
Wait, does he not know what SI stands for?
No, he knows. He fucking knows.
He's just
Are
he's just
you
being stupid here.
sure?
Maybe. I ran out of characters to use OC.
That wouldn't make it any better.
He just needed 3 more characters.
But then that implies he's not an insert.
But then putting it
What?
implies he is.
Okay. So what we've learned is Infanticus may need to be checked on.
Or possibly sent to an asylum.
No. He's fine. Dude has a
No,
girlfriend.
he's totally fine. He's just a little retarded.
Do we need to check on the girlfriend?
He's
No,
still,
she's
The
also fine.
girlfriend is a Tanya cosplayer. She's fine.
he's a Pinoy. This is
Yes,
a
he's-
debuff.
He is a Pinoy.
Don't worry, she has the T'Challa. It's
We're still
this fucking
alive.
guy.
Yes.
This
Yes, we
fucking
are
guy.
still alive because Sneaky won't let it end.
You won't let me get to the review section!
Well,
You
then
don't have
get
to.
there.
We
Yes,
all know
we
you could have stopped
do!
at any point.
No, I need to know how much this guy swears he will write a balanced, non-sexual story, unless...
God damn it, Sneaky.
the pedo is
Oh, Sneaky, this is your favorite kind of author, by the way. They don't like harsh criticism.
Oh, well,
Oh,
that's,
no.
that's rough.
What was that, Max?
That's unfortunate, because I'm going to be
Oh.
leaving one on his most recent story.
Sneaky.
Yes.
No.
What does this
Yeah,
guy
he's
look like? I
going
did not
to
hear
read the
Max.
story on Tuesday, not tonight.
No, I'm going to be reading the story on Saturday.
God damn it, he's right.
2 minutes for y'all. It'll be Saturday.
I can just disconnect him from the server, and then we're all saved.
Then we're all
And
free to
Sneaky
go.
has to vamp on his own. And if he gets banned, it's his fault, not ours.
It's all your fault you weren't there to regulate me, Max. That's how this works now.
I'm not your keeper. I have never been your keeper.
You are your brother's keeper.
We sure as hell aren't brothers, or our parents have been lying for a very long time.
Listen, there's a lot of comedy value to be had here, but that's not it.
Officially, I do not rape people.
Wait. Hold up a second. This
Officially.
implies there's an unofficial version he's not sharing.
Well, I mean, again, girlfriend, Tanya sized.
Not just Tanya sized, apparently looks the part or close enough.
He is
Not a
he is the
penoid.
he is the exotic boyfriend.
Yeah,
He
he
is,
the
in
exotic
fact,
boyfriend.
the exotic boyfriend.
Okay then.
Oh.
God, that was a hilarious discussion in the chat.
Anyway, so let's get back to how balanced and ungay his stories are.
Apparently he destroyed Kaz's Discord just by appearing.
Amazing.
Hi, Tweety.
Oh, good.
Why is Tweety awake? Oh wait,
Oh
she's
my
in
God.
Alaska.
Oh yeah, that would do it. She
So it's
picked
probably
a
like-
bad time to check the chat. Oh, none of you repeat that. Not a single one of you.
Nobody-
Yeah, no.
I'm
Yeah,
not
no.
gonna say
No,
this, Rick.
no,
I would be clear.
no one
Anybody
says
who
that
even
one.
starts it is getting removed from the server. You're not getting server muted. You're getting kicked.
I'm not gonna say anything. No one here is gonna say that.
I'm just being very clear.
Oh god. Anyway, so
God damn it,
blah blah
Bernie.
blah. I will never read homosexual stories because they are insulting and degrading towards women unless.
So wait, does that mean he will read one about gay guys?
No, only women. It's only okay for women if they're gay.
But he just said it was degrading to them.
Yes, but he has a list down below where he lists where it's okay.
I see.
I will never write stories with non-canon incest pairings or non-canon homosexual pairings ever, unless I find them offensive and disrespectful. Unless.
God damn it, Sneaky.
Unless.
It depends on the sexual subtext. I'm not even shitting you, that's what it says right there.
This is. This is depressing.
Unless.
The amount of unlesses this man has included makes me very concerned.
My stance
Yes.
on femslash. Maybe.
Wait. Wait,
What
was
the
that
fucking
many unlesses
turnaround
again?
on that? Bro, literally just a paragraph ago said I will never read or write homosexual pairings. And then in the next paragraph said,
Unless.
Unless
it's 2 women. Then it's hot. If I read the sexual subtext correctly between the two, I can allow it. Will I read them, however? Maybe. Save for some exceptions, I will read them. Bro. This dude's whiplashing so hard.
I think this man has
He may have some
a
problems.
substance problem.
My opinions on writing femslash, however, my thoughts will be explained below, where I create some exceptions for writing the femslash and reading it. But, no, here I will never write a homosexual story, and it will be balanced. There are very few cases where I will allow such a homosexual story to occur, and it's only when it's women.
You see, he is the arbiter of what is allowed on fanfiction.net.
There are many femslash stories I am intrigued about seeing.
Bro, stop gooning.
So, based on the consistent repeating of the same thing over and over and the way this person writes, I think they might be somewhere on the spectrum.
No shit. You don't say.
And I think they might be borderline. They're right on that border of low versus high functioning.
It's entirely possible. But I am not interested in ever seeing femslash from any comic book. I will never read or write because comic books are sacred. Unless it's about the implications. And I think anyone who reads or writes a comic book story with such disgusting behavior such as homosexuals in them are completely ridiculous and degrading to the characters. Unless... See the list down below of what I will allow. I might read them. Can't even stay consistent in the same fucking paragraph, dude?
Nope.
Oh. Oh, they also don't like
But it
fucking
is very unlikely I will enjoy it. So he's gonna read it but not enjoy it. Unless... powder that makes you say real. Oh god. Comic books are sacred. Unless
Unless the man's gooning.
It depends on if I can see the true sexual subtext between the female characters. But I will never write or read any stories with gay men in them. Because I find these pairings insulting and they disgust me. My stance on non-canon incest or male/fics. No. Moving on to his next stance. I will actually just move on to his next stance because quite literally it's just multiple paragraphs of no, 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 no,
Yeah,
no,
well,
no, no, no.
Again, taking several artistic liberties, but he repeats the same thing over and over.
I find gay fics wrong. They are disgusting,
Okay,
offending,
bro.
and insulting. They're
You've
disgusting.
repeated the
It
same
makes me
shit.
uncomfortable and disgusted, to be honest with you. Femslash, however.
Unless
There are a couple I'm intrigued by. I will read them, but I will not enjoy them. Unless.
What's the point of reading it if you don't enjoy it?
Oh, okay. Well, no, hang on. Sneaky's read a couple things he didn't enjoy just so we could shit on them more effectively.
That is true.
That's spite. That is a certain kind of enjoyment.
No,
Oh my
not
god.
not really. You didn't read it because you enjoyed it. You read it because you're hoping you'll get enjoyment out of shit.
God damn it, Birdie.
Exactly.
What did Birdie do now?
Fucking Birdie went to
No.
Twitch and posted preach when I started going off on this gay rant.
Birdie, please don't encourage him.
I will not write AU stories where everyone is out of character, such as a high school AU, medieval times AU, AU, teenager fic AU, unless they are a one-shot, or a crack fic, or I think it's funny.
So, you do write them.
Yes.
Yes.
But he will never do it, unless it's funny. Mostly, I will write stories to be as realistic as possible to the fandom standards of realism.
No, Sneaky, I need you to reread that sentence as it's written because I need people to understand how bad this guy's syntax is.
You know what? That's fair enough, Max. That is right.
This
Mostly,
sentence is a perfect example.
yes, it's that bad. Watch. Mostly, I will most likely be as realistic as I can get in regards to fandom standards of in-use realism.
Of its universe fandom reality.
Yes, my bad. I tried correcting it again.
I know your brain tried to save you, so I'm here to make it worse.
That hurts.
Yes, it is quite painful. I will stick to the
If
present
writing is close to
timeline.
this, I'm not looking forward to covering any of their chapters.
True. If I will stick to the present timeline of the fandom, if I write an AU, the characters may act completely out of character, but will be more or less true to the nature of the character that I have divined from my innate insight of being so empathetic and understanding of the character. Unless I decide to write a crack comedy. Man, this guy really likes his exceptions.
Yes.
Yeah.
The pairings I do not approve of are listed below. I will never write these unless it's in a breakup showing how they're bad and they're stupid. I will never write a fan service pairing unless I think it works. Why do we care about this guy's opinion? Why was this written? We care about this guy's opinion because he keeps a live journal of his entire life, and he's written about 15,000 words telling us his opinion
about all the exceptions.
So I feel it's our duty to be the only person to ever read his author page. Because he puts so much effort into it.
Okay. I now have to know.
Oh.
So much scrolling.
How many words is it?
Hang on, I'm getting there. Pulling up my preferred writers tool. What do you mean it's this high? No, Sneaky, you're not ready for this.
I am.
63,651 words.
What do you mean it's 63,000?
I'm sorry, how much?
63,651 words. With the standard with the default template on LibreOffice, this is 113 pages.
Bro
I'm
wrote a
sorry.
literal fucking book.
You said 6,000, right?
No,
Those are
63.
63.
For his author's.
Note,
Page.
yeah,
For his
for
author's
his
page.
author's page.
Okay, seriously, this guy's getting shit, but like,
Bro.
I hope he has a job in data entry or something, because the organization is like immaculate once we get past these stances.
True.
But
Uh,
holy crap,
his
man.
sentences are so bloated, I bet we could cut 20k words off and lose nothing.
True.
I
Yeah,
think we could cut
probably.
40k words off and lose nothing.
Probably.
Like, he literally has multiple
Let's
sections that
see.
reiterate the same stance over and over and over again. There is a whole like maybe 5k section that could just be condensed down to
Okay, all right.
I'm gonna write
I'm
things
just-
I like and I don't like gay stuff.
I'm
Unless
just
it's
gonna
women.
cut out. I'm just gonna cut out the stances portion real quick. And it will just keep his about me and the fandoms he's interested in. The stances alone are 5,000 words. Holy shit.
Jesus. That is disgusting.
Holy shit. Imagine
4,000
writing a
words.
novel to let people know what you think about things.
We
Goddamn.
call those autobiographies.
Yeah. Well, he published his for free.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good night, LeMay.
Oh.
Imagine writing a novel to tell everyone you hate the gays. I mean,
Well, in the
he also
authors,
wrote
I mean,
that
a lot
for
of people
free.
have done that.
it's
Yeah,
mostly the
true.
non-canon. But
See, well, Max, here's the thing, right? He says, "Oh, well, I don't like the gays, but only because they're non-canon." But if this sort of person is just so rigid in how they interact with media, can you really say they're going to even bother in consuming media that has a gay relationship in it?
no, I
Maybe
can't.
by
I
accident.
absolutely cannot, especially
True.
because there's a part I think your brain skipped over that I did notice.
Oh.
Which was specifically they do avoid those pairings when there's quote unquote sexual subtext that he can see in canon. Like he will not read a
Oh
book
no.
if he sees
Oh, he said he won't. Okay, interesting. Okay. No, because I did
Mm.
see the part where he said that he's fine with female on female pairings as long as he can see the subtext.
I thought he said
Yeah,
he didn't
so-
like it when he couldn't, when he
So
could see them.
Well,
there's a
I mean,
specific
this
line.
guy's opinion is literally everything, Sign. If you give him enough
let-
time, he's gonna give you the
let-
opposite opinion.
Yeah, let's put it this way, Sign. There are so many words here that I am probably missing several points, but this 2 sentence paragraph here, female / in other TV shows or films or games that are not adaptations, very unlikely chance that I will write them depending on if I see sexual subtext. And I don't know if that means he'll write them if there is some, or if he'll, or if he
I
avoids
think
it.
in relativity to where the rest of that paragraph, those words are compared to the previous and post paragraphs, I think he's saying he would write the fem / as long as he sees the potential for subtext, but only fem /.
You mean if they actually
no
ship
gays.
that
Yeah.
shit?
No.
Fem /
He's saying, so basically what he's saying is if there is a story in where there's 2 girls involved, if he personally interprets what is happening on screen as a sexual subtext, then he has decided that then it's okay for him to write a gay pairing of them. But if he's decided that there isn't a sexual subtext, he won't.
Oh, Birdie's asking for a quick internet lesson on what Fem Slash is supposed to be. Oh,
I think I nailed it.
All right.
Mhm.
Anyway,
Well,
I
yeah,
think it's
you
time for us
did.
to
You
go
about
to
got
hell
it,
and
yeah.
sleep.
it's
All right,
it's
go
the
to sleep.
female version of
Good night.
slapsticks.
Yes.
Sneaky, for the sake of everyone, including
No.
yourself.
No.
He's waiting for Max to leave.
We will go to 5 a.m. again.
Oh.
We will pop off.
Oh, don't worry. When I leave, I'll be taking you with me, Sign, and putting you in the world and put you back in here.
Oh.
Here's the thing. I can
I
trust
do need to
Aura
go
on
right.
stream. Aura behaves himself. I can't trust you on stream. Not
Mm,
unsupervised.
you haven't heard her pop off.
But he behaves on stream. That's the
That's
important part.
I was just say he behaves on stream.
Aura can be left unsupervised with the stream running. Sign cannot.
Or it can be left
Sneaky sure as hell can't.
I've been moderating myself really well today, okay?
And we're all
There have been a
really
lot of
proud of
things
your
I've
wanted to
sign.
say about
Here's
this
a
guy.
gold star.
Sign. I'm gonna make this very degrading. There's been at least one babysitter at any given point during the show the entire time.
Yes.
Okay.
Sometimes
hold on,
there's been
let
as
me-
many as 2.
I would have said 2.5, but nose wasn't even long enough.
let me
for
let
that.
me bring up the good old paint skills here, and then let me
No, not the paint skills.
all
Why are
right,
you bringing out paint?
and then
Are
there we
you
go,
actually
nailed
making
it.
him a gold star?
I'm making him a gold
Did
star.
you literally make me a gold star? You shit.
Amazing.
Can we need to add it to the server emotes and just name it Sign Star.
You dib it.
Amazing.
No, that star 2 looks too good for you.
Oh no,
that
hold on.
star looks-
My bad. Let me
That
wait.
was
Let
the
me
wrong
regrab.
copy-paste.
Yep, no, that was the wrong copy paste.
Is that this asshole though?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Nope, that's the same copy paste. Let me try
I'm
again.
gonna say this now. Do not go out of your way to harass this person. Just, like,
Yeah.
Do not.
actually,
Yeah,
it's
don't
not even-
don't
it's
harass
not-
this him.
Don't
It
look at
is-
him. Don't
harass this
talk to
guy.
him.
It's not
Okay.
even worth looking through his stuff. It feels like.
All right, there we go.
He's
You did
extremely
it!
appealing, though. Hey, just for you, Sign.
Damn, that's the
Amazing.
world's shittiest. What's
It
the
was
thing that
going
Johnny
good in
gives
the
out?
first. You can tell it was going good in the first half, and then I'm like, shit.
Oh, good. Sneaky, I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna add it to the server emojis.
I will pay for Nitro just to spam this in other servers.
Do you need me to save it as a PNG
Sticker.
so you can get the transparent?
Oh, yeah, if you could just send that straight to me, I can just handle everything from that point.
Yeah, let me just get that for you here. Wow.
You can continue reading this person's somewhat poorly thought out stances. While
The
I-
background
Brady
makes
says
it
the
better.
background
You know
makes it
what?
better.
That's a fair point. Birdie does bring up a good point. The white background does make it better.
You know what? I'll save it as this then.
A sticker would work better than an emote though.
I'll don't you worry, Sign. I'll figure out how to get your gold star put on the server.
Awesome. Thank you.
Unironically, I'm
attention.
naming this Sign Star.
Sign
damn
star.
it.
Nice.
Is everybody just shitting on Sign tonight?
Tonight.
Well,
No,
what,
you made us
Tonight.
It's a new day.
I'll tag
Yeah,
on.
sign. We reset the clock on shitting on you. Yeah, we unfilled the shit meter.
It's now tomorrow, so you get to shit more. I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, so I have a
Oh.
somewhat serious question. I did something.
God damn it, Bertie.
Maybe a little foolish. I had someone approach me with a request for my opinion on probably the most
I
horrible
already don't
fan
like where this
fiction
is going.
idea I've ever seen.
Okay.
Oh.
And if that's you, that's saying something.
Yeah. This was some sort of unified theory of magical girls with like
Okay.
a million crossovers.
Oh no.
No.
Like,
Oh boy.
it would be identifiable if I described it. It was so super complex. And he was talking about having something like 12 simultaneous plots going.
No.
And
No.
So is he
I-
updating 12 times a day?
I don't even know if he's wrote the first chapter. He sent me literally like 35 pages in a Word document worth of world building and plans.
God.
He had pictures. He had custom pictures for some of this stuff.
I mean,
think
no.
it's
To be fair, some of I was gonna say some of it could have been AI. Like, it's a lot easier these days to get pictures.
Yeah, but
Huh.
Alright.
how do you?
We have it as an emoji and as a sticker now.
Oh boy, you did it!
You dib it.
Oh, so without just absolutely calling them the most smooth brain, idiotic jack off in the world, because they asked me in good faith, and I answered in good faith. My response was, this is literally physically impossible to do. Don't even bother start doing this. You need to pick one of these ideas, and once you're at least 100K in, you can maybe start thinking about the second step.
Yeah.
Because I knew they would never get that far.
Yeah, obviously.
But I basically told them, this is literally something a human being cannot do. Even if you physically sat there and wrote 24/7, you will not be able to tell a complete story if this is what you are planning. And they responded, not rudely, but am I allowed to use the term autistic not as a slur, but to accurately describe someone?
I mean, yeah, bro, we've just been using it as a slur for like the past hour. Go off.
Oh, okay. So, you know
We have
how
not, but go ahead.
you know how when autistic people who are severely socially awkward get testy without getting angry?
Yes.
Yes.
That's how he responded to me.
Oh, yes,
And-
of course. Yeah.
Well, yeah, you insulted his thing.
Yeah, you insulted his precious idea, which is the best idea ever because he thought of it.
Yeah.
How do you tell someone that you literally can't help them because it would be an impossible Sisyphean task?
So,
tell them exactly
what is
that.
really important here is, do you want to ever talk to this person again?
Yeah.
They approached me in good faith and have been nothing but polite, if slightly forceful.
Is it
Okay.
somebody you know and are friends with?
Have you spent an extended period of time with them, or is this the first thing they've ever interacted with you?
This is like the second thing I've ever discussed with them.
Nope, tell them to fuck off.
Okay,
All right.
so I'm going
Okay,
to tell
hang
you
on.
a
Okay,
non-confrontational way of ending this.
before-
Shocker, I know.
Actually, yes. I was
I'm
wondering
deeply
if I'd have to
curious.
step in with a separate stance, but now I'm curious what Sneaky has to say.
Yes, go for it.
You keep your mouth shut, though, Sign.
I already said my piece. Tell him to fuck off.
You will be Plan Z. When he is out of other plans, that's what he'll go with.
Go
Plan
ahead, Sneaky,
Zine?
please. Yes, sign. Sign? Your plan
Yes.
D.
So,
Go ahead, Sneaky.
Yes.
Plan D's nuts. In your mouth. Hey. So anyway, right. So if you wish to amicably never talk to this person again, inform them politely that you don't think it is a good idea to continue working with him on his ideas because he seems to still have issues with concept scope and content creep. And that it is in both of your interests to not speak on ideas of his until he has a better grasp and ability to narrow down the focus of his ideas.
Wow, that is the most HR friendly bullshit I've ever heard come out of your mouth.
That's what he asked for.
Yeah, no.
I
Yeah.
can hear the
that I-
HR
a lot of
speak.
help.
Is the HR
No,
in the room with you?
Yes, it's sneaky.
Well, the thing
Look,
is that
I
he
can be
hasn't
polite
agreed.
when I need to be.
You know what,
just don't see
Sneaky?
it very
For everything you've ever said and done, I've never actually seen you kick a puppy. So, you know,
You weren't
No,
here for
and-
that stream?
I'm pretty sure Sneaky would be first on the chopping block for punching whoever did that in front of him.
Very true.
Like,
Yeah.
in all honesty, because the only time
Well,
Sneaky would ever kick
okay.
a puppy is if it was rabid and trying to
Caveat.
get him.
Well, yeah, okay. I was gonna
Fair.
say caveat. If the puppy is a yapping, annoying fucker and keeps trying to bite my ankles.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that gets punted.
If they're just a yapper, fine. But it's when the ankle biting starts. Like, nah,
I would
nah,
say-
I'm not doing this.
The dog gets exactly one ankle warning where
Yeah.
Yeah.
you nudge it away with the toe of your shoe and you find whoever owns it and you say, if your dog tries to bite my ankle again, it's getting punted.
Yeah. Which
I
I've
will
done.
comment that I will bring the same energy to the dog it brought to me.
Hotcha!
Oh no. Sneaky. I mean a proper goalie punt. I will pick that thing up
Oh, no.
and send it.
No, see, the thing is, right, when I visit people, I have steel-toe boots on. I don't need to pick it up to send it.
You even with steel-toed boots, you will get a better send.
I'm going to be honest with you. I have never needed to pick the ball up to send it. I used to play soccer on defense, and I would cannon that shit across the field.
Yeah, I can do that too, and I'm saying, no matter how far you can send it, you can send it further when you drop it. That's how that works.
Birdie also has some good advice.
Yes.
It'd be really cool to
Move
see that many
goalpost.
magical girls in the same room, but it might behoove you to focus on one plot line at a time because readers find it difficult to track that many characters. Even like Game of Thrones tempers, the amount of stories it tries to tell at one time. Yeah, no, that's also a fair. That's like that. See, Birdie, that's what you would say if you wanted to talk to him again about his ideas, which are terrible.
Yeah.
That's why I
True, it
asked
is almost
if he never wants to talk to him again. Say what I said.
I mean, honestly, when you tell someone flat out that there's literally nothing you can do to write this story, what you're describing is basically a massive fan fiction EU the size of the Star Wars EU, maybe even bigger.
Well,
And I've
what
already
it
gotten
sounds
across
like
three
to me
crossovers.
is he is infatuated with the idea of writing an MCU for magical girls. I mean, honestly, magical girl universe,
Well-
MGU, I guess.
Yeah.
It out of curiosity, what specific fandom was this story from?
All of
Okay, let
them.
me go pull up the DM. Because it
I thought he
was
said it had like 12 different fandoms.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
'cause if it's
probably all of the
different
most
fandoms,
recent.
It sounds like he fell in love with the idea behind the pre-Cure movies, which will have upwards of 36 to 48 magical girls on the screen at some point.
Also, possibly shit like that. Yeah.
Jesus.
being
yeah.
Oh, the movies are a big deal, Sign. They do like between 3 and 8 generations of the shows each time, and they stack over time.
okay.
Okay.
They'll have a lot of magical girls in their crammed into an hour and a half long movie.
That's a lot of magical girls, yeah.
Yeah. Also, as another like I'm not going to give you a speech to give them.
Mhm.
Ask them if they've outlined how to handle this many at once, because even the best authors are going to start struggling focusing on more than a dozen characters at any given time.
Oh
Mhm.
no, it's hard getting more
Like,
than 6 in a single scene.
An author will have made 100 characters over the course of 10 years of writing. Only 10 of those characters might be developed properly, because the other 90 are
So
just there to move the plot.
to start this off, it's like
Oh Jesus! No.
kind of sort of SCP Marvel cross thing as a background, but I got him to drop the SCP stuff because I flat out told him that setting isn't a real setting. It's basically a loosely organized group of fanfics, and it's
Yeah.
not something you can
It is.
It's
crossover with.
It's a bring your own beer project that the internet agreed
Yes.
on.
Yeah.
It's
and
a
it got
pot roast.
really boring.
It
But
got
no,
really out of hand.
So,
Yeah.
to quote this, meet the Hydra or the Dragon, the overall main overarching antagonist of the first trilogy saga. Pretty cure protector, one family, and
Oh,
worlds
yeah, Max
apart.
called it.
And the main
Yeah.
enemy of the successor Common Rider. So I guess it's also a Common Rider.
There's a lot of crossover between Magical Girl and Tokusatsu. So
Oh, I
that
mean,
actually makes
obviously.
a lot of sense.
Yeah.
the
Basically.
Dragon,
Especially.
Marvel, DC, Ben 10, Doctor Who, Marvel again, discussions or vague short digression about Middle Eastern religions, Sailor Moon, Cardcaptor Sakura, Magical Girl, Lyrical Nanoha, Madoka
Alright.
Magica,
Oh.
Sinkai
out.
Zisho Symphogear.
You know, well,
Fate
wait,
Twilight
they're
Land
putting
of Prison
Tanya
Elia.
in this?
Nope. I'm out. Good night, everybody.
Later.
Good night.
So
Yeah, no, it
Poor
sounds like
Adam.
he's just naming a bunch of shit that came on recently.
Yeah, so yeah, a lot.
Yeah.
He's just naming a bunch of popular shit, and wasn't. Yeah, so he's literally doing the high school thing of I saw a popular thing recently. I now want to cross all the popular things together, and I'll reach maximum popularity.
Well, no, like I said,
Yes.
there are some older series like Sailor Moon and Cardcaptor Sakura.
There was a
Yeah,
recent
but Sailor
and
Moon and Cardcaptor are so foundational to Magical Girl. Saying they're your favorite is in this day and age, like duh.
But there were also recent reboots, especially with
Also
Sailor
true,
Moon.
yeah.
There was one here very recently, supposedly really good.
But yeah, so it sounds like, again, heavily inspired by the Precure movies, as was just read off here. But in font is pretty much suggesting what I was going to, which is, what's your outline look like then? What do you actually want chapter 1 to look like? And first, you have to get them to confront how complicated this is going to be. And second, you need to talk them down on character length, because I can tell you, as someone who worked co-authoring a story with someone else, who I focused on
post
one
the
fandom,
picture.
and this dude you could tell
What
that
picture?
he picked up a new show
The 5-minute
because
adventure.
suddenly it would be added to his multi-crossover.
5-minute
And let me
adventure.
tell you, when you reach 4
with Gled
franchises, you start losing track of what's going on.
Oh, that. Oh, I
Yeah,
know.
he's
I
bringing
know the image, but I don't have it
everything
on
in.
me. Let me find it.
And if he's bringing in a bunch of Magical Girl stuff, just Precure alone has like 20 plus seasons, each with different teams.
Yeah, no.
Like, he needs to physically write an outline of just the first 5 chapters. He needs to see at a glance how big this is going to be.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be polite, but this is just something I can't do. I'm looking through this stuff again, and it's just it's so much, and it's such a scattershot, and it's not even. I want to start small. It's I want to start with the huge overarching plan in place, and everything is in service to that. And it's just I don't think it. Well, let me put it this way: there are authors out there that are much smarter than I am and are much better writers, and I doubt they could tackle a project like this in 100 years.
I mean, even I'm not gonna say I'm smarter than you, but I'm gonna say like even my outlines for more complex multi-plotline stories were quite literally segregated into separate books where each book focused on a part of the plot line that was separate from the rest of them, and they would have moments where they would converge into a single book, and then they would break up again under the same title of the previous single plotline book. And that was my idea of how to do multiple plot lines. I
found it.
Thank you. Someday you will be as powerful as I am, Alvor, in getting people to drop stories.
I'll try my best. No, like that's what I had to do with my own Campione crossover. Like before we got into that, I firmly insisted that this cannot be an open-ended project. I do not want to get bogged down trying to cover like 40, 50 volumes of content.
Right.
And so with my co-author, we decided we were basically going to do a book series where every single book needed to have that firm beginning, middle, and end, so that if we ever get bored of it, we can literally just finish the last thing we've done, and then we can drop it. Because
well, it's not just that, and like that's a good plan. Don't get me wrong. But it's also like it just doing it that way gives your story way better pacing and structure.
I also looked at it because we have a tendency to get caught up in our own ideas because we will ping off of each other, and then we'll end up.
Yeah,
like,
I'm aware of that one.
So cool.
Yeah, Max, we're not familiar with that at all, right?
Oh, not at all.
So I was I was a little afraid of what would happen is that we would end up with sort of like a 3-way or even a 4-way crossover.
Right.
Just because we made some Saint Seiya references, for example, and the readers were like, "Oh my God, Saint Seiya, we love that!" So we started including a little more of that, and I just want to be very sure before we commit to anything, we don't make it overly complicated, because I know I have bad habits, and one of those bad habits is disappearing up my own backside with world building and politicking in the story. And I will say this: I respect the boldness of this guy to come up with this plan, but
it's not boldness. No, it's honestly, it's not boldness at all, because here's the thing. The only thing that you could even say is bold about it is that he approached what I hypothetically assume is his favorite author, or one of his favorite authors that's willing to talk to him about his ideas. And you're 100% right about him being autistic, in that, here's the thing, right? Do you have a rough idea how old he might be? Like, I don't need an exact number. I mean, over 18, under 18.
Over 18, definitely. The way he talks and organizes it is just specific.
This is very easy to diagnose. This is a guy who is autistic, who is shy, and doesn't want to talk to other people because talking to other people is hard. But the problem is, when you don't talk to other people, is you don't learn how to talk to other people or how other people exist. And what this means is, as a writer, is you don't understand what isn't interesting to other people. And that's a problem. Because if you don't understand what isn't interesting to people, then you're going to write things that aren't interesting. And not only that, a great grindstone for any idea is how far can you go with it to make it interesting to other people. Because, I mean, if you want to write for yourself, hey, power to you, write for yourself. but I very rarely ever see someone engage in a hobby that is entirely isolated from anyone. They like what I'm trying to say there. If you paint models, doesn't matter what kind of models, any models, you typically want to bring up that you paint models to other people who might theoretically also paint models. And then you want to talk about painting models with them because you like painting models. Same thing for painting in general. Playing the
Yeah, I mean
guitar.
it's art.
You know,
It's art.
yeah. I mean, if you have a hobby, wood cutting, fucking hell. I mean, there's people that have hobbies that are just a sport or an activity, and they want to talk to other people about their activity because they like that activity. Like, I very rarely ever hear or see of someone who just does something that they devote a fourth of their life to, but they've never brought it up to anyone ever. Unless, of course, that thing is a crime, but that's a completely different ballpark. Writing smut's an activity? It absolutely goddamn is. And Sign wants to talk to everyone about it.
You can't do that. Believe me, I know.
They don't understand that people don't just share everything. No, that's not even the problem, right? So the problem I see a lot when it comes to autistic people who never got to the stage where they realize they actually have to interact with people is that they never refine any idea they have. Every idea they have is either going to be a obsession they'll carry with them or a fleeting thought that they'll never think about again. And what causes which? Completely up in the fucking air. But what it does result in is they never refine their ideas, so they never actually get a better idea of what actually they want out of anything. Whether that's their hobby, or what they're looking for in someone, or what kind of game they want to play. Where it's a mix of the introvert and a mix of the autistic. Where, you know, they'll just play whatever their friends are playing. They'll just do whatever their friends are doing because their friends are doing it and they don't know what else they should do. Or they'll carve wood, but if they're too scared to talk about it to anyone, then they kind of just either they fake it. They fake talking to other people about it, which is to say they look up countless YouTube videos and get parasocial relationship points with all of these wood carving YouTubers or whatever, so they can feel like they're part of a community where they don't have to talk in. And it's the same thing for writers, but honestly, it's actually worse for writers because you go to any number of locations on the internet, and at this day and age, you'll have tons of people hug boxing the shit out of you and love bombing you, and autistic people are really vulnerable to this because they just don't understand interaction. And so they enter into a group, and everyone in the group tells them they're amazing and awesome and so cool, and their ideas are cool, and they have such great ideas. And they're overwhelmed by this, and they don't know how to handle it, and their ideas kind of become poison in a way. Because now when they finally encounter someone that rejects their idea, they don't reflect on what caused someone to reject their idea of maybe I'm boring, maybe I was boring them, you know, maybe I said something wrong, etc., that you would normally do when someone rejects you in a conversation. They shut down instead, and they default back to, oh, well, these 6 people I hang out with said my idea was great. This one person said it isn't. This one person is therefore guaranteed to be wrong, and I don't need to think about it any further. And yeah, it took me literally 2 years working on Aeon Black in this Discord himself, to get him to the point of realizing that he needed to fix his story, because he's trying to write a sci-fi, cyberpunk, noble, bright sort of gritty, noble, bright story or whatever. And the idea itself, I mean, it's not terrible. If he was better at describing it, I might even read it if I ever saw it in a Barnes & Noble or whatever as an official published book. But when I actually got to the content he was sending me, it was all over the place. Some moments he would have decent characterization of the characters. Other moments they were all just rushed through so he could get to the next cool scene that he had imagined in his head. And it was very obvious when he did that. And it took me years of working with him, step by step, pointing out everything, and then giving him paragraphs why again and again and again on the same stuff for him to finally start shifting a little bit, because what was going on in the behind the scenes is he had other people telling him his story was great every time he brought it up to them. And the only reason why he started even changing his story to fit my recommendations is that when he showed someone some of the rewrites that I had suggested to him, they said that was even better and he had improved massively. And that was the only reason why he started changing stuff.
Yeah, and the worst thing is when you get nothing but hug bot shit, and I say this for myself as well, it reinforces bad habits, and you don't get the feedback loop. You need to actually get better.
Yeah, and so like that's why I asked you at the start of how you wanted to close out the conversation with him, of whether you wanted to keep talking to him or not. Because at the end of the day, you were right. You cannot help him. Unless you are willing to dedicate literally years of DMs with him, picking out his ideas one by one, and slowly extracting the splinters to show him that there were splinters in the first place. He's never gonna get it. And I personally wouldn't recommend you waste the energy on some random dude.
Yeah, no. I'd send him sort of a polite message, and if he responds, I'll respond, and I'll continue on in good faith. And hello there, Mr. Kitty Cat. What are we wanting right now? You have food. You're not getting wet food. Sorry, my cat is for some reason he likes voices coming from the phone. So
well, that's cute. I will be honest, all homeschoolers I've known are hardcore spazzes. Again, it falls all back down to, drama club is basically homeschooling, because the thing is, again, it creates a environment in where the person is effectively allowed to act however they want, and when you do that long enough, you start to ingrain habits into yourself, and habits are hard to break no matter what they are. Whether it's always trying to inject your opinion into something because here's the thing, right? Homeschooling, that's usually you and your teacher / parent / tutor or whatever, right? So if you're always in a one-on-one conversation and you really don't get out and have multiple person conversations, you think it's always going to be fine to, whenever someone is saying something, to immediately reply to them and go on, maybe some rant or something, because, the person maybe was either tolerating it or was fine with it, or found whatever you were talking about interesting, so it was okay to interject back and forth. But then when you go from an environment where all you know is one-on-one conversations, and you enter into a group where there's multiple people trying to talk, and then you don't pick up the context clues that someone's trying to talk, and you interject constantly over everyone else, you're gonna either find that group dumping you very fast, or tolerating you, for, again, said previous reasons of whatever you're saying was very interesting, and then slowly over time, as you get adopted by the group, you start to learn how to actually let other people fucking speak. But, it is what it is. Drama club's the same thing. Drama club, everyone's being super fucking dramatic. They're rewarded for being super fucking dramatic, and they're in an environment where being dramatic is both expected of them and something that everyone else is doing. And peer pressure is an amazing thing for humans. And if you are going to have a bunch of drama kids, they're going to try and do all of the arts, which means they're going to try and write. They're going to try and draw. Now, some of them might end up as furry artists, and the others are going to end up as, really dog shit, slash artists who post their stuff to Tumblr, but Tumblr got closed down, so now they post it to AO3, and they can cultivate the comments on AO3 because their friends say their story is great, so obviously everyone on the internet's wrong.
And AO3 allows them to just simply delete any naysayers
Exactly.
and
Yeah.
reinforce that little self bubble they have.
And then
one
these
good thing about F3 deleting, letting you delete comments. I had a really bad rash of those people spamming my stuff with, "Hey, I want to
sure.
put crap on YouTube."
It's a double-edged sword, in my opinion, but yeah.
No, it's definitely a double-edged sword. It's just I feel like maybe you should be able to, like, I don't know, flag the comment somehow for deletion, and then the mods can be like, oh yeah, this is spam, deletion approved. Or, maybe like they take action against the accounts or something like that, so they can ban them across the board for spamming people or something. But thank you for insightful lecture on child development, Dr. Professor SneakyDevil. Excuse you, that is... Oh, no, actually, you did get it right. You put the Mister in there. Damn. He got me.
Mr. Dr. Professor Sneaky
The,
Devil.
the day Sneaky was dethroned. Oh, man.
But,
no,
Also, I feel like just closing the chat and just not respond to him anymore at this point is like, if he's gonna spurg out you just for that, it's like, don't waste your
No.
time with him.
See, here's the thing, right? Him just closing out the chat means the conversation is unresolved. Which either means, A, the guy's gonna let it go, low chance. Or B, he's gonna come back with even more shit and be like, hey, look, see, I made it better, and better in his mind is added 12 more properties to
12 more fandoms.
The aura method from the old days.
Fair enough.
But yeah, no, because I mean, I know these people. If you don't give some form of response, it's gonna sit on them and it's gonna grate on them until they get a response.
Yeah, I'm not gonna read it off here just because it's a little. I don't want to actually give away the username, but I was polite and I let him know that I hope if he ever succeeds and writes the story, he can drop me a link to it, because I'll be honest, I'll take that gamble. He's never gonna write it.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably gonna be absolute dog shit and go nowhere really quickly. But hey, if he publishes it, hey, good for him.
Listen, maybe this guy's about to write the next 10 million word long Taylor Varga, but he'll actually have to go somewhere because the sheer amount of plot and the sheer number of crossovers means something has to happen.
I kind of have fun talking to people I should just ignore. Maybe I need more people I should talk to. You can always talk to us, Birdie. But no, I mean, I used to do, look, I used to do that way back in the day. There's a reason why I used to be in a lot of servers and why I would get banned from a lot of servers, is because back in the day, I felt like I had a lot of time on my hands, and I felt like I could, conversate with these people and somehow say something that would trigger a chain reaction into them to make them realize they're being fucking stupid. And then I realized people are just fucking stupid. How Sneaky, you assume you're in the latter group, not the former? Well, you know what, Birdie? That is a fair point. However, you can always come to talk to us.
No, I feel that, Sneaky. I suppose the problem with most of the places I frequent isn't stupidity so much as midwittery. You get a lot of people that are just smart enough to think they're genuinely intelligent, but not smart enough to realize that they really aren't.
And then they say something that makes you go, oh, how unfortunate.
I had one guy. This was almost a completely unrelated discussion, and I had spoken with him previously a few times, and well, I think technically it's a she now, but that's unrelated, kind of. But it was some discussion about with prices in a fantasy world, and then out of nowhere, it was here is basic Twitter take economics. Literally dropped a Twitter link.
Oh god.
And I had to spend like 30 minutes explaining why none of that was at all right. Like, it took me more time to break down what they had linked than they had spent in the rest of the conversation. And it was only at the end of that, when they responded with, yeah, but, that I realized I'm not talking to someone who is capable of learning.
Yeah, no, they have their idea, they've crystallized it in their mind, and that's it. That's the end.
And they basically accidentally invented Marxism, and I think I was trying to explain to them why magic would just completely and totally invalidate everything about conventional economics, and how none of that would apply in a fantasy.
I mean, it really
setting
depends on the magic system.
This was like a hard fantasy D&D 5th edition type shit.
Like, are we talking like very structured spell hard fantasy, or are we talking like very you know so how about are we talking like Harry Dresden hard fantasy, or are we talking like D&D?
We're talking more like Harry
Vancian?
Potter.
Okay.
We're talking more Harry Potter in
So that's
D&D
soft.
type. Okay. Very soft.
Oh,
Okay.
so it's spiffing Brits. It's perfectly balanced.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
So I waved my wand and thought really hard, and I've just completely destroyed the construction market.
Basically. I think I was talking about farming, and
that'd be even
I was
easier.
basically explaining how like the idea of like these clockwork golems that they were talking about, and like, yeah, and it'll cause like a change in the imbalance, and feudalism won't matter anymore. And I was explaining like, no, you've just speed run the entire industrial revolution. You've completely and totally invalidated all normal means of production, because you have explicitly established you can just have the characters, and the characters weren't special. This was literally just like their job. These characters can just shit out magical golems. It's not just like you're gonna have like people who are developing class consciousness. It's like this world will not resemble our world at all whatsoever, politically or economically.
Honestly, you're honestly more looking at like a Romanesque collapse more than anything else with that sort of thing, because it's not just a case of speedrunning the Industrial Revolution. You're skipping the Industrial Revolution. You're skipping right to AI replacing everyone.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm not sure it would quite hit full post-scarcity Star Trek. You know, I want a steak. I molecularly assemble a steak on my plate in front of me.
No, it's actually even worse than that, because it wouldn't be Star Trek, because you're talking about going from feudalism with a medieval economy dependent on serfs and peasantry taxes, and transitioning straight into the peasantry no longer matter. We can get all of the food we ever needed, all the mining we ever needed. And, I mean, depending on how complex the task the clockwork golem can do, you can even replace smithing with it, because smithing at the end of the day is effectively a repetitive task as well.
Yep. You just need to have timing, ratios, and proportions down.
Yeah,
and
you just killed the entire, well, every class other than the nobles. They will starve to death.
Yeah, I mean, effectively, there's no point to having serfs anymore, because at that point, all you need to do is get enough clockwork golems to mine enough iron to make more clockwork golems, so you have clockwork soldiers, and then the clockwork soldiers will kill any human army, like, effectively instantly, and, you know...
What's the limits on who can use magic? Is this a few select people, or is it everybody?
I think it was everybody can theoretically do it, but only some people have the intelligence and time and resources to get really, really, really super good at it.
Okay, so you're instantly going to have warlordism. Yeah, you're moving from
warlord.
Feudalism to AI-backed warlordism.
Magicocracy
So full-blown Magitech and Capistan. That actually
effectively.
Sounds based.
Yeah.
I mean, it is very based, but like the problem is you're moving from a feudal economy with it. So effectively, you're gonna have no communication, and And what will that result in is a massive across-the-world coup, as either the magic Clockwork Golem news gets around and people start reinventing it, or the one area that first comes up with the Clockwork Golem just starts speed running Clockwork Golems, making Clockwork Golems, causing more Clockwork Golems to make more Clockwork Golems, to the point where effectively no one can run an army against them because they have too many Clockwork Golems to stop their farming, to stop their mining, and to fight them.
Did you just make a paperclip optimizer?
Yeah, pretty much. And the thing is we can have this discussion. Their whole response to me, like breaking down step 1, was literal Twitter post.
Yeah,
and I'm
no,
just,
I get you. Yeah.
It's almost. I don't want to just call him an NPC because that seems a little too generous. It's more like a really early run chatbot that has like certain pre-programmed in routines. Like, if
yeah, that's an NPC.
Yeah, NPC.
That is
NPCs
literally NPCs.
have schedules and move around a little. These people don't seem to be able to do that.
No, not really. That depends on the complexity of the NPC.
Have you heard of mobs?
Like
the origin of mobs?
True. But no, it's very interesting, and I mean, it's something. I mean, I'm sure Orf might have ever told you about the alchemy story that we were thinking about.
Yeah, he mentioned it in DMs a while ago, but I don't think we ever got too into it. We don't talk as much these days, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. He's working a full-time, annoying ass job. Yeah,
but,
I know it's annoying ass because I got it for him.
You cursed him with that job.
Yes, I did. But
having the job than not, so I'm sure he appreciates it, Sneaky.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, don't get me wrong. It's a good, solid job. It's a job that's not going anywhere anytime soon, and it's definitely a job that has upward momentum. So
I'm sure he appreciates. Hey, do you want a hand grenade? Are you on the phone?
Do you want to go on an adventure?
Oh yes. Do you want to go on an adventure?
The most dangerous words Sneaky Devil can utter to another IT person.
No. I'm hanging up now.
But yeah, I mean, it's an interesting idea. But I mean, this is what I've talked about in the past with when it comes to writing a story, that you have to consider the implications of the either technology or magic you're introducing. Because if you introduce magic that either devalues or mads the scenario, then you have to consider what that means for the world. If everyone has access to this technology, then that's a massive fucking change. But if only one person has access to this technology, that's still a massive change. But it's not a massive change in the way that society functions. It's a massive change in how people react to you. If you're the only person that can cast global nuke apocalypse, well, you're gonna have a lot of people trying to kill you, and you're gonna have a lot of people sucking up to you.
Yes.
A lot of people don't really consider that sort of thing when they're talking about their insane new cool idea they just thought about, where I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna I'm gonna bring clockwork golems to the peasantry. That'll surely solve classism.
Yes, it will. It will solve it by removing the lower class permanently.
Midwits don't understand that level of cause and effect. I mean, it really depends. Like, the higher level midwits can understand second order effects, but third, fourth, fifth, sixth order effects, like it's gone. Yeah, they're not understanding it. Like, they can understand sometimes. They can understand, if you let criminals out of prison, more crime will occur. Because more crime will occur, businesses will shut down. They can get to that part. But they won't understand that if businesses shut down, people will leave. If people leave, the tax is lower. If the tax is lower, the amount of utilities that can be supported will lower. If the amount of utilities get supported lower, prices go up, right? They don't understand all of the knockdown effects. They can sort of get to the point where they're like, yeah, I wouldn't want to be in a place where crime exists. That would be bad.
Well,
and then they don't think
now to-
anything further.
To be fair, this can stump even smart people where it's a case of, yes, okay, you can see all of those effects, but you can't see something you didn't expect, or you just didn't consider that, oh, maybe it'll have
Oh, I mean,
additional
sure. There's a
unforeseen
consideration
effects.
issue in that you just didn't really like think about it. But like that is what the difference between a midwit and someone with actual working intelligence is. That
Like, I've missed things that should
all
have
you
been
need to do is
super
mention to that
obvious
person.
before.
Yeah, but you need to you just needed to be notified, and you're like, oh, of course, obviously, right, yeah, duh.
It's like, oh yeah, I'll have to plan around that. Shit.
But
Let me add
midwits will
that
be
detail.
like processing, error, cannot input new information.
No, it's NPCs. Midwits are, oh no.
I mean, midwits and NPCs are effectively the same class. I mean, like I said,
No. Kinda sometimes. Yeah, huh.
But yeah, now Alvor, where do Kevins
What the
fall on
fuck's
the
a
scale?
Kevin?
Clearly NPC.
What's a fucking Kevin?
A Kevin.
A Kevin
Is
is a
that
Kevin.
like a Karen?
No, it's like it's a Kevin.
Not sure why you're getting confused here, son.
Give me an example, please.
Oh, like Kevin went and did something, and it's like, oh, damn it, Kevin. I've seen that coming.
See, this is how you
So
know
the
Sign
menace of
doesn't
wit.
have a Kevin in his life.
Yeah.
He wouldn't be confused by this.
I do not have a Kevin in my life, no.
Sign is the Kevin in his life.
The fuck I am!
If you don't know the Kevin, you are the Kevin.
Oh, the hell you say!
Oh. Boy, Sneaky, it's a good thing we know a Kevin.
True. But yeah, Alvor, I don't know if you've been paying too much attention to the stream before you hopped in, but we have been just absolutely shitting on this one author, Black Hunter, which, I mean, that's actually, putting into context now his name and everything he's written.
Author, did you consider the ramifications of this?
The
I'm not
author
sure you
spent
did.
5,000 words informing us how he's definitely never, ever, 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 ever going to read a gay
Never.
fic ever, and he will never write a gay fic either. But, however, if it's two women and he thinks they're really hot, it's okay.
Unless...
Are we sure this person isn't like 13? Because I remember kind of sort of thinking like that when I was 13.
Well, he claims to be 31. And he
From
joined
Prague.
back in 2016, which is only about 4 years off from when I joined. No, 6 years off from when I joined. So even if he's 6 years off from when I joined and I'm 30, that would still put him at 25.
So yeah, no, he's not that young. I guess it's probably just another Peter Pan Arrested Development type shit.
Possibly.
He's the guy that wrote like the long, extensive list of what he considers to be acceptable pairings, right?
Yes,
You linked him earlier.
he keeps mentioning the list that he will include below, where he lists all of the acceptable pairings, including the acceptable gay pairings that he will be intrigued by, but he won't enjoy reading.
Oh, holy shit.
Listen.
I just realized he actually has a full dissection on his thoughts on every aspect of Arrowverse. Oh.
What?
Yeah, no.
Right.
Like,
Oh, by the
that
way, his
guy-
author's note is 63,000 words.
I still think you've moved the decimal place a point to the right.
No. Not with this
No,
long of a page.
It's definitely
It's characters, not words, right?
No, it's multiple pages.
The
Just scrolling through
document
it,
is 113 pages long.
Oh god, shut up.
I have stories shorter than that. Like, holy shit! Like
I'm
actual.
supposed to be working right now. Well, a lot of people are supposed to be working, and
Let's skip to the
No,
list. She
we're
wants to see
not.
it. Let's skip to the list.
No, we're not looking at the list.
The-
It's
the-
not.
the-
It's
the
not
list
a
of
list.
list?
Not
It's
So
it's
the list.
lists plural.
Lists,
It's-
yes!
Lists of
My
lists.
favorite! More lists!
How about we save the lists for Tuesday because it's 1 a.m.
It's only midnight. What are you talking about?
All right, change roles.
Continue.
Wait, shit.
Oh.
I know this guy.
What do you
Uh,
mean
I
you
will
know
just-
this guy?
We'll
I
just
have a
remove
friend
everything but
who
the
is
degenerate role.
And I am 99% sure he warned me about this guy.
Oh, God.
Oh no.
Oh,
No.
God.
I might be in a Discord with him.
Oh
With this
no.
specific author?
Yeah, Black Hunter, because he said he's from Prague. Prague is the
Yes.
capital of the Czech Republic or Czechia or whatever the hell they call it now.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, it's Prague.
Yeah, Prague.
So yeah,
Capital of Czech Republic.
Well, I played D&D with two Czech people. How you guys know Disgruntled Slav? He's
Yes.
Czech, but he's not the person I'm friends with who might know this guy. I think I've spoken to him once before, and it wasn't like anything serious. But I've got to go like search the messages now because I want to figure this out.
Bro, this dude just keeps going. He even names someone?
Yeah, and his review stance.
Wait, hold on.
Oh.
Wait,
certain
Alvor,
people.
is his name Philip363?
It might be. I'm scrolling through the messages now, but I'm fucking fat fingering this on my phone. Shit. But no,
Oh, God.
he's super into the MCU, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I think he might be gay for Loki. Like,
Would not be
on the
surprised.
he might be, like,
Yeah, I can't
Well, he did
it
imagine
that
after
protest too
7K words of him telling us how he hates gay people so much.
He doth protest too much.
Really like his outfit, really like the actor. That's a long ass conversation. I think he talks about like just what Loki looks like for like 4 or 5 pages here.
Wow.
And I think he's talking with a couple other people. He's not just by himself, but I think if this is the same person, then ooh.
This is the best fucking lore ever. Oh my god.
Oh man.
The twists.
Oh man. I think he's pretty deep in the closet, but it's one of those cases where
Yeah, we
you know-
couldn't tell. We absolutely couldn't tell at all. I mean, you don't understand. He went on and on and on, paragraph
And
after
on.
paragraph after paragraph about how much he hates gay people, and you'll never catch him reading one.
So, he shut the closet door, but it's see-through, and he might be trying on women's clothing in the back.
I mean, maybe.
No. Still, I'm not gonna personally attack him. If I know him, he's not really a friend of a friend, but if he's like a vague acquaintance of a friend,
I mean,
probably
hey, look,
should-
I'm not personally attacking him either. I am just using the information he is giving me for an adequate response.
No, I just. Oh man. Well,
Okay.
you guys have a good night. I'm gonna read this and then I'm gonna go to sleep because this shit is.
Yeah.
Whew.
This is crazy.
to
It's
do
a
some
fucking
writing.
book. Restrain yourself from using vulgar language and swearing when you review my story.
If it would
Don't
get
worry,
my
I'm
account
gonna make
deleted-
the AI make
Ooh.
it extra HR.
Oh man. Good night though.
Good night, man. Good night. Oh god. Alright, well I don't think we're gonna get any more twists and turns, but this shit's been hilarious so far. So well, yeah, we're just gonna put this off for the rest of Tuesday because this is too funny to put down.
Yeah. I really want your reaction to the review stance for Tuesday, where we're all nice and fresh faced, and
Oh, my headphones died.
you're on your 4th adventure with the new client.
Hey, wanna go? I'm gonna make that my catchphrase in that company. Hey, wanna go on an adventure?
They're gonna, if you last for the next 5 years of that company, within 2 years, that's gonna be a warning to the newbies. If this person ever sends you the message, wanna go on an adventure,
Hey, you wanna go on an adventure?
come tell me, and I'll take care of it.
Run from your desk.
Alternatively, if I stay around long enough doing that, it might just become the code word for shit's really fucked.
It can be
Run.
both.
Do not
True.
walk from your desk.
You better take a 20 in the bathroom, okay?
Me sliding into someone's DMs with hand grenades.
I mean, did you say like you already were becoming like a meme in your workplace about if Sneaky just DM'd you, it's like be afraid?
Yes.
It's amazing.
Yes.
Well,
Barb
because
does bring up a point.
Sneaky's the competent tier 1 who could be a tier 2, but he's not dumb enough to take the promotion.
That's not a promotion if it doesn't come with a raise.
Oh, it comes with a raise.
It doesn't come with a good raise.
Yeah,
Is it a raise
exactly.
that justifies it? No.
No, not even slightly.
Not a promotion.
No, so to give you an idea, if I took the promotion right now, I would be earning maybe 50K.
Oh, sorry, Sneaky. Birdie is threatening you with an HR report.
I mean, she ain't wrong. That's why you record conversations.
Just because of that, Birdie. 50K a year.
50K a year involved.
Yeah, no, 50K a month. I fucking wish.
Yeah, I fucking wish.
Bro, I'd
I'm
be
gonna
selling
be
my
honest,
soul for that job.
I would fucking suck it up and work with Sneaky for a year at that company and then disappear from that company.
I feel like I feel like if a workplace was like, hey, whose dick do I have to suck to get that damn job? Because holy shit, that's a good pay.
I mean,
that's a
it
good
may be
deal.
an everyday dick sucking, but 50K a month, worth it for 12 months.
That's a good deal. I'd take that deal. How about you, Con? Would you take that deal?
That is $600,000
Damn good deal.
before taxes.
After taxes, 400,000. That's still really good.
Point.
True.
Well, actually, no, that's probably close to like 350 or something. I don't
It's
know.
198,000. No,
What?
wait, my bad. I'm sorry. I dirt.
You mean that's what they took from me, right?
That's what they took from you. Yes.
Oh wow! I was.
Yeah, he doesn't live in Canada.
No, I went with 33% tax rate.
Yeah, did you know that in Canada their highest tax rate's 68%?
I thought their house was like 40%.
No.
It's 60.
68, yeah.
So
that's insane.
Jesus.
Imagine having more than half your money stolen from you.
I'd revolt. We no taxation without representation.
Yeah.
Kind of shit. Are we still on there or not?
Yes,
yeah,
we are. That's why I just asked if we hit the button or not.
Yeah. Let me close out. All right. Well, we'll see you guys.
I had to make sure to get one last.
Yeah, Side had to get one last L in. All right. Well, we will see you guys